Testing check. back. We're trying to just sort out a few things in terms of quorum, but I think it'd be great if we begin with our two elders and wise, amazing friends. And if you could come up to the podium so people can hear, and yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Morning. Greetings, all my relatives. I've been thinking a lot throughout the course of the evening, thinking about yesterday, remembering some of all of the words that I heard, and I couldn't help but think back to how we got here, all of you as leaders. And what is so amazing is that some of the leaders of yesteryear, their sons and daughters are here. And it just speaks to the resilience that we, the people, have, the Indigenous people. We come back every day, every year, and we continue this struggle to regain our dignity, our place in the universe, so that our children, no matter where they are, what age they are, they have a sense of belonging, value, and purpose. Aside from all the politics that you do, those virtues that I just mentioned are as critically important to be in your language, to pass on that sense of love for your children, family. And I'm just amazed, and I look around here and I'm just as amazed about you as I was, of all of those generations of leaders that I had the privilege of meeting, sometimes walking beside, and the inspiration has never stopped. And what I'm really saying in this moment is that we need each other, all of you leaders here. And I think that moving forward in the future, we got to work really hard to bring our brothers and sisters who are not here today. We got to work really hard to invite them to make sure they belong to the circle as well. And they come here and they stand with each of you. So I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful that the Creator has allowed us to always have a vision about who we are. I'm grateful for the ancestors who left us a legacy that you carry on. I'm grateful for the ancestors' shoulders upon who we all stand. And if we think about it in those terms, it's just not an ordinary human responsibility to be who you are and to work for the things that you work for. It's for generations and generations of young children to come. And when I think about it in those terms, the work you do, and here's another word I want you to remember, the work you do because of its significance and its impact is sacred work. And so when we get together, I'm always grateful that we were asked as elders, knowledge keepers, to help us to turn to the Creator for the kind of guidance and spirit that we need. So I'm going to ask her.
Elatis, thank you, dear Bobby. It's Iathalito, Shaisko te komo te squi and Halkamel ne komo te stalo. My traditional name is Shaisko, and the language I speak is Halkamelam, and I'm Stolo from the Fraser Valley. And it is te thalato. Words are food for your mind, as what we've had. A meal is that nourishment for your body, and that's really how we are, I believe, as Indigenous First Nations, is that we're prayerful, and that's nourishment, a strong connection to spirit. That's the difference I see in how we do our work. So to Iatalato, for our dear elder, and at this time, I'd like to call in the spirit. That was one of the first things our dear elders taught us when we returned to ceremony in Stolo territory. He said, you don't have to do this alone. Don't walk alone. Call in the spirit to be with you, to walk with you, to guide you. And to eat talato, tetzel eti is a special blessing on the work at hand today. In that it's not that, I think it was said yesterday, that we can disagree, but it's coming together that Let's one mind, one heart, and a strong mind and a strong heart to do what's right by our people. And I know that's a huge commitment and responsibility each one of you carry. So special blessings and thank you to our relatives here in Musqueam for the meal, our cooks, and to the staff. Special blessings. It's, if you could see, the elder would say what I could see. It's a beautiful picture right now. When you see the staff at the background working and our dear relatives preparing the meal back here, and then all of you sitting, whether together talking or preparing for the day. Special blessings for our regional chief and the board of directors who carry the load for all of us here in BC, and our MC for being the voice for all of us. So with that, I am going to sing the Dear Relatives song here from Musqueam. His name was James Point, my husband's relative. My husband's dad was from here, Musqueam, but the parents were killed in a car accident when he was a baby. So the grandmother from Chilhuiac came and raised him in Chilhuiac. That's why they live in the valley. But he told the boys, he said, come listen to this song, learn this song, sing this song, teach it to your children. So again, our girls, they dance, they put their hands out, showing all that the Creator's given us, including you, each one of you. Then they bow their heads, they cross their arms, and they back up. A sign of being humble. He said, teach that to your children and remind yourself as adults, no matter how great you think you are or how great you become, there's one greater, Chichel Siam, the Creator. Then they put their hands up, giving thanks for each one of you. And this is the song. Ho no, he no, ho oh quite tipsy yet. Good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, as always. I'm always grateful to hear your wise words and to hear what you have to say and to hear your encouragement for us to continue. So today we'll start with just a few agenda changes. As you know, we tabled some resolutions from yesterday. So the first resolution, the UN resolution, we will deal with at the health break, which is at 10:40. So in terms of the health break, you may just have to get up and grab something and come back to your seat. And then at 12:30, we will shorten the lunch and then have a half an hour for policing and justice, which you know we moved over from yesterday. And then at 3:00, 3:00 will be the first resolution will be the tabled one on health governance. So those are the changes in the schedule for today. And then at this moment, we do not have quorum. The team, the staff will let me know if and when that comes, but we'll proceed with which means, of course, we can't do the resolutions at the moment, but hopefully people will show up. I know it can be difficult to get here, especially with the traffic in the mornings. Going to UBC can delay things. So hopefully I'll let you know when we know. But we'll begin with the address from the Parliamentary Secretary, Environment and Climate Change Canada, who is online. But just before we start, I'd like to have, we've got two representatives from CERNAC in the audience, I believe, Dylan McMahon and Anita Walker. Can you please identify yourself? So they're both over here to the left. And then also Chantel from ECC. Yeah, so the three of them are sitting over there over here to my left, if just so you know who they are. But please begin. So online.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me join you today. I'm honored to be here on behalf of Minister Guilbeault, and I am joining you virtually today from snowy Toronto. I just want to let you know that I'm on the traditional territories of many Indigenous peoples who've been here before me, including the Anishinaabe, the Chippewas, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit. This land is subject to Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And I wanted to begin by apologizing because we're here today recognizing that we had not included you from the outset in the conversations that we were having about the bilateral nature agreement. And I wanted to make sure and make it very clear. I'm not reading these words because I want to make it really clear that it comes from the heart and from all of us, that we're ready to make it right today and to reiterate our commitment to you, that we, along with British Columbia, have set aside the work for our bilateral natural agreement, and today what we're requesting is that you consider a resolution to support the development of a tripartite nature agreement. So participating in shared discussions such as today's is a critical part of how we're going to succeed in our goals to protect nature and address climate change. As a government, we support First Nations leadership in co-developing solutions to address the twin crises we have of climate change and biodiversity loss. This is central to advancing reconciliation journey and enabling First Nations actions on self-determined priorities. Right now, we're at a critical juncture in climate action and nature conservation. There's an interconnected nature of our efforts, and there can be no economic stability without a foundation of sustainability. As a government, we've been taking action to protect the natural environment that defines our beautiful country. But I want to also recognize that it's First Nations who have long been leaders in environmental stewardship, nature conservation, and the management of natural resources. And it's First Nations leadership and knowledge that is critical to achieving transformative changes and sustained actions on climate change and nature conservation. That's why our collaboration is important. It forms the foundation of our success together. All of our plans, whether it would be the target of conserving 30% lands, oceans, coastal areas, and inland waters by 2030, or achieving a full recovery for nature by 2050, they depend on the active participation of First Nations communities. And without this participation, it's just not possible. We're seeking the kind of collaboration that is consistent with our commitment to advancing reconciliation and implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And at the same time, the Government of Canada also recognizes that First Nations in British Columbia have land-based title and inherent rights and must drive decisions about caretaking their communities, lands, and territories. So back in December, at the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, which is COP15, it's kind of the terms that I use more frequently, Canada helped secure the ambitious Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework with 23 targets to address biodiversity loss, restore ecosystems, and protect Indigenous rights. And at that time, Prime Minister Trudeau also announced up to $800 million over 7 years, starting this year, to support 4 Indigenous-led conservation initiatives that could protect up to 1 million square kilometers. I believe one is in British Columbia. The Government of Canada and the Indigenous Leadership Initiative also announced the new First Nations National Guardians Network. And this network will connect First Nations Guardians initiatives across the country so that Guardians can do more together than on their own. Many Indigenous communities are already leading the way to protecting and conserving nature and building a more climate resilient future through climate monitoring, adaptation solutions, and a transition to clean energy. I can confirm that the Government of Canada is committed to a renewed government-to-government relationship with First Nations and the province of BC to advance an agreement based on the recognition of First Nations rights and title. First Nations in British Columbia have also demonstrated strong leadership in the development of the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan. And to support the leadership and innovation of Indigenous peoples, the 2030 Emissions Reductions Plan and Budget 2022 announced support for the co-development of an Indigenous climate leadership agenda, which will help to ensure the self-determined climate action is the cornerstone of our collective response. So through this process, Canada will work with First Nations across the country, including British Columbia, to co-develop a First Nations-specific climate leadership agenda that supports the implementation of national and regional climate strategies. This agenda will include recommendations for how to build a better system for partnership, one where important decisions about national climate policy are made together, and resources necessary for First Nations to take climate mitigation and adaptation actions are easy to access. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we're headed in the right direction. And after our discussions today, I understand that you're going to be taking the first steps to endorse a process in British Columbia that will culminate in the co-development of a trilateral nature agreement, as well as a First Nations climate leadership agenda. But from our perspective, the trilateral nature agreement would, firstly, recognize First Nations as stewards of our natural resources and respect your inherent rights and title in British Columbia, and also to establish an integrated and collaborative landscape-based approach to improve ecosystem health and biodiversity in BC, and encourage ambitious and sustained action to conserve, protect, and restore the province's diverse ecosystems, habitats, and species, thereby protecting ecosystem health and improving food security. And finally, support First Nations leadership in conservation, restoration, and the stewardship of our precious biodiversity and natural resources. So thank you for inviting me today. Thank you for hearing me and for reminding the Government of Canada that moving forward requires a tripartite agreement. And together I believe we can create a nature agreement that is significant to each of your nations while also setting an example globally of the best way to move forward. I welcome this opportunity to hear from you and to better understand what First Nations climate leadership and First Nations-led conservation means to you, and how we can work together to advance climate action and nature conservation in British Columbia. I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions? You can see online. Any questions online? Yeah, microphone 12. 1 second. Any online? Okay, so we'll go to microphone 12 and then we'll go to an online question. Microphone 12.
Thank you for the update. My name is Harvey McLeod, Almejum Chief for Upper Nicola Band. There is so much that we need to do together to ensure that our values, our world vision is included in not only the provincial plans, but the national plan. And that continues on over to what's happening internationally. Because this isn't a local issue, it isn't a provincial issue, it isn't a national issue, this is a world issue that we really have to understand, and we as people have to be included in that. We want to be included in that. The people now are kind of wondering what's happening with our world, with the changes that they're seeing, the new science that is being shared about what is happening, and are having concerns. How can we get involved? What can we do to help Mother Earth survive, get healthy again? So we have worldviews on what we could do together to make it happen. And it's not only a matter of having an agreement on paper, but we be fully endorsed to have the capacity to work with both the provincial government and the federal government. I know that we can do it. And we have a lot of catching up to do. A lot of catching up to do, because the science that is involved in this now is way above the sky in what I know and understand, but there's a lot of things that we know and understand that's happening on the ground, and we're willing to roll up our sleeves to work with our provincial and federal counterparts on this. So thank you, Dimlet.
Chief, would you like to respond or comment?
Just quickly to say thank you so much. I think thank you so much for the openness about being ready to roll up the sleeves to work together, because I do think that it's a tremendous project. It is a large project, and I understand that. We understand that. And your help is essential to being able to get there. I think when we talk about science, it's about, Western science of science up there, as I believe Chief McLeod described, but it's also about the Indigenous knowledge on the ground. So I very much appreciate that.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to online, and then after that, Chief Lydia Whitsom, we will have microphone 11. Online first. Volume, Lydia.
I think
Can't
you're
hear
muted.
you.
Okay, how's that? Now can you hear me? All right. Hi, thank you. All right, Squale Siam Nasia, acknowledging the opening good words in prayer this morning, and thankful to be joining you here from the Quamachin village of the Cowichan Mistemo Cowichan people. Just a couple of comments. Thank you for joining us and for the presentation and comments today. I think starting from your first comment in terms of acknowledging the real need for early engagement, when we're talking about development of law, legislation, or policy, that it's critical and that we have this element of early engagement. I also noted that you didn't reference the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that now sets a framework, a human rights framework for the recognition of Indigenous peoples and our existing rights and corresponding responsibilities. So just really wanting to emphasize that we're going to really do better when we work together, and that means early engagement on these pieces, and we will do better when that happens. The second point I'll make is that with respect to climate impacts and responses here in British Columbia, one of the pieces we're working on is the co-development of watershed security fund. So Indigenous peoples working together here in British Columbia, co-developing a watershed security fund and strategy. I'd like to call on the government, your government, to make a contribution to this watershed security fund, which is going to be a platform where peoples around this province, BC and First Nations peoples across the board can have access to resources that can directly impact the amount of degradation to our environment, but also mitigate against climate change. And so there's a commitment here. We're co-developing this fund. Right now, federally, we need more to turn to you to look within your government for resources to support this important work. It's a critical on-the-ground piece that we're going to be able to work in communities, investing in communities and peoples to mitigate against climate change. So the early engagement piece is critical, looking to UNDRIPA as a significant platform for us to work together. So can't overemphasize the early engagement, the need for capacity in doing that, and calling on a contribution for our Watershed Security Fund we're co-developing here in British Columbia. Thank you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, thank you for all of those comments, and I agree 100% about the early engagement piece, and that's why when we're coming and speaking with you today, it's about starting the process again to get to a tripartite agreement, and to very much have you as part of that table. When I did mention the United Nations Declaration for the Right of Indigenous Peoples, but I'm going to accept that, sometimes when I speak, perhaps I mash my words a little as I go along, but I fully recognize, and we recognize, the importance of UNDRIP. It is now also adopted into law in Canada across everything that we do. So full recognition of that, and thank you for that reminder. And the last piece is on the Watershed Fund. I don't have all of the details of that myself, so I will take that back. But I did want to point out that with the Indigenous-led conservation, the funding announcement that was made in December of last year, just at the few months ago, there was funding towards the Great Bear Sea. I know that that's not exactly what you're talking about, but I'm going to look at what the other funds that are currently available are. We also have commitments on water and a water agency in the piece. So there may be many avenues, and I will take it back to see what exactly might be there.
Great, thank you. Now we have online Chief Doug Thomas.
Good day, Julie. Thanks for that presentation. I think one of the most important things to keep in mind, or for us to mutually buy into, is the First Nations 7th generation thinking. We don't leave a legacy just for our kids or our grandchildren. We leave a legacy, for their grandchildren. And I think that's one of the most important concepts to grasp together. The other piece, of course, is a prejudice around water or forestry protection. For decades in BC, you're probably well aware of all the battles between First Nations and some of the big logging companies when it came to old growth. And, our people were treated very poorly by police in the front line. And, industry in a lot of cases got away with, damaging or overlogging and ruining watersheds, and paying their executives big dollars. So, that leaves us in a situation where there's 200 major factors to just salmon recovery. And, there's a small percentage of that our scientists are telling us only about 20 or 30% that we can actually deal with, on a day-to-day basis. The other ones are going to be a very slow process. So when I heard that, it was very disheartening, to be honest. And unfortunately, with this climate change thing, it's not a time to be disheartened or weak. We have to be strong as leaders. We have to really take it to task. And the 7th generation concept, I think, is where we can all get on board as a start. However, what people say about it's got to get on the ground, we got to figure out of those 25% of those 200 factors for the salmon, what we can work on and really make sure we get there. Splatcheen leads the way we're one of the lead communities in helping with southern caribou, and it's all about balance from what I see, balancing the ecosystem, because caribou, there's, if you have excess of this predator or that predator, that kind of goes beyond First Nations thinking. We had a natural balance, but now we have to merge modern ways of thinking with our ways of thinking. But to me, I see that somehow we got to balance the ecosystem, and we got to change the prejudice of anybody that comes on board to protect the water or the forest, that they're not tree huggers. They face the same kind of prejudice that we as First Nations do, because again, it comes down to 7 generations, and that's what's going to help us survive. Jim.
Thank you, Julie.
No, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. And I think not only the reminder about 7 generations, but really how we have to work together and in a very open way. And that, requires some new ways that we're building and we're working to build right now as to how we get there. But very much important to emphasize not only the balance in knowledge and approaches that you highlighted very well, but also about how do we move forward, because we do have all collectively an obligation to the next 7 generations, and so that's something that we are in this together to build it out together properly. And I appreciate the comments back.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone 11, then online, then microphone 26.
Hello, yes, thank you for the presentation, Chief Rick Johnson, Quixotic-Aquamis. I'm here on behalf of the Broughton Nations also. As you know, we put a stop to the fish farms in the Broughton just recently. And one of the problems that we're having, because of 30 years of not only the fish farm industry, but the logging industry and all the different industries that are put a lot of stress on our rivers and our watersheds. Is we've got the task now of enhancing our rivers. I mean, you mentioned some around restoration. Our historically our rivers had millions of salmon in it, and if I could use we're at a flashing red light now if we're going to analyze all of our rivers, right? We're really at a critical time with our salmon in the Broughton. So we're really wondering, the commitment from Canada and the province of British Columbia. How are we going to restore our rivers and our watersheds to the historical numbers? What's that commitment? And we're going to need a long-term commitment. I like that a 7 generation commitment, and I think that's not only for us from the Broughton, but all of us that rely on our salmon. So I'm encouraged today to hear that there is commitment, and I'm encouraged today that we've got UNDRIP and DRIPA to use as tools in building our relationship with Canada and the province of British Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may bring a story just from my own community here in Toronto, I live along a river, in fact, that used to be, the end of it was constructed industrially into a concrete right angle, which means it caused floods. It also was just bad for the environment. It created a lot of pollution. And we're in the middle right now of redirecting it, creating a new mouth to the river that I live along, the Don River, which is actually better for the fish in Lake Ontario. It's better for the fish in the river, and it's part of creating a new watershed. I think those are the kind of examples that happen, and that I'm so happy to see here in my own home community here. And I really respect the need to do better in other areas as well. So I will bring back those comments, particularly to speak with Minister Murray about the issues that you raised. She's a minister for fisheries and has greater, deeper knowledge about the salmon in BC, but I will bring that back to her, certainly.
Thank you. We'll continue with the final two speakers. So Chief Splan online.
Ja, Hantla and Jawa and Squash Lease behind could be events Leku, the in the Cup Nation. Hello, good morning, everyone. Lease behind Chief, the Coldwater Band in the Cup Nation, talking to you here from the unceded territory of Insuletku in Coldwater. Thank you for your presentation, and just going back to what other speakers were saying, you know, with Canada having UNDRIP and the province having DRIPA, you know, how committed is Canada moving forward on working with First Nations here in our respectful territories and moving, trying to get better for the 7 generations, the commitment that you just talked about, and how we can work together. 2 years ago was the first time I seen the province actually work with us here in the valley in regards to the fires, because they actually started giving us the forecasts of the weather, and it really helped. But we want to see more of that, and we need to see more capacity funding and engagement from Canada moving forward. With everything that's out there, you know, we see a lack of laws and regulations, both from Canada and the province, in regards to big industry and resources such as mining. And nobody keeps an eye on it. The ones who see it are us on the ground, monitoring our territory and seeing what's happening. You heard speakers talk about water and how much that is disappearing. And the water that's disappearing is impacting the wildlife, which impacts all of us. And that's really sad, you know, because you can't eat money. So I really hope that there's a commitment from Canada to work more with First Nations and all of us across Canada, because we have to leave something for the 7 generations, and it's got to be better than what it is now. So I hope you bring these words back to the ministers and collaboration between other ministers. It's good to hear that you do talk with them, because we do see a lot of ministries that work in silos, and that's got to change. Goksham, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. If I can begin actually from the last point you brought, but I think you covered a lot of really important points. Silos are a challenge. And so one of the interesting pieces in my own role, I'll say, is I'm Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. I'm also Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. And the idea is especially to try and break down some of those silos and to make sure that we have better conversations across. So I agree with you that we need to make sure that on the government side, we continue to talk and to have those, pass along the information we get from these conversations. I did want to highlight, I'm looking over to my notes because I want to make sure I have this right, but there was funding, the First Nations Climate Leadership funding was for co-developing a roadmap for partnership between First Nations and Canada. And so there is actually specific funding, also for BC First Nations on a climate strategy and action plan that was part of that funding piece. I think that goes to one of the questions that was raised on the specific pieces. And I also, as far as the role as guardians, there have been increased supports for First Nations guardians programs and for First Nations guardians to be able to work together, not only in their own communities, but to work across. That is really an important piece of bringing that important knowledge and experience and expertise. And I do see it growing, and when I see it from the work that I'm doing, And I hope that you do see it too in your own communities, that it's something that is growing and that there is more funding and support coming for it. And I'm always open to more feedback about, how that can work better.
Thank you. Final speaker, microphone 26.
Good morning, Chief Linda Price from El Gacho. Just want to thank the Knowledge Keepers for their good words, and I have to say they give us all strength when we listen to the prayers every morning, and I really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you very much for joining us today. And I guess my question is with regard to the announcement of the Prime Minister for 800 million for Indigenous-led conservation initiatives. I noticed that there were two, projects underway. One was the BC Northern Shelf bioregion. And basically, I guess that's a group representing 17 First Nations working to protect the Northern Shelf of the bioregion, which includes a number of islands and rocky shorelines. And I'm just wondering if, who is all involved and how were the 17 chosen? And I guess furthermore, I want to know about the Northwest Territories Tundra group there that are there's 30 Indigenous groups working to protect the boreal forest, rivers, and lands, and in particular, the caribou. I know in our territory, El Gacho First Nation, we have the Itchilgacha Mountain Range, the Tweedsmuir Park, as well as the Charlotte Uplands there, where we have a number of caribou herds. And I'm really concerned about our caribou. We had over 3,000 caribou there, and they've diminished. And I'm really concerned about that. So I'm just asking, whether there's additional funding available for us, El Gacho First Nation and the nations, our neighboring nations, to work together to protect our caribou herd. Thank you. Janalia.
It's an interesting point about how people have come together for things like the Great Bear Sea that you mentioned, and as well in Northwest Territories. My understanding when I've worked on these projects is that it's self-directed, so that it's not the government of Canada choosing, but it's coming from communities as to how they come together on these projects. But I can undertake to provide more details about how that happens. And the Indigenous protected conservation areas in particular are an important part. I think we had one was a Great Seal watershed as well, that came together to protect a very large area in Manitoba. So there's a process that people can come together, First Nations can come together to protect watersheds and areas, and there has been funding programs from the federal government to support that. So that might be something that would work for your community as well. And I'd certainly be happy to pass that information along. I'm just going to have to provide it to the organizers for today or find a way offline to get that direct contact information. Perhaps if you would even go to the table that had their hands up to get the right to be able to pass along contact information so that we could get you the information about IPCAs and the like.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time today. Appreciate it. So we now have quorum, but I note that Minister Rankin is here. So I suggest that we proceed with the implementation of the Declaration Act presentation, and then immediately after that, we'll do Resolution 7.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, it's lovely to be back here in Musqueam Territory. Thanks so much for the invitation. Thanks, Corey, for having me. I want to acknowledge first the chiefs, the matriarchs, the elders who are here. I'd also like to acknowledge the official opposition shadow minister for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, Michael Lee, who I think is somewhere. Michael, wave. There you are. Michael is also the MLA for Vancouver-Langara. Thanks for being here, Michael. And my friend and constituent, Merle Alexander, who's counsel for the BCAFN, is here as well. Thanks, Merle. And of course, Priscilla Sabas-Watts, Saha, who is our new Assistant Deputy Minister of Legislative Transformation and Engagement. That's quite a title, Priscilla. She works with the Declaration Act Secretariat. Jessica Wood, whom you know, Sityox, was to be here, but she's unable to join us. And so look forward to your remarks later on the Declaration Act Secretariat and the implementation, which of course is what I'm to speak about today. I'll have a few other things to say, but look forward to our conversation about that. I've obviously said to you before how committed our government is to implementing the Declaration Act. We're all desperately afraid that this bold legislation doesn't just gather dust, isn't just a feel-good statement, but it actually gets meaning, that the rubber hits the road and it actually does significant transformational work with Indigenous peoples. That's our goal. I never give a speech without noting that it was the product of a unanimous legislature. In other words, it's not a partisan thing. It's something that all legislators in BC committed to. And we're the first ones outside of Bolivia, I think, that did it. And you know the federal government has followed suit. I like to say with not as much meat on the bones as we have. They don't have a Section 6 or 7 type of arrangement, for example. But nevertheless, I'm so proud that that government as well has seen fit to do so. The secretariat that Priscilla works in is really important to ensure that we have at the center of government, not within my ministry, but at the center of government, a responsibility for implementation, particularly, at least initially, for the alignment of laws. How do we make sure that the old laws, current laws on our books, and new bills that come forward are going to align with the Declaration Act? That's a tall order. Never been done in history before. So we're making it up as we go along, but we're so lucky to have people like Priscilla and Jessica who are running that important work. We've also got a 5-year plan across government that you know about. I'll talk about the action plan. And that's what's required under Section 4 of the Declaration Act. And that document is something that every single ministry has a piece of. There's not one agency in the province that doesn't have some responsibility under this act. And the action plan will be a roadmap. And it's concrete, it's tangible, it's not pie in the sky, it's real things. I would urge you to take a look at it. I know many of you have commented on it, so you're well aware of it. But to me, that's where we will see whether our bold words actually make a difference in the lives of Indigenous people. I'm happy to say that earlier this week, Priscilla and I had an opportunity to present to the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous peoples, Mr. Kali Sai, who's an Indigenous leader from Guatemala. And he asked a lot of questions, took us through put us through our paces, I think it's fair to say, just trying to see what we are up to here in British Columbia. We're coming up to the first anniversary of the Declaration Act Action Plan. It was introduced last March. And as I say, these 89 concrete actions are arranged in 4 different themes. First, self-determination and self-government. What are we doing on those things specifically? Rights and title, ending anti-Indigenous racism, and enhancing social, cultural, and economic well-being. Okay, so what are we doing under each of those? That's what the 89 actions are about. We did 2 years of engagement. We worked with with many rights and title holders, all of the Indigenous leadership, and we learned that it was as important how we do this as what we end up with. And we know that the implementation work is really the critical piece. So that's what's happening as we speak. Budget 2023-2024, the one that was just passed earlier this week, is focused, I think, as well on what matters to Indigenous peoples. Some things, bringing costs down. We all know we have that in common. Fixing the housing crisis won't be done immediately. It's especially acute in Indigenous communities. We well know that. Happy to say that our government is the only one that has chosen to spend $550 million in the last budget and now going forward on and off Indigenous communities. Reserves or off reserves, doesn't matter. We know the need is acute. We're also trying to make sure that we address racism and implement the UNDRIP. And they have a specific section of our Human Rights Code just recently that, addressed head-on anti-Indigenous racism as a specific ground prescribed. And of course, healthcare and mental health. We know how important those are in all of our communities. Climate change was referenced in the last session, and I'm very happy to reference as well, someone did in the last session, the Watershed Security Fund, $100 million co-developed with Indigenous leaders to make a difference. As we know, the reality of climate change is with us today. So there's a few things that I think I just mentioned in passing in the action plan. The ministries of the Attorney General and Solicitor General Public Safety are involved in one of the action items, the First Nation Justice Strategy. I was up in Prince George, I don't know, a few weeks ago. We were signing the Blueberry River First Nation Agreement and the other Treaty 8 agreements I'll come to in a moment. And while there, I had a chance to visit the Prince George Indigenous Justice Center. It's amazing. And I'm happy to say that we have a virtual center and 3 Indigenous Justice Centers now, and the budget talks of committing to 10 more Indigenous Justice Centers, because there's far too many people, as you all know, engaged in the justice system in not a good way. And we got to fix that. And we hope that that'll make a concrete difference. And I salute Doug White, former chief of the Snuneymuxw Nation, who has been leading that work so well. Treaty 8, I mentioned that when I was in Prince George, we had the opportunity to sign several agreements with Treaty 8. And I think it's historic. I think many people have said that. It's going to guide us in partnership going forward with Treaty 8 nations, Blueberry River and others, to ensure that they can meaningfully exercise their Treaty 8 rights. That treaty was what, 1900? It's now 2023. And our governments have not done a good job. The courts told us that. And rather than disagreeing and fighting it out in court, we decided to work for 18 months, and we came up with agreements, hundreds of millions of dollars, a whole new way of regulating oil and gas in the Northeast. And so we have what we call Treaty 8 Nations consensus document that sets out the initiatives. The cumulative effects of oil and gas and logging have had a devastating impact on the land. You only have to fly over the territory, as I've done, or visit it with Chief Desjardins and others to know what's happened over the years. It's not a pretty picture. So part of it is what we call healing the land. Part of it is initiatives to try to restore the land, which is important. But probably they would say, the nations would say, the most important part is to put them at the center of the planning for future oil and gas and forestry activities in a way they never have been before. And I think that's what gives me confidence that we're going to get to a better place together. We've also signed revenue sharing agreements with several of the nations, and as I say, giving them an enhanced share of oil and gas development opportunities and challenges to try to do it better, to work together. That's what that's about. And that's part of our work to advance reconciliation. Some of you know that not long ago, we passed a law to create in British Columbia a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I was really, really proud of that. When I was a member of Parliament, I worked with Eddie Charlie and brought in introduced a private member's bill called Orange Shirt Day. And after the events in Kamloops, the findings, the government of Canada moved very quickly to bring in a national day. But you know what? Very few of our workers in British Columbia are covered by that law, right? It covers banks and shipping and federal government and so on, but most of our workers are provincially regulated. So we thought it was important that we set aside a day, September 30th, Orange Shirt Day, to make sure that people reflect on the past. Canadians get a better understanding of what happened, residential schools and the whole lot, colonialism, but that we also figure how we can work together better in the future. We don't want it to be a day to go to the beach, and I welcome your thoughts in each of your communities, how we can make sure that it's a day like Remembrance Day, a solemn day, a day of reflection. That is what we have to work on together. And I want to just say on that point that I had the opportunity, I see him in the room, to salute Wamish Ken Watts, the Sashat Nation's incredible work that he did, along with his council, with the revelation of phase 1 findings, the research, the scanning of the former Alberni Indian residential school site. I had a chance to watch that on YouTube, and it was a very solemn piece of work, and the way in which that was handled, if you haven't seen it, is a real tribute to the community and to you, Chief Amish. I say that sincerely. But that's the kind of thing we need to work on together going forward. I think that's really, really important. And I welcome your help on how to do that. So just in conclusion, I think over the past 5 years, we've built a solid foundation of partnerships with Indigenous peoples. We got a lot of work to do to advance reconciliation. You know, people ask me what I think one of the most important features of the action plan is, and what I always say is the implementation of a graduation requirement for everybody who comes out of our school system, that they would understand, that they would take Indigenous focused coursework before they graduate, and no one will be able to say that they don't understand the legacy of residential schools. They won't understand the important contributions that Indigenous peoples made in our history in bringing us to this place. Also, to make the action plan to make changes to restore Indigenous jurisdiction over child welfare. We know that that was done in the last legislature, building on the federal work. That's going to make a huge difference, providing that jurisdiction, conferring it, not in a delegated way, but as an inherent right of self-government way. And to keep the languages alive, to revitalize languages. I'm so proud of the First Peoples Cultural Council, the only Indigenous-led Crown corporation in Canada that is doing such remarkable work. We have, and of course, the Center of Excellence in First Nations Economic Development here with the BCAFN. There's so much more to say that we are doing, that we have to continue to do together, because we want to create a province where Indigenous excellence, leadership, governance, and self-determination is recognized and respected. We're all in this together. We've got a lot of work to do, but we've come a long way. So at that point, I'd like to turn over to Priscilla Sabas-Watts to say a few words on her work with the Declaration Act Secretariat. Priscilla.
Thank you, Minister Rankin. I'd like to start by thanking the elders for opening the meeting today in such a good way. Bobby Joe and Gwen, it's always such an honor to be in your presence and to hear the things that you have to share. It always means a lot to me. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today. As Minister Rankin mentioned, my name is Priscilla Sabas-Watts. I'm from the Heshquit First Nation in Nuu-chah-nulth Territory. My Kuas name is Sa'a, which comes from the word Sa'as, which means to strip cedar bark from the cedar tree. I started in my role as the Assistant Deputy Minister of Legislative Transformation and Engagement in the Declaration Act Secretariat at the beginning of this year. And it is a mouthful, and I try not to say it all like that all the time, but that is my title. It is a real honor to do this important work. And I think it's really important for me to say, to all of you today that I can sit in meetings with cabinet ministers and associate and deputy ministers and assistant deputy ministers, and I don't feel the weight of the responsibility as much there as I do when I'm sitting in rooms like this. It's incredibly important work, and I take it very seriously. And I feel my family, my ancestors, and all of you, and the weight of this important work. And I take it incredibly seriously. And it's a huge honor to be able to do it and to work alongside the minister and my colleagues within the Declaration Act Secretariat and within the BC Public Service. So I'm just going to give you a brief update on the Declaration Act Secretariat and the work that we are currently undertaking. So we're continuing to hire, expand the team, and to develop our 3-year work plan to advance the alignment of laws. This includes the development and implementation of training for executives and policymakers on consultation and cooperation, and the alignment with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We're using tools such as the interim approach that we announced in October. We're supporting and advancing cross-statute and sector-specific legislative review and amendment processes that advance the implementation of Section 3. We're working in consultation and cooperation with rights and title holders to identify an additional priority list of legislation for review for cabinet consideration. And we're establishing a process, dashboard, and database to ensure effective tracking, visibility, and record keeping, particularly regarding engagement with Indigenous peoples. and ensuring that we are supporting our colleagues across ministries and making sure that they're consulting and cooperating appropriately and effectively. We're also developing and implementing a set of cross-government engagement standards as a tool for use by ministries to ensure they're implementing Section 3 appropriately. We released the interim approach to implement the requirements of Section 3 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act this past October. The interim approach provides every ministry and sector of government with clear, transparent processes for how they work together with Indigenous peoples in developing provincial laws, policies, and practices as required under the Declaration Act. As I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of hiring within the Secretariat. Our small team is growing, and we anticipate bringing more team members in the coming months. While our initial focus is on legislation, I expect the Secretariat's work is going to continue the work of Declaration Act Section 3 to advance the recognition and affirmation of our inherent rights as Indigenous people within the provincial legal structure, so that we may assert and enjoy the full use of these rights. Clicko, clicko, choo.
Thank you very much. We now have about 20 minutes left for questions. We'll order. Anybody? Yep. Okay. So microphone 8. Microphone 8.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Hood, proxy for my nation, Plusco. Kind of want to talk a little bit about what Minister Rankin talked about, the revenue sharing and how that ties in with reconciliation. For me, it's a subject near and dear to my heart, because I've been doing forestry for a little over 30 years, and quite recently elected on to council at my nation. The whole revenue sharing, I really feel that it should be more of a profit sharing. To expand a little on what I'm talking about, we get X amount of dollars per cubic meter coming off of our land-based caretaker area. That's, it's pretty small peanuts compared to when that raw log gets turned into 2x4s, plywood. That same log that we get, say, $10 a cubic meter on, equates to considerably a lot more than what the actual log is worth. It goes even further than logging. I think it goes into minerals, mining, any sort of resources that come out of any given caretaker area. Sorry, I forgot to acknowledge the Musqueam and our knowledge keepers. Thank you. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hood. Thank you for that. I think it's excellent that you raised the issue of revenue sharing in forestry, and you provided another alternative way that maybe we can do the work. I want to just back up a little bit. We inherited a system when we became government of forest consultation and revenue sharing, FCURSs, as you know, and we thought that was inadequate, and we still think it's inadequate. As an interim step to get to a better place on revenue sharing, we of course essentially doubled the amount of revenue. Some was a little bit less, some was a little bit more, but we made a significant change in the amount. But your point about how we measure it is equally important. We are trying to create a whole new fiscal relationship with Indigenous peoples, co-developing it with rights and title holders and with FNLC, BCAFN, etc. What does that look like? Some of you were at the First Nation Leadership Gathering, where you might have heard Richard Purnell, who's a finance official who we've got working in our ministry to try to figure out what that looks like. And as you said, it's not just forestry, it's mining, it's other sources of revenue. How can we best share revenue? He has done a whole lot of consultation. I forget how many First Nations he's spoken with, many. And he is bringing out this month, later this month, or perhaps early April, it depends, but in the next couple weeks anyway, something, what we heard, that's going to say, hey, did we get it right? Here's what we thought you folks were saying and we agreed we're going to do. And that document will be in your hands in the next few weeks. And you can see if you think we're on the right track, because we have to do it better. The fundamental point is we accept that First Nation governments need steady revenue, just like municipalities, just like the federal government, just like the BC government. Yes, we share gaming revenue, and yes, we do a number of other things, but that's not going to do the trick. We get that. And we're looking to get some federal support. I don't mind telling you, any help you have to do that would help us. But first of all, going right back to forestry, we started there because it affects so many First Nations, right? But that doesn't mean we're ending there. And so I welcome your help. If you see that what we heard document, see if you think it's on track with what you're suggesting, and let's see if we can work together to implement it in the short term. Now that if we got it right, we want to get on it right away. We've made those interim steps, like I said, doubling the revenue, but that's not where we want to go. We want to go in a different direction, much broader, more comprehensive direction. So your help would be gratefully received, Mr. Wood. Thank you very much, Mr. Hood. I appreciate your comments.
Great, thank you. Those people who had questions, can you just raise your hand one more time? I've got 13, 17. Okay, I thought I was missing somebody, but I wasn't. Thank you. Okay, so it's microphone 10, then microphone 13, 16, online, then 11. Microphone 10.
Aiswail Swaswit Telsqui. My name is Annie Silver, Chief Proxy on behalf of Andrew Victor for Chiam First Nation. Minister Rankin, I have a few comments. I'm wondering how MIR is going to address some of the territorial and shared boundary disputes that have been created by the province. And also within the negotiation processes for many of our projects, how are we going to resolve some of the expropriated land issues? And one more thing that I wanted to raise is in negotiations with Moti sent us a letter that they were going to begin their construction on the Agassiz-Rosedale Bridge as of November of 2022. We received the letter in September, October of 2022. And our response to them was that if they proceed, that our nation will be reaching out to other surrounding nations to protest and block the Agassiz-Rosedale Bridge because they weren't willing to address the safety issues or our accommodation agreement with our nation. And when I brought it up to them, they said that they were going to continue to refer reconciliation issues to MIR. My response to them was that Moti is a province, Flynn Rudd is a province, MIR is a province, and they all have that accountability for reconciliation, and they all have that accountability to include us in full free prior informed consent. So just if you could address some of those issues, that would be great.
Oh, I see. I thought you were going to take a few. Sorry, Corey.
Would you like to do that?
Well, because I want to make sure we get to all of the questions.
We'll do that then. So the next is microphone 13.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acknowledge the Musqueams and our elders for putting us up this morning. Thank you, Minister Rankin and Deputy Minister Watts. I'm Dalton Silver, Chief for Samath. Thanks again for being here this morning. A lot of us are pretty optimistic about moving forward with the DRIPA legislation, but there are still those that are wondering if it's truly adopting the full UN Declaration, the rights of Indigenous people, and one of the things that I think really needs to be addressed, and I've expressed that with you before, Minister, about title and the rights of our people, especially in most of British Columbia, where there is no formal agreement whatsoever with any form of government on our lands and resources. And it's been proven in Supreme Courts quite a few times, and we've heard the expressions of shared decision-making. And I think the time is now where there are a lot of our communities, the Indigenous nations, are in dire need, I think, right now of a share in the decision-making, especially around developments and resource extraction type activities in the area. We heard the report from Environment and Climate Change Canada, and I think there is a real need for us to have our perspectives, our values taken into consideration when we talk about resource extraction in our areas. In our respective areas, many of our communities are looking at the possibility of our homelands becoming unlivable in the near future. And that's something that's a big concern for all of us. And I think if we can somehow instill the Indigenous values along with yourselves and work as partners, government to government, I think there's a need for that. And I think it's also evident, I think last week and or more in the health conference, where there was a partnership agreement put together around health issues. And I don't think it was coincidence that within a day or two of that, there were big announcements made around funding for health from the feds. And I think you know, teaming up together, because the federal government, sometimes they don't know what's going on, it seems, west of the Rockies. So I think it would be pretty good for us to get together, and it really instill our values in the decision-making process, whereby it's still there where the minister has the last say in the different agencies as far as the development, and often all the environmental and the concerns of our people that say this should not move forward, those are ignored in the name of economics. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. 3 more questions. Microphone 16, then to online.
Awesome. Tu Ukhama Wamish Hikama collected Chief Counselor, Sishak First Nation, Ukhach Iksu Matilda Leo, Sishak Aksup, as well as Chachlap Aksup, Ukutachnu Iksu, the late George Watts, Sisha Mitma. Again, my name is Wamish Ken Watts. I purposely reintroduced myself as the son of Matilda Atleo, and also connecting me back to not just New Tonalth, but my mother's also from Chachlap as well, outside of Lillooet and Fountain. And my father, as you know, is the late George Watts. I'd like to thank again the Musqueam people for allowing us here today, and just our love and respect, I think, from all of us to our knowledge keepers that start us off every day in a good way, but remind us about working together as well. I just want to thank the both of you for reminding us that we need to come here and work together as one, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Minister, and thanks to your lovely guests for coming here and presenting the brains of the operation, not just at your office, but at my home as well. Sorry. But you know what, I also introduced myself in saying that I'm George Watts' son, because my father used to say, don't just get up and complain, but make sure that you provide solutions. So my hope here is to provide here some solutions, Minister, with yourself and the ministry. I'm glad you talked about game and revenue sharing. I've shared it before that I really appreciate that the province has stepped up and moved forward with that, and caught up with many other provinces that are doing it. But the next step is that the jurisdiction and authority as well. For Sisha, we fully support the Commission moving forward with negotiations and trying to get jurisdiction and authority so that we can see gaming operations in our territories, because that's what's also going to help us come out of poverty in our communities and create jobs, employment, and revenue, so that we don't need to come back asking you for support and financial support. So again, that's a solution that we believe is going to help our communities. FCURSA agreements, I'm glad you talked about it. I know the future work around the policy, the fiscal framework. I need to say that consultation needs to be completely taken out of FCURSA agreements altogether. That's not UNDRIP. Consultation and the framework that the staff put forward is so far from UNDRIP, it just needs to be removed completely from our FCURSA agreements, I believe. That's not free, prior, and informed consent. The other solution, I believe, is around, I shared yesterday with the Premier around consultation, not just around UNDRIP and all of the alignment laws. I shared yesterday over 15 emails since January 1st our nation's received in consultation letters from not just your ministry, but various ministries, and not just on UNDRIP, but other legislation. And we're expected to respond in 30, 60, 90 days, and not $1 has landed on the laps of our communities to respond meaningfully. That's not That's not reconciliation. That's not UNDRIP. That's still, many years ago. I feel like the answer to that is providing resources to each one of our communities to be meaningfully involved. Yesterday, we said the exact same thing needs to happen on the federal level as well. When you do these consultations, you should be getting 204 responses from First Nations so that you actually hear about what's happening on the ground. In order to do that, your ministry and the government needs to provide resources. Again, not just on UNDRIP, but for each of us, we receive probably a referral a day. I know our community receives a referral a day for forestry operations just in our territory, several hundred a year. So last two pieces, Minister, around solutions. I said it yesterday, housing. I appreciate the support. The province is one of the first to step up in providing funding on reserve. For Sishot, we're also put a forward proposal to do housing off reserve. I envision this day, like many other nations here, even in the Lower Mainland, who are doing housing development off reserve. Sishot wants to do that as well. And so look forward to your ministry responding to that. And finally, our 26 calls for truth and justice. We invite you out to come walk the land on the Alberni Indian Residential School. And your ministry plays an important role in those calls for truth and justice. So thank you again for coming. Chu.
Two more online. Chief Sapan, and then microphone 11.
Hantla in Jawa and West Least behind Cook Bevan Seletku in the Cup Nation. Good morning, Least behind Chief the Coldwater Band in the Cup Nation. Talking to you from the unceded territory of Insletku here in the Nicola Valley. I forgot to say thank you to the Knowledge Keepers for the opening prayer, putting us in a good way, and thank BCAFN for inviting Minister Rankin to this meeting. There's a lot to talk about, Minister Rankin. I'm just going to keep it really short. I'd like to extend an invitation to you, and I'm not sure if you can do it the same time as the Premier, but I asked for a commitment from the Premier to come and sit down and talk with Upper Nicola, Noide, Shack, and Lower Nicola and Coldwater. And there's lots to talk about, a lot of questions that your ministry can help the 5 Nicola band. So I really hope that you can make that commitment. We've extended the invitation out before. We never really got an answer if we're gonna see that, but I'd like a firm commitment from you, Minister Rankin, and I hope there's no broken promises there. So I'll be waiting to, I'll get the letter out from the 5 chiefs and we'll send that to you, and we'll be waiting for a response. Gookstem, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 11, last speaker.
Yeah, Chief Rick Johnson, Quicks-Kwamis. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the lands we're on, the Musqueam Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh and the Squamish. I just like to say to the minister that our nation is in reconciliation right now, and we're in negotiations to purchase some tenure off of Interfor. And one of our concerns is that when industry starts to sell off their volume they put it up for sale, we're scared that another company, whether it be in the United States or wherever, will come in and purchase that volume within our traditional territory. It's as you know yourself, the Interfor is selling at a real high price, and we have no tools to say we really can't look under the hood and say, well, you know what, that price is high. And there's a couple of things that the province of British Columbia has said that they were going to do a buyback. Well, I'm not sure where that's at right now. Where in our talks with the province of British Columbia, our priority is forestry. And it's kind of ironic that the price is high on the sale of volume in our traditional territory, and the tree farm licenses that industry has, where we're pretty well given to them for free, and First Nations in British Columbia were bypassed. So, we have concerns around that, and one of the FCURSA that was mentioned earlier. Our nation hasn't signed one in a number of years, because of the wording and and also, it's at 3%. And I know that has gone up a little bit, but I mean, many of us, as has been said around this room, we get referrals every day, and we're setting up land and resource offices, and around stumpage. If we're talking stumpage, and we're talking ownership, we're talking about the resources that my grandfather and my great-great-grandfather owned. So, I think for us as the Quixote-Quamis, that we need to be talking about a percentage of stumpage that's going to reflect our ownership. And, we're pushing hard for consent-based decision-making. And I think that's, for us, that makes sense. And, where, we've done a lot of work around the LRDs in our traditional territory. And, we're into sustainable logging. And, our nation is committed to that. But we're in our LRDs and our watersheds, we've cut back 87 to 88% of some of our watersheds will never be logged. And we're into sustainable logging, and we're looking forward to the further discussions at the RA table around our priorities. So I just wanted we're unclear around the FCURSA. It's as low as 3% up to 10%. And we recently done a disposition agreement, and I think we're one of the last nations that done a disposition agreement where our nation got as high as 90%. So I'm wondering where that stands with the province of British Columbia. Thanks.
Now we'll go for microphone 1, please.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Corey. So many good questions, and I want to make sure I do justice to them all. First of all, on the issue about the bridge, I'd like to maybe talk privately offline, if I could, about the details, because you made a couple of really good points that I completely agree with. MUR isn't responsible. Every ministry is responsible. That includes MODI, Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. And the timeline that you've described doesn't seem at all adequate. So I'd like to hear more. So I mean, if I may just huddle with you after this, I get more details and I take it back to Minister Fleming to make sure that he knows what's going on. And so thank you for raising it with me. Chief Silver, great to see you again. And shared decision-making has to be more than just words. We are doing some of that, as you know. We got a lot more to do. The examples I'm proud of are the consent-based agreement that we're doing with Taltan, a multi-billion-dollar mining proposal, the environmental assessment of the Eskay Creek expansion in their territory, and another one coming for a new mine. These are consent-based agreements that one is underway, one is being negotiated and finalized, that really put meat on the bones of Section 7 of the Declaration Act, which is the consent-based piece. Shared decision-making is, we're in the midst of doing an agreement with the Sasha, formerly the Seashell folks. They have a strong interest in their coastal community in dock management. And we're negotiating a joint decision-making for all docks in their territory. There's many more going on, but your point is well taken. Indigenous values do have to be reflected. That's the future. We all know that. And we've just got to start making it more spreading that across the province. So you're absolutely right. The goal is that partnership. You gave the example of health in a health context. To me, that involves teaming up with the feds, as you put it, and we've got to do better on that. If I could just jump ahead to Chief Spahan in the Nicola, I'll come back if I may to Wamish in a moment, but just because it connects the dots. I've been trying to get Minister Haidu, the Federal Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, to come up to the territory with me. That's been what we've been working on. I spoke to her when I was in Ottawa about that very thing. I've spoken with Chief Arnie Lampro about it as well, of the Shaken, to get to the Nicola. Yes, we want to go. I'd like to go with her. And the reason is because the federal government, some of the communities living on IRs still, there's a desperate need for expansion, additions to reserve, which is federal responsibility. And they're not, I'm hearing from the nations that isn't going as quickly as could be done. We as a province could be more nimble. We could, for example, if there's acquisition of private lands like ranches that make more sense for the nation than crown land, which may be scarce, maybe we can be more nimble and we can then work with the federal government to do that. That's the kind of partnership that I think, Chief Silver, you've been alluding to. And in the Nicola Valley, that would make a lot of sense. So Chief Spahan, yes, I would very much like to come. We're trying to work out the scheduling with Minister Haidu, and I believe she's willing. It's just a question of timing. So I absolutely would love to come up again. As you know, I've toured it with you and other chiefs, and I've seen the devastation firsthand caused by the atmospheric rivers and the like. It's just a tragedy. Wamish, you made so many points. I'd like to just quickly say that on the gaming revenue piece, thank you for your comments. 7%, hundreds of millions, but that doesn't talk about jurisdiction and opportunities in the community. I received a very thoughtful letter from the FNLC on this point, saying, hey, when are we going to talk about jurisdiction? And we're open definitely to do that. We just have to get that ball rolling. But it's something that's been on the table as I think it's called phase 2 of the gaming revenue piece. And so that's in play, I think. Consultation-itis is my word for what you've described. So many people seeking to get your doing all the right things, but making it impossible, and you don't have the resources. I would just say on that point, please stay tuned over the next short while. The Premier's spoken about recognize that. I'm sure if you had a meeting with him on this point, he would have made that point, and we are trying to respond in a very meaningful way. So if I can just ask you to watch for what's coming on that score. The Alberni IR Indian Residential School, I mean, your late father, I considered a friend. You may know that we worked together on files way back in the 80s, 90s, and he was so much a solution-oriented person. I dearly miss him and respect all that he contributed. But one of the things that I did was I had an opportunity to visit that over the years as I was up in the community, and I would very much like to go there. I'm very proud of Charlene Belleau, who some of you know has been our cultural ambassador, if you will, who's been our facilitator, interlocutor. She's been working on behalf of the province to make sure that cultural supports are there. We've provided funding, but properly the federal government has been the primary funder of this work because the federal program is what led to these residential schools. But we definitely want to step up, and we'll continue to step up. But I just want to take this opportunity, and I know you would agree, to salute the work that Charlene has done, not just in Alberni, but in Williams Lake and in Kamloops as well. You know, she's an astounding, she's made just an incredible contribution for which I'm personally very, very grateful. On forestry and Interfor, you said so many important things. Again, I would be useful if I could just huddle with you about the buyback thing, because I'm not familiar with that. I do take your point about Interfor and price maybe being high and how we can get to a negotiated resolution. So maybe I can just speak with you offline about what that might look like. I'm sorry that you haven't seen fit to avail yourself of FCURSs. They're a long way from 3% now. When we came to government, that was the amount, you're right, but we're way above that, and we're hoping we can, as I say, I'd like you to be part of our whole new arrangement for fiscal relationship that we're doing. I mentioned Richard Purnell, some of you know the work, Wamish referenced it. I hope that that's part of the solution. It's not the only solution. And having a say on forestry is what exactly we've been doing in the controversy of our old growth. People will know that there's been, rights and title holders have been integrally involved in that. But I would like to just, if I may, take a moment to talk to you about the specific case, because I'm not familiar with it. And that gives us an opportunity to dig a little deeper. Thanks, Corey.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance, and thank you for taking the questions. So we'll move on to the next session. As you know, we have health break scheduled. Regional Chief has something for you. We have a health break scheduled right now, and I'm mindful of Regional Chief's warning yesterday about looking after our health, and I really feel unfortunate that we have to continue, but we have this work ahead of us to do. So we'll continue on with Resolution 7, because as I said, we have quorum now. So I will read Resolution 7, but just a note on that. If you have, there is currently, the mover is not here, so we will need a mover and we'll need a seconder. And if you have any questions, we do have the government, the 3 government people that were identified earlier, as well as our BCAFN Climate Action Coordinator just off to the side here, so if you have any questions. But please feel free while I read be it resolves to get up and refresh your coffee, take a bathroom break, but we're going to push through with Resolution 7 and then Resolution 6. So therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to collaboratively facilitate the co-development of the First Nations Climate Leadership Agenda in BC with title and rights holders and the First Nations organizations across the province. The BCFNCL agenda must reflect and respond to our own realities, needs, priorities, interests, and provide a roadmap consisting of recommendations and policy directions to ensure the federal climate policy legislation is respectful and supportive of First Nations exercise of self-determination and constitutionally protected title rights and treaty rights, empowers First Nations meaningful involvement in the national climate governance, and ensures appropriate federal support for First Nations consistent with Canada's fiduciary obligations. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly remind the Government of Canada that successfully transforming federal climate policy must start with explicit respect for Aboriginal title, rights, and treaty rights, and the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly mandate that the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to ensure that our recommendations and policy directions outlined in the BCFNCL agenda or identified during the BCFNCL agenda development are fully considered in the Canada-wide FNCL agenda development. And 4, the BC Chiefs of Assembly mandate the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to use the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan as a foundation guide to the FNCL agenda, co-developed process in BC, and to use the FNCL agenda co-development process to strengthen the BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan implementation. So do we have a mover? Online. Okay, Chief Lisa Pan online, mover, a seconder, and Chief Cheryl Casimir online. So we have a mover and a seconder. Okay, you'll write that down. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, so mover and a seconder. So now move to discussion. Would the mover and seconder, we'll start with the mover. Would they like to make a comment? Anyone in the room, put up your hand as well. If not, the seconder? Are you guys going to make this one this easy? No. Okay, so if there's no discussion. Okay, Cheryl Casimir, online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Acknowledging the knowledge keepers for the beautiful words and the prayer song to get us started off in a good way. I'm proxy for Chief Stu Jackson of Lower Nicola, and I am speaking, of course, in support of the resolution. I think that we've been having many discussions throughout not just these couple of days, but at previous chiefs' assemblies and at our respective tables talking about the importance of climate change and the impacts that it's going to have and is already having in our communities. And so this is an opportunity for us to get into the driver's seat and to determine and identify what our priorities are. And one of the things that I wanted to share is that as we're doing this important work around climate change and doing work to protect the environment for future generations, I think we need to do some work in terms of changing our mindset when we talk about these important matters. We always talk about management, climate change management, environmental protection management, land management, wildlife management. But when you really think about it from our values and our perspective, only nature can manage itself. All we can do as human beings is to manage our impacts on those values of wildlife, of the land, the environment, and the climate. And I think that when we start thinking about it from that perspective, then we'll be able to, I think, make some huge strides in terms of addressing these issues that are, impacting our communities. Because we're not creator, right? We're not God. We can't manage those things. We didn't create those things. What we have created, though, are the problems associated with, their habitat, the wildlife habitat, with the rivers. And I'm not suggesting that we as First Nations people were the ones who created that mess. I'm saying that we as humans have. So we need to think about it from a different perspective. And I'm hoping that these are the types of views that we're going to be able to address and put forth in the agenda that's being proposed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. There are no more questions in the room, and there's no more questions online, so we'll move to a vote to pass the resolution. Those in favor? Online? Is that? Objections? Abstentions? All right, the resolution will pass. Right, confirming online? Okay. Thank you. There are snacks in the back, so do get up and have a snack. We are going to move now on to Resolution 6. You should have had a handout at your place and table today. Okay, the one I had earlier had yellow highlights on it, so I don't know where the yellow but anyways, I'll just start it again. But as you know, yesterday we had some wordsmithing as well as an addition around capacity building. So I will read Resolution 6. Oh, sorry, I'm doing the wrong. Am I on the wrong one? I'm on the wrong one. We're doing the UN one. Where's that? Okay. Thank you. Yes, sorry. I picked up the wrong paper. I didn't have Resolution 3. Pardon me, Resolution 3. As you know, this one does have the yellow highlights on with the friendly amendments that were made yesterday. So I will read therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved, 1, that the BC Chiefs in Assembly express their continued support as stated in Resolution 1, 2020 for the BC Specific Action Plan to implement Canada's United Nations Declaration Act. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support Regional Chief, working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as First Nations Leadership Council to engage in the BC-specific bilateral process with the Department of Justice to identify priorities and actions for UNDA implementation consistent with the direction of recognized and participating nations in British Columbia. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support Regional Chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to develop and submit a high-level priorities paper representing the priorities and interests of recognized and participating nations and/or their governing bodies in BC for the inclusion in the United Nations Declarations Act National Action Plan. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to distribute the BCAFN National Action Plan options paper to recognize the participating nations and/or governing bodies in BC for their consideration and use. 5, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to call on Canada to provide capacity funding for all BC First Nations to be adequately engaged in UNDA NAP process. And it was moved by Chief Harvey McLeod. Yep, seconded by Chief Joe Pierre, who was in the back corner but maybe stepped out. But while we wait for him, any discussion? Online? No discussion? Okay, so we have to wait for. We're okay. He moved it. Yeah. Okay, so maybe this is the snack time. This is your small little health break that you'll get. Chief Harvey McLeod is in the room, but Chief Pierre is out of the room at the moment, so we will wait for him, his return, and then we will confirm and move forward with the vote.
Madam Chair, I did have my hand up.
Okay, I can't. Somebody online? Okay, Chief Proxy Casimir, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't mean to stand between the chiefs and a snack, but I think that it's really important for us to have a conversation, and perhaps if legal counsel is still available, Merle, I'm not sure because I'm not in the room, to explain a bit more about what we mean by recognized nations. I raised the question yesterday in terms of, or not the question, I raised a concern about going into a process of where we're making up new definitions and new categories of what a nation in BC is. And the question I had is, if we're going to use this term recognized and participating nations, who's doing the recognizing? My concern is that the United Nations Declaration, of which this work is founded on, clearly states that nations, will determine for themselves how they will be represented and how they will be organized towards working towards self-determination. And that responsibility of how they define themselves solely lies with them. So in this context, when we're using recognized, to me, it means that there needs to be someone who's going to do that recognizing. So that's a concern to me. So maybe during the break, while we wait for Nasuk and Pierre to come back and to deal with this resolution, that somebody can maybe think about what to provide a response to me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Proxy Cat. Chief Pierre is back in the room, but we are now just currently locating Merle. So we will take a break and we'll get back to you as soon as we have him in the room. Hello? Okay. Merle's online. We're just trying to get him up. Merle?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I
Sure.
left the meeting, and of course, a question came up.
Thank you, Merle. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I understand that there's a question raised about what is the definition or what's the meaning and the intent of the additional wording recognized. And I think, like in this particular use, particularly the context in which it was raised yesterday, the term recognize is really intended to be in intranation or within the nation itself. Like I think at times we had actually considered wording that was a bit more lengthier, like recognize pursuant to the First Nations legal orders. But that's what it's intended to be. It's not intended to be an external recognition by the Crown or another government external to the First Nation or the Indigenous nation itself. So that's the general meaning. Of course, as we also all know, the wording of Section 35 itself in the Constitution also uses the term recognized and affirmed. So there may be some comfort in that language, but I think that's what the general intent of that sort of additional language that was proposed yesterday on the floor. So I hope that adds some clarity.
Proxy Casimir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Merle, for providing that explanation. And I think that for the purposes of wanting to move ahead and, so that we can get this work underway, I'm prepared to accept the explanation that was being provided. I'm still really not certain why it's necessary, given that, all of the resolutions that we've had over, I don't know, the last few years or so have always had the language of BC First Nations. And also knowing that this is a resolution that's just to provide direction to Regional Chief and other members of the Leadership Council to get on with this important work. I'm still not certain where the concern lies, but am respectful though of the comments and concerns that were shared yesterday, and am prepared to move forward with the explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Proxy Casimir. Chief Lydia Whitsom, online.
Hi, Chka. Thank you, Corey. I just wanted to intervene as well on this piece. Merle, when you were saying these are not meant to be external oriented assessments, I think bringing in the word "and their governing bodies" is incorporating language that's come from the federal government in terms of trying to delineate. I don't know that it's necessary to say "and" or. Are we talking about Hquamuk people, First Nations governments? I'm just a little questioning whether we need "and" or, because in terms of the governing bodies piece, just echoing Cheryl Casimir's comments as well in terms of incorporating language that the government has brought in terms of how we prove ourselves to be governing bodies. So just wondering if it's even necessary to have "and" or their governing bodies in there. Cheryl, I thank you for raising this, and I understand that this is an internal piece then for direction for the chief. So I think I just think we have to be careful. We're BCAFN, we're talking about First Nations, and I'm just concerned that this recognized, of course, sounds subjective and participating. I'm just echoing, I won't repeat Cheryl's comments, but I'm just concerned that your comment, Merle, was that, this wasn't intended to be an external orientation, but we are incorporating language that's more recently brought in by the federal government in terms of the governing bodies piece, I think, or maybe that's just following up from UNDRIP or in terms of language. But just wanting for the record to be clear and support Cheryl's comments that this is a shift in terms of how we reference ourselves in our own document. So I'll pause there. Hi, Chka. Thank you all.
Thank you. So it's been suggested to me, I'm not hearing anybody objecting to the actual intent of these resolutions, but we're having some discussions around the words, which is what we had yesterday, and a bunch of different positions were raised, but it's also mentioned to me to ask the Assembly if anybody's opposing this resolution, and that this may be a way for us to proceed going forward.
I don't like it, but I won't.
Okay, let's put ourselves on mute. Is there anybody that's opposing the resolution? No? So if we can proceed on that, if it's the mover and the seconder, Chief Harvey McLeod? Okay, thumbs up from Chief Harvey McLeod as well as Chief Pierre. So we'll move to a vote on this resolution. It's clear that there is some work to do, and I would, I guess, ask Regional Chief and his team and staff to, they've noted those questions, noted the terminology, and obviously with Merle and others to look at that. And as noted by both of the speakers, this is a change in how we usually, the AFN references terms. So it seems like it's something to be addressed, though not seeing any opposition to the actual intent of the resolution. Okay, so those in favor? Right. The objections? No. Abstentions? Nope. All right, resolution carried, passed. Okay, so now where did the agenda go? Is Colin online? He's in person. Where? I don't see him. Minister Colin. Sorry, we're just sorting out. So just go with Jordan. Sorry, we're just trying to sort out whether Minister Collin is actually online right now, and in which case we would proceed with him and then move to Jordan. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for having your health break and snack break, as well as working through these resolutions. Okay. If any of the Minister Cullen's staff are online, could you please back the room. Oh, right. Just as we're saying that, Minister Cullen is arriving. So we'll proceed with Minister Cullen. Jordan, thank you for your flexibility. How long does it have?
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to join you here today. It's just-in-time delivery, I guess. We just came in from the float plane, grabbed the car, and got here just in time. Nice to see so many friends. It is a pleasure to join you here in Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and the gathering, particularly in this hall. Good morning to some friends long known and not seen often enough. I'm reflecting once again and being in this place where we swore in our last premier of this province with the incredibly generous hosting of the Musqueam Nation. It was done in a good way, and for the first time ever in our province's history, outside of the legislature and those colonial type institutions that we have up there that all look pretty in their stone. My people are Irish. And so just last night in the legislature, we had to get royal assent. The lieutenant governor comes in and we read out all the bills that have passed through the legislature, and she nods her assent to each one. As an Irish Republican, it always makes me feel a little strange, to be honest, that the Queen's got to assent to what the people want. But I don't have to tell you folks about those strange contradictions we have in our laws. As today I'm here representing the Crown. Some years ago, I was traveling the coast as an MP, and some of you may remember Percy Starr, proud representative of a beautiful coastal community. And I'd never met Percy before. And he stood at the top of the stairs of the community hall as I came in, and he looked down the stairs at me and he said, it's the Queen. I wonder what she wants. And he turned around and walked the other way. That's how it was, way of saying hello to his federal representative. And I didn't know how to take it, but I learned over the years through Percy's mentorship what he meant. I'm here today to apologize on behalf of the provincial government in a very specific way. We, for the last couple of years, we have been engaged with the federal government, as you heard from, I believe, a federal colleague earlier today, working on what was a bilateral agreement, talking about conservation. Canada, British Columbia share an intention to try and protect 25% of the territories in this province and country by 2025 and 30% by 2030. My apology is related to the fact that this was a bilateral effort, which, when talking about land, which ultimately is what we're talking about, always needed to be three partners: First Nations, Canada, and BC. And the motions you have in front of you today are dealing directly with repairing the damage that was done by trying to make this otherwise. We deeply believe in the work of conservation, but there is not conservation happening in my department as Minister of Water, Lands, and Resource Stewardship that is not Indigenous-led. Across BC, we are in engagements with rights and title holders looking to make conservation in the marine and on land a reality for some very important reasons. And happily for me, when I'm talking to a business community, when I'm talking to Indigenous leaders, when I'm talking to environmentalists, philanthropic groups, my speech is the same. Conservation in this province will be Indigenous-led from now on. When we want to talk about protecting a place, we want to talk about restoring and rebuilding back the abundance of a place, we do it through Indigenous leadership. And I want to thank the FNLC for correcting the course that we were on and insisting that we come back and achieve a mandate through each of the FNLC partners, which we have been working on steadily the last few months to get us on track in the right way. I know the Premier spoke, I believe, was it yesterday? And has spoken consistently to FNLC members, and I'm glad he was able to address you, and I hope it was a valuable conversation. We have been putting forward initiatives in the Northeast, in the Northwest, and the island and the interior that are moving towards the restoring of place. Our ministry was deeply engaged with Blueberry River First Nation, Treaty 8, in settling an important issue of cumulative impact, which up until then the province had resisted acknowledging the effects on a land cumulatively over time, that these things add up over time. And Blueberry River sued us as a province and was successful in saying that the cumulative impacts of industrial development were affecting their treaty rights, and the province needed to rectify that. And we as a cabinet, and the Premier may have mentioned this, had the option of appealing that, and that has been the tradition in this province and in this country, to appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal, and fight First Nations in court over issues like this. And instead, and the Premier was then the Attorney General, and the cabinet chose to not appeal and negotiate rather than litigate. And the agreement that was signed, and I'm joined by Deputy Minister Laurie Halls, her team was intimately involved in this just recently, in the north, between ourselves, Blueberry River, and many of the Treaty 8 nations, with more to come, talks about healing back the land. Talks in the agreement about places that will again allow Blueberry and other Treaty 8 members to have access to hunting and fishing as was committed to by the Crown many, many years ago, and changes the relationship between ourselves and Treaty 8 nations, and changes the relationship of industry and Treaty 8 nations. The tripartite agreement that the nature agreement that we are seeking to arrive at here in British Columbia will not only establish the relationship that I believe we need to have between the three orders of government to talk about conservation in the right kind of way, it will also bring resources to the table that we know conservation requires. For guardian programs, for biology, for the bringing in of elders' knowledge onto the land base in a meaningful way. Conservation efforts in the past have too oftentimes been on paper, but not in reality. We just don't put the money behind it. We don't put the resources behind it. And to run a proper guardian program, to bring capacity up on the science and incorporating traditional knowledge properly into the decisions that we make, takes money. And I'm glad that we're able to do that. We also recently announced a marine protected area. Oh, Gigi, nice to see you. Nice to see you up and about. Glad you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. We recently announced some marine protected areas with nations on our coast, in which, again, Indigenous-led direction said we need to protect these very vital and abundant places in the marine environment so that we can allow nature to come back in places that we have degraded her too deeply. And setting up a whole network of conservation areas means that the salmon will have more of an opportunity to come back to the places where they spawn and return back in the proper way year after year, which they haven't for some time. We're working on species at risk. We got a whole bunch of things going on that I think will be important. And let me end by this, that it seems to me that the stars may be aligning, that we are maturing our relationship as a province, becoming hopefully more respectful in talking about issues of conservation with rights and title holders. We are bringing, hopefully, resources to bear. We recently announced a $100 million watershed security fund to bring back and restore watersheds that have been damaged over time, that need protection if they are not protected. And again, Indigenous cooperation and lead in bringing those watersheds back to health. We see the impacts of our efforts. We now need to make equal effort to mitigate those impacts and do work in a different way. I see my friend Harlan from the north, the proper north. I live in Wet'suwet'en territory, far to the south of his place. He calls me a southerner, even when I'm here in Vancouver together. And I think of the leadership coming out of the Casca, Taku River Tlingit, and the Tahltan, and changing entirely the conversation in a good way. Lift my hands to their leadership. I look forward to our ability to lift up some modernized land use planning, where we sit at the table, government to government, over extensive territories in this province, and that we're able to put the money behind it, a true commitment to partnership, and not just heal the land. We need to heal the relationships that for too long have ignored the voices, Indigenous leaders' voices, the elders' voices, the ability to see this place importantly. And maybe I'll end with a small story if I can, time's allowing. Years ago, when I was just a baby politician, I was up north and visiting a nation, and they were having an AGM. And at the same time, a big multinational company was visiting the community at their AGM as well. And this is going back about maybe 20 years. And they had a project that they were proposing in the community, and they wanted to show how they were, I don't know, ethical company, I guess, trying to do business different. So at the beginning of their talk, they put a big picture up on a canvas of the nation's territory. It's a picture from space. Territory was so big, that's how far away you had to get. And they said, chiefs and matriarchs, we want to respect your understanding of the world. So we're wondering if you can come up to the map here and circle the really important places for us so that we know where not to go. And I was standing at the back of the hall and I thought, I don't know if this is going to work out so good, but it wasn't my business. And the first elder came up on his walker, made his way slowly up to the front, and he took the marker from the executive and he looked at the map of the territory for a long time. And then he nodded, and then he drew a circle around the whole thing. And the company guys were at the back of the room, oh, no, that's not what we meant. And then the next elder, she approached, and she looked at the map, and she took the marker, and she nodded, and she drew another circle around the entire territory. And I have a picture in my office of that map, because at the end there were 150 circles around the territory, because everyone came up. And they said to the company, you misunderstand how we think about our home, that we can cut out pieces of the body and let them be damaged, that the whole has to work together for us. You have to talk about the whole to us. And I remember that day and that night as we sat around the campfire talking about what had just happened, because as much as they were talking to that company, they were talking to me about changing my point of view of the world. You can't cut off the bits. You got to think about it together. So I gratefully acknowledge the invitation to speak here today. I was asked if there were any questions. I'm more than happy to have talk, and it's so nice to see so many friends from some times ago. We have good work to do together, I hope. I look forward to the debate and discussion on the resolution and hope that it leads to great things that we can do for our peoples. Thank you very much. Where'd you like?
Okay, so we've got microphone 17. Any other questions? Okay, so then we'll go with microphone. We're going to go with 17 and then 19, and then probably we'll move on to the resolution. So microphone 17.
Hadithio, Kwaze Masaicho na Disney Jane, Ani Stewtney, Jane at Anne Bakatsnas Nistil, Tabi Bagawat Lewanans, and Kaninetni Kotsa Ditlsai, Mende no Betene Ditli anyway, Messiah Badisney. My name is Derek McDonald. I'm the proxy for Lake Baby Nation. And when I want to welcome Honorable Minister Cullen down here to Vancouver. We're both from the north up top. And I wanted to bring up the issue in regards to the salmon conservation that's happening up north. But before I mention that, I wanted to say that our elders back in the day mentioned to us 3 things that we have to take care of today and the future: the land, the salmon, and the people. That's what they mentioned to us, those that have gone before us. And today I come to this table asking about the salmon conservation that's going on up north. Lake Baby Nation is under scrutiny on the way that we are the stewards of the salmon on the Skeena, and Babine Lake is something of importance to us when it comes to saving the salmon populations. And last year, you saw it yourself, we had a record run. It's something that we want to see in the future, but Lake Baby Nation is taking care of our lake the way that we can best take care of the lake when it comes to our salmon population. But we're doing it on a very small budget, a $250,000 to $300,000 budget, where other First Nations down the line on the Skeena River are watching Lake Baby Nation and how we do our way of ensuring that Babine Lake, what we decide on that lake, what industry comes in, what have you. We have to be very careful on who we invite and who we want to start a relationship with, because First Nations down that corridor are looking to us, because we are salmon people. We are the stewards of Babine Lake, and every time in August and September when the salmon return, we're the ones that are taking care of the lake to ensure that population keeps on. The salmon is still there for generations to come, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But we need help in resources. A $300,000 budget to ensure that generations get to enjoy what we enjoy up in the north. I'm very sorry to hear of what's going on with the Fraser River and what has happened in the past. That's something that we don't want to see, which is why we're doing our part to ensure that generations down and the First Nations down the line are going to enjoy the salmon within the next 25 years. But again, I must say, a $300,000 budget is not adequate enough for us to keep going with this. And I'm happy that we got a big return last year. You witnessed that yourself, Mr. Collin. And we're expecting the same thing this year, but we really need help. Future generations are relying on this. This is our future. This is your future as well. And we need to work together to ensure that the salmon population up north stay as abundant as we want to see it and stay for the future generations. And Masai Jane, Kwa na Denotil. Ano mudi Jane stay, Tabi Messiah Bedisni. Jane Tanawat Yek Sazit Sai, Nakatlaten, then Batlionets the Kaitlok, Tabi Bagajat Etwaka Jane stay, Messiah Minister Jane Notes Otsani, the then Tabi and Ja, Dal Taspakats Nisti, let outside out of this, Messiah outside.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to microphone 9.
Thank you, Minister, for coming and sitting with us and hearing our stories. They're important stories. My name is Chief Daryl Draney from Skeetiston. But I'm coming to you today with a different hat, and that's the responsible official for the Quilmita de Schweppem and the communities that are in that government-to-government agreement. And we're negotiating a comprehensive forestry agreement, and we've put it forth that we'd like you to come and visit us and have that chat. And I left a package with your colleagues with that invite again to come and meet with us and talk about this comprehensive forestry agreement that we're trying to put together. And I'm sure, like the previous chief said as well, that we have these government-to-government agreements. We need to get resourced so that we can, you got to help us help you. And I'll leave it there. I'm just saying that invite is there, and we need you present in that Kamloops area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I acknowledge that there's one more question online, and Chief Sapan, if you could just let us know your question, we'd appreciate it, and then we'll give the minister a chance to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Headline Questley's Hancock Bibin Selectku in the Cup Nation. Hello and good morning, Lise Behan, Chief the Coldwater Band. in the Cup Nation, talking to you from the unceded territory of Insuletku, Coldwater here in the Nicola Valley. Thank you for your presentation, Minister Cullen. It's very good to see you attend the BCAFN assembly here in the Chiefs and listening to what we got to say. I heard you talk about cumulative impacts and conservation areas and proper guardians program. The Coldwater Indian Band is, we're part of the Sikh Inlakupam Assembly, short form CNA, and we do have a guardians program, but for the 8 bands that consist of CNA, we only have 2. And our territory is huge. And we would like to see more capacity funding from the province of British Columbia. You know, I took the time to meet one of the natural resource officers from the province and listening to what they had to say. And I'm assuming this was from the previous government that, you know, they went from a very high number of natural resource officers cut down to very few that have to do their work province-wide. And also with the conservation officers, they're stretched very thin too. And which brings to the guardians programs for us First Nations here in BC, and hearing what's happening out there and all the good that it's doing for our peoples in our respective territories. Is there going to be a more firm commitment from the province of British Columbia to have more capacity funding, so that way we're out on the ground? As a chief, I sit at these tables Monday to Friday, sometimes Saturday and Sunday as well too. But I try to get out on the land to see what's going on and see what impacts major industry has done in our backyards. And I'm hoping that, you know, we could meet with you someday. So I'm going to extend that invitation for you to come and sit down and talk with us. It would be an honor to have you there, because I don't think you've ever been to the Nicola Valley. And like you know, you ended your presentation with a story, and I'm not going to end with a story. I'm going to end with a prophecy. And it states, only after the last tree has been cut down, only after the last river has been poisoned, only after the last fish has been caught, only then will you find that money cannot be eaten. Cookstem, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Minister? Microphone 2.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those questions and important comments, Chief Derek. Nice to see you. What Lake Babine does for all people in your territory and all the way down the north coast in terms of stewarding that lake and the salmon that come back every year is remarkable, and how you do it on the funds that are made available is almost magical. And yet we know if we give the salmon an opportunity, we take care of what's going into the river, and we also take care of the habitat along the way, they'll recover, they'll come back. We are having more intense conversations with our federal counterparts about the intercept of fish for BC rivers that the Alaskans take every year. It's upwards of 70 and 80% of some of the runs are intercepted before they get back to BC waters. It's also true for Alaska and Oregon. So look forward to us striking some partnerships and pushing back a little bit on our cousins to the north. Their nets are a bit greedy sometimes. And in terms of bringing more support, let's have a conversation about that. For the impact that your nation brings in your programs, it would be, well, it's more than worth the investment. So let's find a way to make it real. I should have pointed out too, I saw my colleague Michael Lee on my way in. Nice to see you, a strong representative, and brings hard questions of the government, which is appropriate from the opposition always. We were scrutinizing the $100 million for watershed security funds just this week in the legislature to see a way to make sure that we're landing the money right. Chief Lee, just thank you for the invitation. Guardian programs have been raised with us as a government in just about every government-to-government negotiation we've been having with First Nations. Either with really specific proposals, the nation says, here's what we think we want to do on the land or on the water, or just as questions, what's possible. There's a whole range of what is possible in a Guardian program, but to your point, Chief, about not being out on the land, the province isn't out on the land nearly enough, not out on the water enough. You have to have eyes on the ground to see what's happening, to be able to be stewards of it. And stewardship is in the name of the ministry I represent, very, very purposefully, because too oftentimes we look at natural resources only through the eyes of exploitation and money, as opposed to, are we truly stewarding the place that we are responsible for collectively? More than happy to talk about the support for conservation officers comes from some of the work we're doing with Canada and with the BC government, and ideally with some philanthropic groups, donors who want to come in. Again, Indigenous-led conservation is the way that we're bringing it forward, and guardianship of the land is, I can't think of a single proposal we see right now that doesn't include it. And we need to stand up the program so we can build capacity within the nation, so people can go to college and get the training that the nation requires of them to be able to do that kind of work effectively. Last thing, just with respect to the overall proposal you have in front of you is an agreement, a hoped-for agreement between the three orders of government to talk about the things that we talked about here today, with the resources coming from Ottawa, coming from British Columbia, and the direction coming from First Nations over getting through to our conservation hopes and goals. To be able to say to the future generations, this is the work that we're doing, to set aside lands that need to be healed and protected, but done in a way that is right with the values of the First Nations in whose territory those lands exist. That's the principle. That's the mandate that I have from the Premier. That's the partnership that I'm hoping for with all of the rights and title holders in this province. And I'm filled with gratitude because it's good work. This is good work. This is stuff that we needed to do a generation ago. But as they say, the best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The next best time is today. So this is the efforts that we are collectively engaged in, I hope. And good luck to the Assembly and your resolutions and your discourse. And again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Minister. I acknowledge that there is another question online, but I've called a close to the question, so we can get to that. Thank you, Minister. We'll move to the next item, which is Resolution 8, Support for the Development of a Tripartite Nature Agreement. The mover listed is Chief James Hobart, who is not here today, and he is not online. So is there another mover in the room? Thank you. Oops. Microphone 26.
Chief Linda Price from Melgacho. So moved.
A seconder? Okay, microphone 15.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clark O'Gala, my English name, Chief Jerry Jack, Mojit Matla, well second. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll read, therefore it be resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the Regional Chief working collectively with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council to engage in tripartite discussions with the Government of Canada and the Province of British Columbia to co-develop a draft tripartite nature agreement for the consideration by the Chiefs 2, that the BC Assembly of First Nations Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to ensure that any draft nature agreement is consistent with and upholds the Indigenous human rights described in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, takes a distinction-based approach to ensure that unique rights and interests and circumstances of title-holding First Nations peoples in British Columbia are acknowledged, affirmed, and respected, ensures that First Nations are full partners in the identification of areas for conservation and protection and in habitat enhancement and restoration initiatives, ensures that First Nations are full partners in any planning and decision-making processes, including for land use and species at risk protection and recovery, and includes a strong and central role for Indigenous knowledge and science while upholding and respecting Indigenous data sovereignty. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to ensure that the draft nature agreement enables and does not in any way constrain or impact the individual negotiations, joint decision-making, and joint planning that rightfully belongs between the Crown and title holders. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, to work with the Government of Canada and the Province of British Columbia to develop and implement a process for consultation and cooperation with First Nations on the draft nature agreement and provide regular reports to the chiefs, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on the ongoing tripartite discussions. And 5, that the BC Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to bring any recommended draft nature agreement to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly for review and endorsements by resolution. So that is Resolution 8, open for discussion. Okay, microphone 26.
Chief Linda Price from Algatra First Nation. I speak in favor of the motion because I recognize that I come to assemblies like this and I hear all the concerns that are voiced by our leaders. And in our own community, we have a natural resource department or working group, and we work with our elders, the UFN Elders Council. And the first thing that our elders wanted us to do was to protect our wildlife and our fish. And I'm grateful for Chief Spahan and what you said about the prophecy, because we're here as stewards of our territories, of our ancestral lands. I always say ancestral lands. I no longer use traditional territory because it's our ancestors. My great-grandfather was Chief Domus Aquinas. He was Newhawk, and I'm very proud of him. And my other grandfather was Chief Alexis. Very proud of him too. And I just want to say that, you know, as leaders in our province, or in our ancestral lands, I have to say that our fish and wildlife, our medicinal plants, our berries, our wildlife are so important to us. The geese that migrate back and forth every year, the ducks, the spring birds that return in the spring, and just the seasonal round that we all participate in has to be protected. And I believe that I accept the apology from the province for not including us, because we have to be included. This is our ancestral lands we're talking about. And so as long as we're working together and we're taking the lead in this whole initiative, I support that. I would say, Chanalia.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? I know we have a speaker online. Anybody else in the room? All right, okay, so we'll have Chief Doug Thomas online, and then microphone 16, and that will be the end of discussion. Chief Doug Thomas?
Yes, Coach Jim, I put a little comment in the chat, and my concern is about when do we consider defining terms such as meaningful consultation. I bring this up because, when we talk about nature and making sure we protect fish and water, a lot of the resource companies are employing what they call VPs of Indigenous relation. And then when we interact with them, my concern is, if one of my council or myself say something that they take as meaningful consultation, it could be taken out of context. So my point is, I wonder, where do we strategically start defining what meaningful consultation is? Because what I put in the chat came from the federal government, and it says it's kind of loosely based, but it seems to me that we should set a minimum bar, because the nature of tripartite agreements, the government's listening to us more. So I think we've evolved to a point where we need to define what meaningful consultation means, so that, if one of ourselves or council says something and one of these VPs from these industry companies take our word as, the word of God, and they incorporate it in their understanding or agreement, we could be shooting ourselves in the foot by not having a nationwide or a more robust understanding of what that term means when it comes to these kinds of agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 16.
Thank you, Wamish Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor Stishat. Just a couple quick questions. On number 4, it says, halfway through, it says, to work with the Government of Canada and the Province of BC to develop and implement a process for consultation and cooperation with First Nations on the draft nature agreement. Does that mean about like engaging our nations to make sure we're part of the drafting, or does that mean the agreement itself is going to have sections about consultation and cooperation? It's a little, just the way it's written, it's confusing, and I want to highlight Cheryl's point that she brought up earlier with the resolution we just passed, where we said recognize and participating nations and their governing bodies, and now on section 2, bullet 5, I think, or where is it? Sorry, number 3, we call them title holders. I really think at this event on the 29th, we need to really get some clear processes and decision about what is the terminology we're using going forward, because we've literally used 3 different terms now in 2 resolutions about UNDRIP and our role in nations decision-making bodies or title holders. So just looking for some clarity on number 4, what the intent is, and again, encouraging us to get some consistent messaging on the governing bodies or title holders or First Nations. Which one are we going to use? Thank you.
Thank you. So noting that Chief Price and Chief Jack volunteered on the floor to move this and second it, I don't believe that they have an answer to those questions. Other than perhaps, I think you've raised some points, and we saw from some, did you want to say something? And we saw, of course, earlier some words and terminology. So I'll let Regional Chief address this a bit.
Thank you, Corey. I think, Chief, the intent is to create this, I mean, this was imposed on us, this agreement between BC and Canada. At the 11th hour, we were brought in on this, this initiative. So the intent is to come back to you as leaders and you as rights holders to have a draft that we're going to create out of the FNLC and say, is this a good way forward in terms of the development of this tripartite agreement? The intent is not to bypass any of you. It's to create an inclusive agreement that not only includes the FNLC, it's much more than that. It has to include many of the First Nations in agreement with this tripartite agreement. Because quite simply, this was the issue, the crux of the issue was when this was brought forward last, I believe it was December, just before CBD, the Conservation of Biodiversity 15 in Montreal. And we were taken aback about, well, you created this agreement, not even including any of our First Nations. So that's why the wording is as is, and I think it's, to me, I believe, what we're trying to do is be more inclusive and bring it back to you to have more inclusion in discussions, but more importantly, inclusion. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think the mover, any comments? No? Seconder? Okay, so maybe we'll move to those in favor. Okay. Online, they've done that. Okay, any objections? Any abstentions? With, I think, you know, the added comment, as Regional Chief said, there are some words and terminologies that are new to some of our work and some of our resolutions and some of the dialogue that we're having, and that I think that the staff has been keeping track and keeping note of that, and along with the discussion earlier about some words that we will review and look at. We could add these, I believe, to that as well, recognizing, of course, that sometimes some words and terminology are imposed upon us. But also it's important for us to define what that means for us as well. Thank you. So that is Resolution 8, support for the development of the tripartite nature agreement. And Regional Chief, and then we'll be calling up Jordan.
Yeah, just before we move on, I just want to send a reminder to chiefs, proxy, delegates, ministers, that when we come to this building, when we come to this house, we're on Musqueam territory. I know if we're in Vancouver, downtown Vancouver proper, it's appropriate to acknowledge Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. But when we're here, it's Musqueam. And sorry if apologies if I inadvertently have any statements and offended any Musqueam people. But the other comment I wanted to make in regards to Minister Cullen, it is land, water, and stewardship. And a reminder, and my colleague proxy for Lake Babine Nation was really appreciative in my community and surrounding nations up in northern British Columbia for the bounty that came out of Lake Babine Nation and the Skeena run, which was a good run this past year. And also in the Fraser and early and late Stewart, the higher numbers than usual. But what we're getting ready for, and I know what many nations are getting ready for, north of Big Bar Slide is the decline we're going to see this year. Big Bar happened 4 years ago, and we know there's going to be a huge, massive decline because I know with the early and late Stewart, didn't get to it in time, and there was literally tens of thousands of salmon that died. So this year, and I know many DFO scientists and perhaps even other scientists out there are acknowledging that there's going to be a massive decline in terms of salmon stocks north of the Big Bar when that happened this past year. So just a reminder to Nathan and to the other ministers about this issue, and perhaps I don't know what much more that we can do about it, but perhaps there is some intervention, perhaps in the future for those stocks, for trying to revive those stocks in some ways, whether it's hatcheries or whatnot. So thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Terry. So now for an update on safe drinking water. And Jordan, again, thank you for your flexibility.
Sorry, no podium for me. Hi, everyone. Thank you, chiefs and proxies, and yes, thank you to the Musqueam Nation for hosting today and for the Knowledge Keepers for the opening blessings. My name is Jordan Ardenaz. I work with Merle Alexander as counsel for BCAFN, and today I'm just here to discuss a new proposed Drinking Water Act that would replace the Safe Drinking Water Act that was repealed in 2022, and to present our initial legal review of the new draft act. So we can go to the next slide. So the title of the proposed act currently is a proposal for an act respecting drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure. on First Nation lands. I'm going to, oh, perfect, thank you. I actually don't know how to use this, but sure. Thank you. So I'm going to try to keep it quite brief today because I realize we're tight on time and I don't want to keep everyone away from their lunch as well. And so quickly just going to give a quick overview of the draft act and then discuss three issues that we've identified in our legal review regarding jurisdiction, consent, and liability under the act. I'm not certain that we'll have this opportunity for discussion today, but we'll see how quickly I can get through this and how many questions there are. Perfect. So the draft act is intended to cover the governance of drinking water, wastewater, and water infrastructure on First Nation lands. Its preamble affirms Parliament's obligations to First Nations regarding water stewardship and recognizes the inherent right of self-government. Decision-making under the draft act would follow certain principles, namely that First Nations are to have reliable access to water services on reserve lands and towards achieving the principle of substantive equality in respect of water services. There's three key definitions that are worth noting at this point. First Nation governing body, First Nation lands, and First Nation law. And First Nation lands under the proposed act are limited to lands reserved for Indians under Section 9124 of the Constitution, and would also cover source waters under those lands. First Nation laws are accordingly then laws made in relation to jurisdiction towards drinking water, wastewater, and water infrastructure on those First Nation lands. So again, limited to reserve lands primarily. Great. The inherent right of self-government relating to drinking water, wastewater, and water infrastructure on First Nation lands is affirmed under the draft act. First Nation laws on reserve lands regarding those water resources and infrastructure are recognized, but they would not take precedence over federal laws that might be in conflict. And regulations that address the management of water services, protections for source waters, et cetera, can be implemented then. But the minister would be required to consult with nations before recommending regulations. And it's worth noting that regulations made concerning water services on those First Nation lands would prevail over a nation's own bylaws created under the Indian Act where there's conflict. There's two forms of agreements that can be created under the draft act. First being between nations and the minister to support the administration of jurisdiction under the act. That would be for delivery of water services and data sharing and things like that. The second type of agreement would be between the minister and nations, provincial, territorial, or municipal governments, or public bodies concerning the enforcement of First Nation laws relating to drinking water and water-related infrastructure. And sort of the last piece of background on the proposed act is that the minister would have an obligation to make all reasonable efforts to ensure access to drinking water is provided to residents, occupiers, or users of buildings on First Nation lands, and that consultation would be required in assessing the needs for water services on those lands. That would include, with respect to capital and upgrade requests, operations, administration, and other things. And there are sort of reporting requirements built into that as well. Civil immunity would be extended to Crown representatives or employees for their actions in administrating the act on First Nation lands concerning water services. And finally, the draft act would enable the creation of the First Nations Water Commission, which would be led by nations and would be created in collaboration between the minister and nations. So hopefully that wasn't too much information too quickly, but basically just wanted to get to our sort of review of the issues that we've spotted and our sort of initial recommendations at this stage. As I mentioned, there's three key issues. The first being that the jurisdiction under the Act is framed too narrowly. The second being that the consent standard is not met concerning the free, prior, and informed consent of nations, and that the liability immunity provisions are not adequately addressed. So the first issue around jurisdiction is primarily the fact that jurisdiction for nations is limited to lands reserved for Indians under the Indian Act, so reserved lands. This jurisdiction, we feel, is too narrow and does not adequately capture or recognize the inherent jurisdiction of Indigenous nations to steward their territories, watersheds, and source waters, as recognized under UNDRIP. This creates a gap in First Nations' ability to govern water resources on First Nation lands and does not create appropriate mechanisms for the protection and management of off-reserve water resources and source waters. We note then that issues affecting off-reserve water resources, namely with respect to contamination risks or reduced availability of water resources, still can directly impact water resources on reserve, given the movement of surface and groundwaters. And further on that point, we feel that the limited scope of the draft act is really in part due to the constitutional division of powers between Canada and the province. Canada lacks the jurisdiction to directly govern provincial matters that concern lands and waters outside of reserve lands primarily. And provinces generally have a stronger jurisdictional control over the management and protection of inland waters. For example, in BC, the Water Sustainability Act and Water Protection Act address matters that relate to watersheds, water management, and the licensing of water uses. And so we note that the draft act already sort of contemplates this constitutional divide because it creates mechanisms that address jurisdictional issues between Canada and the provinces by considering the formation of agreements between nations and provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to support their enforcement of First Nation laws and sort of other matters governed under the draft act. So our initial sort of recommendations on this jurisdictional issue for this first review of the draft act is that we feel that the draft act must support jurisdiction that captures more integrated source water management within Indigenous territories. Primarily, we see means of achieving this would be first by expanding the scope of First Nation governance to ensure that the definitions of First Nation laws and First Nation lands accurately reflect Indigenous jurisdiction over water and watersheds and source waters. We also would want to see expanded implementation mechanisms that would clarify avenues for nations to enter agreements with provinces and territories and municipalities to enforce their laws outside of reserve lands within wider watersheds and to give fuller meaning to their inherent jurisdiction within those areas. And finally, we would want to see this jurisdiction then accordingly reflected throughout the Act in language reflected in the definitions that I cited and through several key sections that we've sort of targeted regarding watershed resources. So moving on to the second issue that I noted, the issue of consent. We see that the draft agreement requires the minister to consult First Nations in implementing the draft act and does not actually consider or require the free, prior, and informed consent of nations. in particular where regulations might be developed, in considering the minister's efforts in ensuring access to drinking water, in considering the minister's engagement in developing funding frameworks for First Nations, and in assessing the outcomes of the implementation over a 5-year review of the Act. So in summary, we see that the reliance on Crown consultation processes doesn't really provide assurance that Indigenous jurisdiction decision-making would be adequately considered in the Act, and obviously it does not itself meet the free, prior, and informed consent standard, and therefore we see consultation processes here to not be compliant with UNDRIP. So on this issue, our preliminary sort of recommendations are to obviously require that consent standard be built in in a much stronger way. That consultation activities must reflect commitments of the ministry to secure FPIC to activities proposed under the Act, which may impact Indigenous rights. In particular, there's sections of the Act that we highlight here around consultations for certain recommendations for regulation development, assessing the reasonable efforts made by the minister, and for other matters like funding and reporting on implementation of the Act. The third issue that we highlight is the issue of liability. The Act considers liability in a way that we're not, we don't see as totally appropriate or maybe not properly fleshed out. Under the Draft Act, First Nations that manage and control their water resources might take on increased liability relating to those activities. And so the Act, this would include, water service operators, employees, or officials of those nations. And so the Act essentially provides immunity for these individuals for undertaking their activities in implementing services, water services. We see that broader water stewardship activities outside of reserve lands that could themselves impact water sources and infrastructure on reserve lands are not included in this immunity. And also that there's a similar immunity provided for the Crown employees and representatives that actually goes beyond what we see as like the common law standard for this type of a policy immunity, and that would protect them for decisions and actions taken directly in implementing the Draft Act. Generally, we see this as a risk that remedies for First Nations against the Crown could be limited in some circumstances. So on this third issue, our recommendations at this point are to clarify the immunity language, to extend appropriate immunity for Indigenous governing bodies from decisions or actions administering their source waters off reserve within their watersheds and territories, and to address the expanded immunity issue given to Crown representatives, and these are reflected in sections 22 and 23 of the Act. I'm very impressed with myself for getting through that in such a tight timeline, and hopefully that was clear enough for people. I'm not certain if we do have time for discussion at this point. I'm being told we do not, and so we might have to circle back to this subsequent session next week.
Thank you. Sorry about that. While you were speaking, we've got notification that Minister Miller is online and willing to speak to the Assembly. So I know you'll be available, and I really, again, appreciate your flexibility and willingness. And so if anybody does have questions, we can direct it to the staff or direct it to Jordan, and I'm sure you'll follow up with a very informative discussion. So recognizing as well that it's lunchtime and the food is prepared. As you know, we are a bit behind. And it's a bit of we now have Minister Miller online, and he's willing to address the Assembly. So if you I guess it can go and get your food and come back, but we'll proceed with Minister Miller. Not 100% sure if there'll be time for questions with that, but Minister Miller, if you'd like to proceed, he's online.
Hi, can everyone hear me, see me?
We can hear you.
Okay, okay, great. I am in one of my kids' bedrooms, so please don't judge the decor too severely. I've been banished here by the rest of my family. I do, and I will acknowledge that I am on the territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Hello to everyone, bonjour, Israel, and at the same time, I do recognize your presence today on Musqueam territory. I want to thank in particular Regional Chief TG, for inviting me to take part in the BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly. It's a pleasure to be here and talk, albeit briefly, about some topics of concern and I can confirm I do have a few minutes for a few questions if people would like to ask me questions. It's nice to see, from what I can see, my perspective, so many chiefs from across BC to gather and discuss the common challenges and advance the rights of interest of your communities. I was there to catch a bit of the commentary on the water legislation. So while that, obviously as the carriage of Minister Haidu was introduced as a result of class action that was resolved in and around safe, secure drinking water. So it is nice to see that moving forward and to see the constructive criticism coming forward. And I'll relay back to Minister Haidu the work that's being done. So we can't have a good piece of legislation without that back and forth. That's clear. Your Assembly's busy agenda does reflect, all the issues that are confronting you as leaders. And if you caught some of the press conference that the special rapporteur, the UN special rapporteur had there, indeed, it encapsulates a good number of these things that will be brought to the fore internationally as the issues. This report and also the final report, after all the feedback is given to me. Only had a 10-day chance to visit only a part of Canada, but it is a good snapshot of really some of the ongoing challenges that we face. All issues clearly deeply rooted in Canada's shameful history and colonial policies that have resulted from it. I'll continue to follow your guidance in particular, and I've really cherished it as we acknowledge and address these hard truths and working together to create a better, more inclusive and frankly accountable country. In all this, the truth must precede any reconciling, and especially in the context as we keep in our hearts and minds the survivors and their families' voices in the front and center of our work, especially in some of the difficult work that a number of your communities, and indeed all, are feeling in and around the searches in former sites of residential schools and the numerous burial sites that are continuing to be uncovered for the rest of Canada to see. Indeed, these schools forcibly separated your children from families, communities, lifestyles, languages, and culture, and that horrific legacy has caused so much loss of Indigenous knowledge, traditions, and identity. Survivors have emphasized this publicly, in private to me as well, in particular the need, expressed in hope, frankly, about Indigenous culture, your cultures and language revitalization as part of a healing process and a closure of wounds that goes to healing that intergenerational trauma that occurs, as particularly expressed in the loss of language and culture, is why I was quite heartened to see, and many of you perhaps caught the news with the time delay a little better yesterday, with the confirmation by the court that the historic settlement that we had achieved, and particularly with the leadership of some West Coast communities in the historical Godfredson Banclass settlement agreement yesterday. And I'm pleased to see that the federal court approved the settlement, which means that following what is a 60-day appeal period, Canada will transfer immediately $2.8 billion into a novel Indigenous-led trust for the participating communities to support work around the revitalization of culture and language. And it really is a tribute to all the advocacy that has been put forward, including Shane Godfredson and others that really is amazing. And I hope to be able to be out there soon to continue the work and continue to highlight that work that is being done. And obviously for your communities, it'll be much more important to see that work on the ground hit the road, or the rubber hit the road, so to speak. It's important that, in the scope of the many settlements that have been achieved, this is really one of the first of its kind, and the first time, I guess, for the lawyers in the room, that Canada is compensating bands as a collective for the loss of language and culture as a result of the residential school system. It's a significant milestone that affirms our commitment to reconciliation by supporting communities determine the best ways to address this loss and the healing that comes with it. All that to say that we can't ignore how much work does lie ahead of us, and many of you that have survived the internet and continue to survive the intergenerational trauma of the residential school system. It's important to acknowledge that there is that long way to go, but Canada and this government is committed to that work. We're also working hard, and this is a continuing conversation, to ensure that related documents are accessible and shared, notably with the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, as we continue to support community-led efforts to locate and identify unmarked burials. We'll also continue to fund your communities directly to lead the research, the knowledge, the gathering, the commemoration, and the memorialization and field investigation work that helps bring your children home. This is difficult work. It is at times not without some very, very difficult conversations and some painful re-traumatization, but it's work that is very important, and you see it when you are able to witness it going forward. And I've had the unique privilege of going around the country and visiting well over 24 former sites over the course of the last 18 months or so. Unfortunately and clearly, as you know, there are challenges and other challenges facing Indigenous communities as well that have been compounded by this. In Canada, everyone deserves to feel safe and have access to culturally secure spaces, and this remains untrue for far too many Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people. Gender-based violence against Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people is a crisis, an ongoing tragedy, and no one should have to fear that their loved ones was taken from them too soon, and no one should have to fear the systemic violence that is endemic. Canada has, in that respect, failed you and needs to do better for the families, for the survivors, and for the communities living with the consequences of this national tragedy and ongoing crisis. It is more crucial than ever that we continue to work together to make the real systemic changes, and as we continue to see the number of deaths caused by racist and gender violence on the rise, particularly coming out of COVID and sometimes as a result. So much work does lie ahead of us, and there's no, as you know well, no easy and quick solution. But that being said, there are numerous organizations, grassroots organizations, that have often done the work over and against the government, that are continuing to do some amazing grassroots work to continue to engage with those partners is key for us, to continue to develop those relationships, which are very new in many respects, is key to addressing this crisis at all levels, and to have it addressed in the way that you and the people working on the ground see fit. In that respect, when it comes to a particular infrastructure envelope that deals with creating safe spaces, that has about $100 million dedicated to it, we received last year an overwhelming amount of applications for cultural safe spaces. A number of them have been announced in BC. This is something that has been well oversubscribed, and we continue to work at other solutions to continue to fund a lot of these applications that have a tremendous amount of merit. We'll continue to bridge those Indigenous housing gaps that are related and connected, and particularly those places that will offer safe spaces for those that are most vulnerable in your communities. And the work that you and your communities are doing to establish these spaces to benefit and protect Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people will last for generations to come. While this work is critical, I won't pretend that this funding fully addresses the systemic causes of the crisis. And to end the crisis in the long term, we'll continue to need to address root causes and not treat the symptoms. Accountability in this respect is key in addressing those root problems, which is why in January I appointed Ms. Jennifer Moore-Rattray, that many of you know as the Minister's Special Representative, to engage with survivors, families, Indigenous women, and 2S LGBTQI plus people and organizations to ensure that Indigenous perspectives are included in every step of the way, and frankly, in every step in identifying an ombudsperson to oversee the calls to justice in the final report to murder missing Indigenous women and girls. That appointment reaffirms our commitment to working alongside your leadership and your communities to end the crisis and to find the solutions that support both healing and accountability and justice. To this end, this is something that all levels of our government need to continue to do, to work together to implement the National Action Plan, including the federal pathway that is part of that, to achieve the transformational need. I want to acknowledge as well the work that AFN and the AFN's Women's Council and BCAFN have been doing to take action to address this crisis, including the ongoing work on the First Nations National Action Plan and advocacy for survivors and families to tell their stories and be heard across the country. And I can assure you that Canada will be unwavering allies in supporting this path to healing and justice. We're also making headway on important governance issues essential to your self-determination, such as advancing the resolution of outstanding historic grievances and achieving long-term reconciliation goal. Last year, my department entered into a joint partnership with the AFN to reform the specific claims process and create an external regulation center to accelerate the resolution of specific claims and reinforce confidence in the system. Concurrently, we've made proposed revisions to the current process to address your concerns, to do away with things like the Colonial Indian Act surrenders as part of the process. And working on that more efficient process that is far from complete has led to the settlement last year, a record year of 55 specific claims for an amount of more than $2.4 billion. And I do hope that this year will, again, not that money quantifies absolutely everything, but I do look forward to this year being, again, another record year. As well, and I think near and dear to your minds is the implementation on the recognition and rights policy and for treaty negotiations in British Columbia, in particular with the First Nations Summit and the province of BC. These policies in particular are breathing life into Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy that was released earlier this year. And this policy addresses the concerns over the inefficiencies and lack of understanding, frustrations that have been raised for Indigenous partners over the years. And Canada has not always been that good partner, but this new policy does reaffirm our commitment to live up to the spirit and intent of the treaties. It's designed to motivate change within the federal system at both an individual and a systemic level. The new policy is the result of a collaborative development process with leaders from the Land Claims Agreement Coalition and the Inuit Crown Partnership Corporation. And it will support the full, effective, and timely implementation of all modern treaties in Canada. Modern treaties protect constitutional rights. They aren't for everyone, I'll acknowledge, but they do provide clarity with respect to land rights, ownership, resource management, and offer that predictability that often is the source and genesis of that negotiation process and basis for a new relationship. This policy is a positive step, but we also need to respect, I'm sure as you'll highlight or have done so previously to me, and respect other agreements that are already in place, like self-government agreements or the relationships that govern us in the way that you choose. To that end, we need to ensure that our laws and policies and programs are consistent with Canada's commitments under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And work to that end is being led by Justice Canada to develop an action plan is underway to measure and to align the federal laws and policies with the declaration. This work is arduous, it is hard, it is difficult, it needs to be difficult, and it needs to be ambitious. And more important, it absolutely needs your participation in it, or else it will be a failed process. we'll continue to work with you on that to put forward an action plan aiming towards June. This is something that is crucial. It's crucial to making sure that that declaration doesn't sit as a law with no effect, but really is something that has teeth and can actually be used and shake, in fact, the foundations of our system and our form of governance as we see it today. I do understand that earlier, just a few minutes ago, Chiefs and Assembly endorsed via resolution that a process to co-develop First Nations climate leadership agenda in British Columbia. That's key, and I just wanted to highlight all the work that has been done by you, and that is something that I think is important for Canada, and it'll be good to continue going on that path. And I know that Minister Guilbeault and through Parliamentary Secretary DeBruce emphasized our continuing commitment to renewing our relationship with you in the co-development of this. Over the coming years, I really look forward to discussing your vision of climate leadership. It does not necessarily have to be limited to discussion with one minister in particular. Obviously, these issues do interconnect at times and are part of very fluid conversations that we have, sometimes formally and sometimes casually. So this is work that needs to be communicated to all ministers and not limited to Minister Guilbeault. So something that I'll be eager to engage with you directly, as well as whoever else you choose. I'll leave my preliminary my words at that for the day, and look forward to the limited time that I do have left to take a few questions and answer them to the best of my ability. But I do want to thank you for this opportunity, and hope to see a number of you in person quite soon. Aichka, thank you et merci.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for taking the time. We're going to go to one question because we have some challenges. We, out of respect for the policing and justice people that we asked to come back today at 12:30, also the hard start for children and family that must start at 1 o'clock. We also have lunch. Please go and get lunch while you're waiting, but I will go to microphone 9 and your question to the Minister.
Well, I feel pretty guilty. Thanks for your presentation, Chief Daryl Draney from Skeetiston. There's so many things that that we need to have a chat about and have a sit down with you. But I guess one that is really burning with me is that specific claims process. Every one of us in here have claims that are decades old, and they need to be taken care of. I see that they've changed things around in that system, and I sat with Stefan Matation and looked at that. I still see lots of other walls that are up in that process that could come down. One of the biggest walls that we're running into, and a lot of our people are running into, is land acquisitions. And every time we bring that up, it's a flat out, straight up no. And we need to get around that to settle some of these things that came against our people, not because of it wasn't our fault. It was strictly Canada that made these mistakes or did things wrongly. But anyway, I'll just leave it there. I'd really like to bring some of those walls down in a specific claims process.
Yeah, I know, Chief Draney, that Cookby rather, a lot of the times when we can have some really, really difficult conversations with each other, and I think you wounded me deeply in your criticism of the Montreal Canadiens last time we talked. I think your preference was the Boston Bruins, and I'm still a wounded minister from that scathing criticism when I last saw you on your territory. But I guess to break to more serious points, that on the filing process, and it's something that my team and I are on. I think I tried to get to the bottom of it. I'm still not at the bottom of it. I guess the point is this, without getting into, I've never been in a position, and that's absolute, you know, I've never seen how a claim is actually filed and the work that goes into it, and never experienced it personally, but I've asked my team to look into how this is done. There have been some modifications, a more formalization of an informal process that was connected to the Privacy Act in changing the system of initially getting filings underway. And the intention was actually to streamline things. And my understanding, the way it worked in the past, is that the information that's currently being required was stuff that was being required. It just wasn't done in a more formal process. So, you know, the objective in this, especially at the initial stage where funds are scarce, you shouldn't be in a position that is worse off than you were, you know, a week ago. And it looks like some of the reforms to the system have been done in a way that have put an additional burden that would have existed at a later stage at the front end. And that's not right. And if it's not working for you, we'll get to the bottom of it. And I'm glad you spoke to Stefan on that, because our teams are following up with that and seeing the best way to actually get to something that is streamlined, smarter, faster, and less cost intensive. There are a number, and so that is part of the package that's a specific issue, and I wanted to address that quite clearly because it's been brought to my attention by the national chief, but also by others, and it was absolute news to me. So we've tried to get to the bottom of that, and I still don't have the entirety of the answers, but I guess what I wanted to say is that I'm on it. The second point, in and around the reform of the specific claims process, is underway. There is a particular group at AFN that is doing it at last from memory, and I am working from memory. I believe there are a number of people that you know well, including Cookby Wilson, that was on it, and Regional Chief Prosper from the Maritimes. But that's sort of an open slate, and you know there is 150 million legislated cap on that, and that would need a piece of legislation to reform. But we know that it is an arbitrary number that is aging, especially in a context of inflation. In the interim, though, I have taken a number of steps internally, kind of the streamline the Treasury Board process that allows me a little more discretion as to it shouldn't affect. It should actually accelerate the number of claims that can be approved, because it doesn't have to go through an internal process of government that is archaic and is unnecessary. So the reason we have that many specific claims that have been settled over the last years is due in large part to the streamlining of that process that only started actually in August. So hopefully that continues throughout the year. But there is, I guess my point is there is work being done to actually open that up and to make it more compliant with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So that is a bit of a bright light at the end of the tunnel, but there is still a chunk of a tunnel to navigate. But it is being done and led entirely by your working groups. So I look forward to any of those updates. That was launched earlier this year, I believe. I think we're in March, but so 4 months ago. So it should have some results in the next few months.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question, acknowledging, of course, there's a question also online, and there were further questions in the room. But due to our schedule and our timing, I appreciate you attending at the last minute. Thank you for that. For those of you that still have questions, you can reach out to the Minister's staff. They have provided Sarah with the email details. So if you'd like to know, you can come up and talk to Sarah, and she can provide you with the email, and you can ask your questions then. And we have the policing and justice update that's scheduled. We will begin that at 12:30, noting, of course, that we also have Resolution 4 and Resolution 5 to do before 1 p.m. Food is at the back. Please take your time, grab some food, come back, and we will move this agenda forward and get through the work that we need to do today. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, as indicated, we've got the policing and justice update up front here. So if we can still eat our food and be mindful of our conversations while we hear from the policing and justice update. Thank you. Microphone 2.
Gail Kessler. My name is Klakwa Gail. I come from the House of Tsisat Muchlet territory. I just want to acknowledge the Musqueam people for allowing us to do our work here and acknowledge our elders for opening us up this morning. It's always an honor to listen to you speak and sing your songs, and it's a blessing. My name is Chief Jerry Jack, and I sit on the National Assembly of First Nations Policing and Justice Task Force representing British Columbia, along with my friend Chief Nelson. The AFN Policing Task Force, which is co-chaired by Regional Chief TG and Regional Chief Ghislain Picard from Quebec. I will begin by providing an overview of where we are at the Policing Task Force and turn it over to my colleague Chief Nelson to go through the strategy paper that has been prepared by BCAFN Legal Counsel Guide Negotiations to the Federal Level. As you may know, in December 2021, Minister of Public Safety mandated to continue to work with First Nations partners to co-develop legislative framework for First Nations policing with the support of the Minister of Indigenous Services and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. They have signed the desire to table a bill by June 2023 in alignment with the resolutions the AFN staff and Policing Task Force have been given the Public Safety Canada developing principles to the ground and co-develop legislation. A key principle we are working to have included is the recognition of First Nations sovereignty and jurisdiction over policing. Resolutions from the chiefs at the regional and national level have been clear that tinkering around the edges of First Nations policing program is not enough. At the moment, we are currently working to ensure the PSC's mandate include jurisdiction, as there have been some challenges on this front we are working through. In the meantime, the BCAFN legal counsel and staff supporting this portfolio have developed a strategy paper that First Nations may wish to advance in negotiations regarding the legislation, as well as a question for consideration. The intention of this paper was to put forward concrete recommendations for legislation that would help put into practice the many recommendations that exist regarding First Nations policing. Some of the resources we drew from are listed on the slide. And before I turn it over to Chief Nelson, just a little bit about myself. I spent 21 years of my life policing. I spent 17 years with the RCMP and 4 years tribal police in Washington State. And there was trouble with CTAs back then, and there still is today. You know, I hear stories of people that I talk to, and it's really sad. But I just want Regional Chief TG to know it's an honor to be chosen by you to sit on this task force and work for our people, because policing is very important to me. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Nelson. Kleco.
Good day. Inshash Cook Bishkalumuk, Political Chief Lewa Nation. I too acknowledge the lands that were doing the work today, and I acknowledge our elders for doing the protocols. I currently sit on our Statliam Tribal Police Board and also a rep from the National Police Task Force. And I just want to give a basic introduction to the Tribal Police Service at Estalium evolved from a security program implemented by the Lillooet Band Council in 1986 to becoming the only self-administered First Nations police service in British Columbia today. And there is a lot more, but we don't have that time, so that is on the website, the Estalium Tribal Police. But I just wanted to, we have 19 recommendations, but I just wanted to read out a few because there is the underlying importance of, that these recommendations point to, and it's through the First Nations Police Service legislation. The federal government must commit to the recognition and implementation of the First Nations jurisdiction over policing in a manner consistent with the UN Declaration, First Nations Inherent Title and Rights, the Treaty and Aboriginal Rights of Aboriginal Peoples, and the Constitution Act 1982. Also, through the FNPSL, the federal government affirms that First Nations and First Nations police services are not subject to provincial policing legislation and standards, and instead sets out a federal framework for recognizing First Nations jurisdiction over policing equal to that of the provinces, while leaving open the possibility that First Nations could opt in to provincial legislation and standards. And the last recommendation, through the First Nations Police Legislation Service, policing should move away from the program funding to be treated as an essential service. With the associated outcome, the First Nations are guaranteed sustainable, adequate funding to have police services serve their community in alignment with self-determination and established standards. And there is there's 16 other recommendations, but they all move to the very same important legislation. Currently, I'll just put a bit more information. Currently, there are 11 officers, including a chief officer and 2 sergeants, that cover 22,000 square kilometers within the Estalium Nation. And we did put out a information paper that came from the Chief, Estalium Chief Dos Cody, reiterating the dire need to legislate as an essential service. The Estalium Tribal Police remain a program, and as we all know, programs are not meant to be sustainable, but with the ongoing hard work of the Estalium Tribal Police staff and board members, it continues to flourish and advance. And again, the key and the most needed action is for the Estalium Tribal Police to be legislated as an essential service. And as it sits now, the Tribal Police are still a program and continues to be funded as such. And in closing, thank you for listening to our presentation today. And we look forward to further discussions and working with regional partners like the First Nations Leadership Council and the BC First Nations Justice Council on carrying this work forward. And I thank you for your time today and really moving towards legislating as an essential service. Thank you.
Okay, White Haskell Halti Peace Noxel, and Chai Squeeze, Squako Tipilat, East Testastet. I'm Rosalie Yazzie. I'm the acting chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council, as well as the BCAFN rep to the First Nations Justice Council. I recognize and acknowledge that we're meeting today in beautiful and unceded Musqueam territory. and this beautiful community hall. I always enjoy coming here. So I would like just to acknowledge our elders for opening us up in a good way, observing those protocols, which is the fundamental, respect that we need to acknowledge when we are going to work on upholding our own laws and legal orders. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Lim Limt. I'm here today in seeking a resolution from the Chiefs and Assembly here. We have presented both at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as well as the First Nations Summit, and it's with regards to the expansion plan of Indigenous Justice Centres. Oh, this isn't it. Oh, okay. Let's find it. So just a little bit of the background while I'm trying to find this PowerPoint presentation is that the BC First Nations Justice Council has been, essentially established since about 2016, and about 2019 or so, we started working. Oh, okay. Well, let's see how well I know my materials without my paper copy in front of me. So let's freestyle here. Okay, so anyways, a little bit about the background of the First Nations Justice Council. Of course, our council was created by appointments from the 3 PTOs, and we've been working since about 2019 or so. We started engaging with First Nations leadership as well as communities, and we held our first Justice Forum to discuss the development and seek the priorities from First Nations leadership with respect to the development of a justice strategy. In that justice strategy, there are 43 43 lines of action, and I think 25 different areas. And so I just wanted to just highlight that it's been a lot of work, and we're incredibly proud of the work that we've accomplished to date. Part of that strategy included the development and establishment of 15 Indigenous Justice Centres, 3 of which have been opened up. The first 3 are located in Merritt, Prince George, and Prince Rupert. As well, during the rise of the pandemic, we also responded with the establishment of a virtual Indigenous Justice Centre. In part, we decided to pursue the development of our VIJC, the virtual centre, because not only was the pandemic affecting the ability to access legal services, but also, we found that it made a lot of sense for us to establish that just to address some of the more remote communities who always, have a challenge trying to get access to services, particularly if you're in a remote community that requires travel to get to where you need to be. So during that time, we established the VIJC, and now in October of last year, actually the very first announcement made by now Premier Eby, he actually announced a significant funding commitment to establish 10 additional IJCs within the next 2 years, 5 of which will be opened up this year and then 5 next year. The initial locations for the first IJCs will be Chilliwack, Vancouver, Surrey, Victoria, and Nanaimo, and Kelowna. So we have quite a bit of work set out for us, but recognizing that with the current provincial government and the fact that this funding is, time limited, we wanted to ensure that we came to the 3 PTOs to let you know in terms of our plans to pick up that rapid expansion for the IJCs. So in part of the more urban centers, they are in alignment with the province's plans under the Safer Communities Act, and that's how we were able to, establish the funding for that and move forward with the plans for the IJCs. The next IJCs as well, the 5 after, and we recognize that 15 may not be enough to serve the entirety of First Nations in British Columbia, and of course we will be advocating based upon the needs and interests of First Nations leadership, is we will be seeking, interests from different nations or communities, as well as taking a look at some of the criteria, such as, for instance, if there is, I'll take, for instance, Nanaimo, if the number of cases that are being heard, whether there's existing infrastructure, whether there's a First Nations court. In some of our IJCs, we've been able to work with justice societies that have already been established and, working well within the local region. So with having said that, I think that is going to kind of wrap up everything. Just a quick report out. We did host our second Justice Forum this week. So I'm just so proud of the work that our staff and our council have made in terms of, being able to advance some of the really important work that all First Nations leadership in British Columbia have mandated us with. So with that, I will leave that, and thank you for your time. Lim Lim.
Thank you. Good job, even though you didn't have your notes. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. So as you know, there are two resolutions. I'm going to ask that you stay here just in case there are some questions. Resolution 4, support for the recommendations and principles of the Federal First Nations Police Services Legislation Strategy Paper. There are currently no mover. There is not a mover or a seconder. Is there anyone in the hall to move? Thank you. Microphone 26. State your.
My name is Chief Linda Price, Algatra First Nation. I so move. Thank you.
A seconder? Yes. Microphone 19, please state your name.
Chief Daryl Bob, Chachlip.
Thank you. We'll move to discussion. Online? No? Okay. Chief Price, microphone 26.
Thank you.
The resolution in. Sorry, pardon me. Thank you for putting that up on the screen. Therefore, be it resolved that number one, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call for the federal legislation that recognizes First Nations policing as an essential service and First Nations jurisdiction over policing. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support the recommendation and draft principles of the Federal First Nations Police Services Legislation Strategy Paper and call for the Regional Chief and the BC representatives on the AFN Policing Task Force to advance its use in the negotiation and co-development of the Federal First Nations Police Services legislation. And number 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to work with the Assembly of First Nations Leadership Council, and BC First Nations Justice Council, and like-minded organizations to ensure that the recommendations and the principles of the Federal First Nations Police Services Legislation Strategy Paper are integrated into the matters of justice and policing transformation and inform federal commitments to establish First Nations policing as an essential service. Now we will go to microphone 26.
Thank you. Chief Linda Price from Algatra First Nation. I speak in support of the resolution because I've heard time and time again at these assemblies about how difficult it is for people to address issues in the local communities. And I know we experience the same thing when we're dealing with the local RCMP detachments. Many times we have things that arise, and the first thing they say, we don't have jurisdiction. And so I am really in support of the work that the BC Justice Council have done to complete this, and I just lift my hands to you all. And thank you so much for the many hours that you put in, to do this for us and on our behalf. Just want to say that the work doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm hoping that as time progresses and the legislation is in place, we'll be able to work more closely with the local RCMP detachments, because again, it's so frustrating. Just last week, for instance, we were dealing with some issues, and we have our bylaws, but they say, well, we'll stand by and watch you implement your bylaws, but I'm sorry, but we can't help because we don't have jurisdiction. So I think at the end of the day, it's all about working together for safety of our communities. And that's what we want to do, is we want to protect our communities as well as be in control, I guess, with our own policing. I think that's the main objective. Thank you, Chanalia.
Thank you. Microphone 19, Chief Bob.
First and foremost, I want to humbly apologize, and sometimes we need to take that approach of, and especially when we do wrong. And I want to start by apologizing. Yesterday, I never recognized the nation, the communities, the elders, the speakers of this house, this land. So I put my apology forward right now, and I actually thought about it last night, and I said, shucks, I forgot to say this, so I thought about it today. But I support the resolution, first and foremost, for the number one reason. My sister is the chief of police in the St'át'imc Tribal Police Force. I worry about her every day when she's out there doing her work. And for the many years I heard her curse up and down about it being a program, and really, really worried about our officers insofar as it being an essential service, because they're not eligible for pensions. They have to, take every shortcut to make ends meet as a policing service. That's just wrong. Being a chief previous, we heard the board of directors talk to the chiefs about one investigation can use up the whole budget. So things like that are really important for our people. And I talked with my sister last night about this resolution going forward, and she was happy. So I took the opportunity to be part of this discussion, and to also to mention what my sister's message was to invite you up, Cookby Terry and the team, to look at the St'át'imc Tribal Police and learn the lessons of the things that aren't working as you move forward. I think that's a critical part. So that's an invitation to the leadership and the justice. You probably know, but I think it would be an honor to have that happen, because she reaches out to a lot of people. So I support the resolution, I support the work, and I humbly apologize to my mistakes, in a good way. Again, the message from my sister Chief Didi Das Cody of the St'át'imc Tribal Police has passed me a message to invite Terry up to say hi. And I think it would be an absolute honor for her to have that happen. That's an open invitation from my sister, not from the Chief of Police. All my relations.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. We will go to microphone 9.
I too have to apologize. I'd like to thank my brothers and sisters who led us into this house, and they're cooks. What amazing. Let's hear it for the cooks. Thank you for that meal. We always have to be thankful. I'll be very, very quick. I was wondering, where can I see this First Nations police service legislation strategy paper? That's it.
Okay. The strategy paper is online in the kit, and it'll be put in the chat. So this will be the last person, Chief Doug Thomas, online.
Yes, thank you very much. I speak in support of this resolution. I think it's a very good initiative to be part of the solution. when we speak of systemic racism, because there's still issues with RCMP. As much work has been done with our council and a few of the RCMP. I noticed changes, and it's slow, but there's still needs to be there's still a lot of work to be done. We had a call when I was on council, and the policeman was very he seemed to belittle me until he found out I was a member of council, and all of a sudden his demeanor changed. But my point is, we shouldn't have to be, a chief or councillor before we're treated with respect as First Nations. So it's very good to see something like this that we're working together to hopefully overcome, one of the systemic issues around, our people being treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with the mover and seconder, we'll proceed to voting. Any question? Yeah. Okay. So those in favor? Oh, yeah, you're up here. Done. Objections? No. Abstentions? We have a need for a clarification, Chief Scotchman Online, of what your vote was.
It was for in favor. My finger double clicked on the mouse.
Thank you. Thank you. We still haven't mastered these Zoom technologies. Thank you for that. So Resolution 4, support for the recommendations and principles of the Federal First Nations Police Services Legislation Strategy paper has passed. We have Resolution 5, the support for the Indigenous Justice Center expansion plan. This one we have Chief Jerry Jack has moved, and we need a seconder. Thank you. Microphone 9 or 10, please state your name.
Chief Proxy Annie Silver on behalf of Chiam First Nation and Chief Andrew Victor.
Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly supports the BC First Nations Justice Plan for opening 10 Indigenous Justice Centres in the next 2 years to meet the needs of First Nations peoples in British Columbia. And the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on the BCAFN Executive to seek other organizations who have a shared interest in working with the BC First Nations Justice Council to work collaboratively and to develop a business plan for hosting an IJC Indigenous Justice Centre within their traditional territories. Jerry, the microphone 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. This is a really important initiative. So many of our people are lost out there and they have nowhere to go. They have no to speak to about somebody if they get in trouble, and it's really sad. When I was policing, I saw a lot of it. They had the offenders, be it light or very harsh, they didn't have any counsel to seek, and I really support this initiative, and I'm really happy for what's going on with the Justice Council, and I support this 100%. Clicko.
Thank you. Microphone 10.
Aiswail, Swaswat Tulsqui. I just want to apologize. I want to acknowledge the elders and the knowledge keepers that opened us up this morning. I want to thank the Musqueam Nation for hosting us and feeding us a wonderful meal. Chiam First Nation supports this resolution because the justice initiatives in our communities is facing a crisis, and having engagements with police have never been that easy. And like our respected chief said, as soon as you say you're on a member of council, then they treat you with respect. But if you're not, then our members face, the discrimination at the hands of the officers. So we do support it 100%.
Thank you. Discussion? Nope. Anyone online? Nope. Okay. So microphone 16.
Thank you.
Again, Wamichikan Watts elected Chief Councillor Sishot. Thank you again as well to the cooks. We'll make sure we go back home and tell our people how well we are fed here in Musqueam territory and the amount of respect we've shown. First, thanks to the Justice Council for all of your work. It's hard to believe. I remember visiting all three organizations, getting resolutions passed to create the organization and to see where it's come before. Now, thanks to the whole council for all of your work and the Premier for stepping up and really funding this important work. I do have a quick question about the Justice Centres and further expansion into other areas, because I have been asked why isn't there one in Port Alberni as a hub for New Charmouth people. A huge portion of the population in the city of Port Alberni is one. Again, I know the other areas will be served. Just curious on future expansion into other cities. I guess you got to see how well these 10 roll out in communities first, but just wondering if there's some type of plan, for future Justice Centres and throughout the province. But again, I want to congratulate you all. It's amazing to see a council come together and do so much in such a short amount of time. And once again, congratulations, and from all of us in Sishot.
Thank you. Microphone 2, Rosalie.
Yeah, so with respect to that, thank you so much for that comment and feedback. There will be, as the resolution says, we will be seeking, interest from other organizations as well as leadership in terms of the next 5. Of course, they haven't been established yet. It is going to be based on need as well as local First Nations support, for an opening of an IJC. Of course, the proposal that we initially developed was for 15 IJCs over 5 years. We are now doing 10 IJCs over 2 years, and then we will be looking for further expansion at that time based upon the need and the interests, of course, from different areas within the province. Hopefully that answers a little bit of your information. I'd be happy to follow up with staff to provide you more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalie. That's quite a task. So seeing no more discussion, I will end the discussion and seconder question? Yep. Okay, so we'll move to vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? Good. Any abstentions? Looks like it's good. Right, okay. So Resolution 5, support for Indigenous Justice Centre expansion has passed. Thank you for coming, and thank you again for your flexibility in moving it to today, even though I know you came yesterday as well. So I really appreciate that. So we also have now Regional Chief would like to make a comment, and then we'll move on to the children and family.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge Chief Dean Nelson and Chief Jerry Jack for sitting on this task group, and also Rosalie as on the BC First Nations Justice Council, BCAFN. We have Corey, who also is a part of the board at BC Justice Council, and Boyd, who sits there as well, Boyd Peters, and I believe Chief Marilyn Slett.
Chief Lydia Whitson.
Chief Lydia Whitson, Judith Sayers, who sit on the BC Justice Council. Recently, there's been an announcement in the investigation of the conduct of the RCMP in Prince George, and the Attorney General saw it necessary to have an outside organization investigate the conduct of RCMP officers in the 90s and the 2000s. And this was born out of a case of when there was the only sitting judge in Canadian history that was charged with harassment and with the exploitation of Indigenous women and girls. He was charged and sent to prison. But there was much more to the story than that involved RCMP officers, so that's being investigated. It's not only those cases, but what had happened when these complaints came forward. And the Alberta Serious Incident Response Team has been appointed. It is civilian-led, but I suppose I'm cautiously optimistic, but I don't know enough in terms of, they're known as ACERT's history. I know they've investigated outside of Alberta, cases in Norway House and elsewhere. But I think if it's going to be civilian-led, there needs to be involvement of First Nations in the actual review of the conduct of what had happened in those cases in Prince George. And more recently, 5 officers have been charged, 2 with manslaughter and 3 with obstruction of justice in the case of Dale Culver, Wet'suwet'en Gitsanman, who died in custody in August of 2017. I believe I was still tribal chief, and I was supporting the family and helping them out in Prince George. The court case is going ahead in Prince George, and on March 14th, there will be a press conference. I'm supporting the family on March 13th in Prince George at the House of Ancestors in Lheidli territory, and really supporting his children. He had an older daughter and 2 young other children, and the extended family in Wet'suwet'en and Gitsan territory. So some serious matters that are happening in Prince George, where I live in Lheidli territory, and but it's nothing that is different than what had happened in other areas. You know, the Frank Paul case here in Vancouver, that report that came out, Jared Loudness in Campbell River, the Wet'suwet'en man who was shot, and also Chantel Moore, who was shot 5 times in New Brunswick, Talokiyat First Nations Indigenous women, and other cases in Winnipeg. We know of many more cases in Winnipeg. And the whole story in the last couple of decades in Thunder Bay, and the lack of investigations and the deaths of many Indigenous youth in Thunder Bay. So, you know, the cases in Prince George is certainly there's a spotlight there, but there's many other cases in and around Canada and also British Columbia that we need to be highlighting, so we can make systemic changes. And part of it is the discussion we're having at our task group in terms of policing, and also what we've done here at supporting the BC First Nations Justice Council. It's the only strategy in Canada from BC, and I'm really I'm putting it out there to other regions to perhaps replicate it or use whatever our lessons learned to support them in the justice that they are seeking. So also my hands up to Jocelyn Picard, who had this file a lot longer than I have, and certainly support him and the many issues that happen in Quebec, including Joyce Ushkeshawan. We've all seen it on social media when she died in the hospital. And we all know the racism that we experience in not only policing and institutions, but also health institutions. So just wanted to give you a few notes about what's going on in and around British Columbia, but also elsewhere in Canada, and thank all the work that not just Chief Jerry, Jack, and Dean. One of the most functional task groups I've ever seen out of the AFN, because everybody shows up, and there's a lot of experience about a lot of chiefs of police that are leading their own First Nations police force, and those that have been in the police force, whether it's RCMP or elsewhere. So similar to Chief Jerry Jack's experience. So thank you. Let's see.
Thank you. He's got a gift for you guys over there. All right, thank you. So our next session is Children and Family, and those of you that are in the room, please come up to the front, and we will proceed. And I believe we have Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse on Zoom. Thank you. Thank you. So we have Cindy online. We will begin with Stuart, and then Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse, Cindy Blackstock, and then Mary T.G. So to begin, we will begin with microphone number 1. Thank you.
Should be the regional chief first.
Pardon?
Should be the regional chief first.
I was told to do you first. But if that's what you would like, Regional Chief first. Okay, so we'll go online first, and then we'll go to microphone number 1.
Well, good afternoon. I hope everybody can hear me, and I hope my condolences to the family of the. I just heard a little part of the last part of your justice discussion, and unfortunately, that happens too much in all of our regions. And like Regional Chief TG had said here in Manitoba as well. I'm coming to you live from Treaty 1 territory here in Manitoba, and it's a little cold today, so I really wish I could have been in sunny and beautiful British Columbia today and in the territory there. So I want to thank the elders for the opening prayer this morning, and the elders for praying for us every day. I know that their prayers go a long way, and many of our discussions that we have day to day. Corey, it's nice to see you again. I've just seen you briefly there, but it's so nice to see you. I've seen Cindy Blackstock and Mary, and such a pleasure, trying to work through some really some tough issues on child welfare, and to try and get us to the other side of this. That I was just telling, I'm here at a conference here in Winnipeg with many of our First Nations, and we were just talking about how it's always been about our kids. And it's always, from residential schools and day schools and the 60s scoop, and now the child welfare system, how hard it has been on our families. But again, I guess my name is, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Cindy Woodhouse. I'm from Treaty 2 territory here in Manitoba. I'm the regional chief here, and I'm the portfolio holder for child welfare. And so, as you know, I'll be very brief, and then Stuart's in the room, and he'll take over after I speak. And I want to thank you, Stuart, and Stephanie, and our entire team that are trying their best every single day. Again, they didn't have Christmas again because they were working to try and find a path forward. And I want to thank the chiefs for coming together in a good way in December. And mandating the Assembly of First Nations to continue to work on compensation and on long-term reform. So I'll be brief, and then I'm going to leave it to Stuart and Stuart and I think Stephanie, if Stephanie's on the line. But Chiefs, back in December, we know that the Chiefs expressed their support for victims and survivors of Canada's willful and reckless discrimination under the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle. And they gave us clear instructions to the negotiating teams to ensure that the final settlement agreement on compensation reflects the priorities of First Nations. Chiefs also mandated the AFN and the parties to continue negotiations in partnership and in good faith towards reaching a final settlement agreement on long-term reform that reflects the needs and priorities of First Nations. The Chiefs also reiterated that First Nations in Assembly must approve the FSA on long-term reform, which we are committed to doing. So it's clear that the Chiefs are ready to see these agreements finalized and to be able to get compensation in the hands of victims and survivors, and to have long-term reforms in place to ensure that discrimination against our children and families does not reoccur. We are continuing to our work on the negotiation tables to get these agreements finalized for our children, families, and communities. We are also in regular contact with ministers, trying to get the best deal for our kids. And we'll continue to do that. I'll continue to speak to the ministers, and I want to thank your regional chief, who's been very supportive. I know that when I call him last minute, he's ready and available to try and move forward with all this big decision that's in front of each and every one of us, to try and change a system and make it so it's not. So I know for sure here in Manitoba, there's 11,000 kids in care, and unfortunately 10,000 of them are First Nations kids, and it's just, and yet we're such a small segment of the Manitoba population, and I'm sure this is true right across the country, where there's too many of our kids in care. and that we have to try and get to a place where our families come together once again. And I think, in making sure that, yes, we've now worked really hard together. I want to uplift Cindy Blackstock as well for helping me on this. And, and I know that she also as well pushes ministers, and we're there pushing ministers, and we're trying to make sure that there's enough money on the table, but also I think to make sure that we're moving it along as quickly as possible in a respectful way and in a good way. And I know that, but at the same time, it is on my heart, and I have to say this from me that, I worry a little bit about if we take too long, if there's a change in government and we lose the money that's on the table. And I know that it's going to be a long time if we go back to court again. But at the same time, I think that, in talking to people behind the scenes saying we have to try and get this done, I'm really looking for tight timelines and making sure that we get this out to our communities so that infrastructure could be built, so that this broken system we could try and change it. I know that, and to make sure that our agencies and especially that our First Nations have support to try and change the systems that are not working within many of our communities. Here in my region for sure. I know it's really tough. You see the brokenness that happens, and you see it's like a never-ending revolving door, and it's frustrating to see. And so, we want to see this finalized. We want to see timelines attached to this quickly, and making sure that if there is a change in government, that they don't push us aside again, and that we don't push $43 billion away. And I know that money is not going to change everything in the history that we have been through, but I really think that it could do some good to try and change a system and to try and help bring our families back together once again. And I just want to commend all the good work of everybody across the country in trying to get there. And I think that by working together and negotiating in a really good way, that we are going to get there. And I really think that we can have real good timelines this year, and tighter timelines, and we can get there. And so I know I leave that to our chiefs. Please call me at any time when you do want to talk about this. I know it's tough to talk about it when it's being recorded, and we're always non-disclosure, but I'll always be here if you need to speak about it more in depth. And I know Stuart's here from the Assembly of First Nations, and so I just want to see that. So I'm going to turn it over to Stuart now to give you an update on the status of our negotiations and where we're at. But I know that I know you may have a lot of questions, and so Stuart will be on there. But thank you for the kind invitation today to speak. And I look forward to seeing you in April, and then of course again in July at the next Special Chiefs Assembly in April, and then our annual assembly in July. So thank you so much for listening to me today. Thank you. Take care.
Cindy, thanks. Good to see you again as well. Now we'll move to the speakers at the front, and we'll go from microphone 1 and then microphone 2.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Stuart Watke. I'm a General Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations from Treaty 5, Garden Hill First Nation. I'll begin by speaking about compensation. As you're aware, the Assembly of First Nations and the Musqueam class action appeared before the tribunal last year to seek the endorsement of a settlement agreement we negotiated with Canada. At that time, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal did not endorse the final settlement agreement. They found it to be deficient in 4 areas. So basically, we went back to the table to see how we can enhance the agreement with the support of the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society. We were able to approach Canada with modifications to that agreement, and we're still working on it. But we are hopeful that in the near future that we will come up with a comprehensive package to pay compensation to those individuals who desperately deserve it as a result of Canada's ongoing discrimination. So we're hopeful that in the near future we'll have a more positive announcement that we can make. At this point, we're still in negotiations, but we are more optimistic about moving forward on this than we have been in the past. So that's pretty much where we are in compensation. With respect to long-term reform, this is something that we would be we're continuing to work on. It's taking a bit longer than compensation. Obviously, the issues with respect to program reforms are more complicated than compensation, and we are negotiating a suite of reforms that will address the discriminatory practices of the federal government in the past. As you are aware, both the Caring Society and the Assembly of First Nations initiated the complaint back in 2007. In 2016, the tribunal found in our favor and ruled that Canada was discriminating against First Nations children and families in the provision of child and family services, as well as Jordan's principle. Since then, we have engaged in a number of compliance motions, and really we brought Canada to a point where they became a willing partner in negotiations. And since that date, we have been negotiating a number of reforms, and very positive reforms with respect to the program. We have received some assistance with respect to doing new funding models, seeing what the funding models should look like, adequate funding levels from the IFSD, the Institute of Sustainable Development and Democracy, or Fiscal Studies in Democracy. And so they basically provide us with a lot of the evidence that we require with respect to moving forward. So where we are in negotiations, I can't get into too much detail with respect to it, because again, this is all under settlement discussions. The settlement privilege applies, so we can't really describe the positions of the various parties. But the file is moving forward, and there are a number of reforms that we are looking at. First of all, prevention being one of them. In the old funding model, really the discriminatory aspect was the perverse incentive that was built into the system. Essentially, a child welfare agency could not provide a service to a child or a family unless they apprehended the child. There was absolutely no room in many areas for offering least disruptive measures or prevention type services to keep the child in the home. So prevention services is something that is going to be part of the reform package. We've worked on looking at what the appropriate funding levels are. And again, this is information that we're getting from the various experts that we engaged. Also involved in that, of course, would be other services such as post-majority care services. These are services that would be made available to young adults upon transitioning from being in care, so that they have the supports they require. Much like orphanages in the past, once a young person turned 18, 19 years old, depending which jurisdiction they lived in, basically they were told, you're an adult now, good luck with your life, and they were sort of kicked to the curb. Many of these young adults didn't have the necessary supports that they required, much like other children or young adults who get various supports from parents, from relatives, from their communities. So really these programs are meant to ensure that various services will continue for these young adults, and that they won't be left to their own devices upon reaching the age of majority. There are also other enhancements we're looking at with respect to the program regarding capital, housing, and other aspects. But really, the suite of reforms we feel will be enough to end the discrimination, and we're trying to discuss measures to ensure that that discrimination does not occur in the future. And that's primarily the task that the tribunal is seized of right now with respect to the First Nation Child and Family Services Program. That right now, the discrimination pretty much has ended because Canada is paying on actuals with respect to the services that are provided. But we want to ensure that once a new funding model comes into place, that the discriminatory practices, some of the perverse incentives do not reappear again. And really the hope of the AFN is to ensure that children do reach their full potential. There's no reason why children should be removed from their parents because of poverty-related reasons. And that was one of the elements that we found in the main hearing before the tribunal, that roughly 95% of the children were being apprehended for neglect, which is basically poverty-related reasons. Too many people in the home, overcrowding, not enough food, the parents working, lack of supervision, those types of things. Fortunately, Bill C-92 has addressed some of those issues, but really we want to ensure that children do reach their full potential. It doesn't make sense to remove a child from a loving parents, loving household because of overcrowding and sticking them to a foster home where they're truly alone. Clearly the outcomes aren't good. So really the work that we're doing is to ensure that those children, our children across Canada, remain in the home, remain in the loving protection of their parents, and that they are enabled to, are given the services they require to reach their full potential. So that's sort of where we're going. Now, recently, we had to deal with an issue. Right now, Cabinet gave Canada, the Canadian negotiators, until March 31st, 2023 to sign a final settlement agreement on long-term reforms. Of course, that date is coming. We've had discussions with Canada and some of our fellow colleagues at the AFN and the Social Development Office had direct discussions with Canada on the deadline. And initially, the information that we were provided did cause us some alarm. It definitely precipitated, a request to meet with the executive to provide them with a briefing on the status of negotiations. Since that date, over the last week, Regional Chief Woodhouse has been having discussions with the various ministers, and we are informed that that strict deadline date of March 31st, it may not be an insurmountable hurdle that we have to overcome. So we're hoping that in the near future we'll have more direction on this, but some of the urgency that was placed on our discussions has somewhat dissipated over the last week, and hopefully that would enable the parties the flexibility they need to come up with a final settlement agreement that is done right, and give us the time that we require to ensure that all the interests of First Nations, the agencies, families, and children are maintained and reflected in the agreement itself. Lastly, with respect to Jordan's principle itself is not as advanced in our discussions as we would like it to be. So we have much more work to do on that, and we are working with the partners, the Caring Society, on trying to move those discussions forward as well. So we're looking at how best to do that. Again, a lot of this is covered under settlement privilege, so we can't get into further discussions, and no firm decisions have been made on these issues. So once we have information that we can share with the First Nations across Canada, we will definitely do that. And I should mention I'm here with my colleague Jeremy Claudsey, who is also a lawyer in our office. So other than that, I will turn it over to the Caring Society for their presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chiefs. Thank you to the Musqueam Nation. I want to begin by just recognizing a sacred soul that we lost today. Her name was Joan Glode from the Mi'kmaq Nation. She established one of the very first First Nations agencies, and she also worked on documenting the inequalities in child welfare in the late 90s. So I just want to acknowledge of the many, many people who have contributed to getting us to this place, that sacred soul has now joined the ancestors. Thank you to the Regional Chief, to Stuart, and most of all of you for your support and guidance on this. I mean, whatever comes out of this will have repercussions for your children for generations to come. And we know they're your children. And that's why your direction is so important in doing this. We're very close to getting this right. But the only way we can get this right is by following your direction as set down in the Chiefs in Assembly resolution that requires that Any evidence that we rely on, it comes from your communities. It comes from your experts, and that's what the IFSD work is. The second thing is once we get it all together, we want to bring it out to your community experts. They can make these ideas even better, challenge us on some of these ideas. It's not about being right, it's about doing right for children. And also importantly, allowing you as leaders to exercise your free, prior, and informed consent. Our goal here is to set a minimum standard that we can enforce against the Government of Canada so that this generation of children is the first generation of children who is not racially discriminated against by the Government of Canada and its discriminatory policies. I want to thank also Regional Chief Woodhouse and National Chief Archibald for their support in those resolutions and in the ongoing direction. And of course, Robert Joseph, who was one of our folks who testified during the main trial and made such a contribution to actually achieving justice to the children. Thank you very much, Chief. So I'm just going to take you through this very quickly. These resolutions are known to you. I just have them in writing for your reference later on. This is the resolution regarding compensation, and the decision's the right one. Yes to the victims of the CHRT, and yes to the other victims who are covered by the final settlement agreement. Anyone who is hurt by Canada who's in this group ought to receive a minimum of $40,000. The other piece that you directed us to do is post-majority supports, to make sure that young people, particularly between the ages of 19 and 26, once they receive their compensation, are also surrounded with supports. And keep in mind, this class of victims, half of them are still children. So over the next 19 years, you will have children coming of age. And that's why these individual wraparound supports are going to be very, very important so that they are equally as strong for that child who turns 19 years from now as a child who may get compensation as a young person today. The children's money is put in trust, but when they turn 19, they get the money. So Stuart gave you a bit of an update on this particular piece. I think that the decision made by chiefs in Assembly and the decision of the tribunal was the right one. And I hope that we will have very good news for you about being able to comply with these requirements in the very near future. I do want to say that one of the things that I certainly have learned is I get confused. There's class actions popping up all over the place. The Caring Society is not a part of the class action. We only work on the tribunal side, but we want to learn more about what these things are. What are the upsides? What are some of the downsides? What are the rights of victims who are receiving this compensation? So we're actually holding a free virtual seminar on class actions along with an expert from the Class Action Clinic so that you and your nations can learn more about that. So that'll be on April 18th. We'll tape it so that if you're unable to attend or if you have experts in your nations who want to attend, we'll make sure it's available to you free of charge. This is the important one. It's called long-term reform. I don't like that name. It's really about stopping the ongoing discrimination by the Government of Canada against our kids and making sure it doesn't happen again. That's why this piece of work is so important. And you heard about the steps that are outlined in that resolution. We can't just come up with back of the napkin stuff. We have to come out and get the word from the experts, which is your nation members, and then roll that up into solutions that are evidence-based, that set a minimum floor and allow you to adjust to the needs of your particular nation over time. And that is going to be a very important piece. Here are some of the timelines that Stuart is talking about, and I just have it in this chart. And when is that community-based work that's going to be done? And then when will we be able to get it to experts? And then when do we get it to you for decision? Well, on March 31st, coming up very shortly, we'll have the work on First Nations agencies funding approaches done. We then need to bring that out to your First Nations agency experts, like Mary and her colleagues, and get the feedback from that. And then it will be, the long-term reform for that will be brought to you in December of 2023. You also in BC have a large number of First Nations without agencies. That work is ongoing, but it's going to take a few more months. So we'll see that in probably earlier September. I put mid-September just in case, because I know a lot of people have kids to get off to school. Then we'll be doing the same process, coming to the experts of those nations, bringing it to Chiefs and Assembly for decision. And then we have the work, as Stuart was saying, Jordan's Principle. We have to do a longer-term approach for Jordan's Principle that sets you up for success, that sets your kids up for success. And one of the big areas we have to figure out is Jordan's Principles funding gaps in other underfunded programs. That's not news to any of you, right? Education, medical transportation, services for children with autism. And so we have to figure out how to plug those gaps and still hold on to the gains of Jordan's Principle, because it's made such a huge difference in the lives of kids. That research is about to get underway, and it will be completed sometime in 2024. Just about this worry about the money going away, I always think it's important to talk about this. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders on the $20 billion that's set aside for child and family. That is, I use the word locked in, but it is as much as you can get locked in by legal orders at the tribunal. Of course, those orders could be changed over time. You could have legislation, but for now, they're safeguarded by orders. The remaining amount of $574 million, that's what we all need leadership to press the Canadian government to release right now. That's mostly remoteness money, but it's money that could help your kids, and that's something that we would really recommend. There is the legal piece that protects the money on prevention. It's not going anywhere. It's subject to a legal order. And I just wanted to make sure that all of you had that for your own reference. Here's some big questions to think about. This agreement in principle for long-term reform is only over 5 years. What happens to your children born in year 6? What happens to them in year 10? In year 15? Are we going to just agree to non-discrimination for 5 years? Or are we really going to honor the longer-term thing, which is stopping this thing from ever happening again? That's a really important piece of the puzzle. And we also need to figure out how, what these long-term approaches are going to be, and then to ingrain those in not only a legal order from the tribunal, but also in a final settlement agreement, giving you multiple options as nations once we go away, so that you could enforce it if you needed to, if there's any backsliding by future governments. So here's some different ways you can help. Of course, you can press for that $574 million to go out the door now. That would be great. You can also get your technicians ready to work with us on Jordan's Principle and review those solutions on CFS. We really want to get this right for you and your kids. And be vigilant on C-92. That act has nothing in there about money, and I think there's a big difference between self-government and offloading by government. And I worry a little bit that sometimes it's the latter, as much as a believer I am in self-determination. So I will leave it there, Chiefs. This is, these notes are for your feedback, and certainly I'm available to you. I again want to thank you. I think we're on a good path. We can see success in the distance, but we can only get there with all of you and the experts you have in your nations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Cindy and Regional Chief Woodhouse and Stuart. I'm going to be presenting more on the BC, the BC environment, but definitely there are links to what's happening nationally. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Musqueam for allowing us on their territory. I'm Mary Tiji. My hereditary chief's name is Mausham Gabu. I come from Takla Nation. I am Lachibu Wolf Clan, and I come from the House of Nagyep. I'm really honored to be here to present to you. What an honor it is for me to advocate for our most important resource, which is our children. I was very happy, as many of you, when we had the new litigation directives from Premier Eby. I also was very happy that Minister Rankin had talked about the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act that we have here in British Columbia. Of course, BC is the first province to actually embed to support and to include the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People as an act. So I'm very happy about that. We're at such a wonderful time, but a very dangerous time and a very precarious time. What we have to do right now is utilize our collective intellect, our collective spirit and energy to get the best deal we can for our children. we have one shot here. We've been at court, and I say we because I've been part of the First Nations Caring Society since about 2006, 2007. I also represent British Columbia on the National Advisory Committee for Child and Family Service Long-Term Reform. I'm also the chair of the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, which is 24 agencies in and around BC. 117 of the nations in BC are represented by the child and family agencies, and there's nations now that aren't represented by agencies and receive service, albeit very, very limited service, by Ministry of Children and Families. So that's sort of the climate right now we have in BC. British Columbia also, you have to remember, we did not receive prevention funding at all, the enhanced prevention funding, until we won the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in 2016, and money started flowing in 2018, 2019. So we're very new to game of this prevention. So we have to ensure that when we're at the negotiating table, that we're considering the unique place that BC is in. So we had a resolution that was passed at the Special Chiefs Assembly. Many of you were there, and I really, really commend you and thank you for the support. We definitely needed that to ensure that whatever was coming to the table was going to be evidence-based. It was not going to be just because, oh, I think about this, I think this is my opinion, I feel like this. No. We are not going to be rushed as a society, and I'm not going to be rushed just as an Indigenous woman by politics to make bad decisions for our children. Our children deserve better. So when we're looking at these timelines by the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, it's research that comes right from the community, the most remote communities that have very little services. And trust me, I've been across Canada. I'm sure our national chief could attest to this. There are still places in Canada where their services are so low, there's limited services. And I disagree with Stuart Watke where he says that discrimination has ended. Absolutely not. We see it all the time. There is still discrimination in Canada with our funding, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get it right. So we have a timeline that Cindy brought forward. There is that information on our site, and we're going to be negotiating in good faith to ensure, again, that we have the right information, the research, and it's evidence-based, because our children deserve no less. In British Columbia, there are 2 items in the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People Action Plan that Minister Rankin talked about. One of that is to reduce children in care, and the other one is around jurisdiction. Now we have to ensure, and again, we have to have political discipline when we're pushing the province of BC in these matters. We have to hold them up to that, because one of the things that we talk about is we're going to end discrimination. Well, right now in British Columbia, we know if you're a child off reserve compared to a child on reserve that was reserved, that there is discriminatory funding. We have taken the province to court. We filed a notice of civil claim in May of this past year. And that's to ensure there's substantive equality regardless of where the child is at. And we have to ensure that the litigation directives that EB and the province of BC are so proud of are upheld when in this matter, because the litigation directives are to prioritize and promote resolution, innovation, and negotiated settlements, and to reduce the potential for litigation. Now, if litigation is necessary, those new directives instruct BC Council to engage honorably and to assist the court constructively, expeditiously, and effectively. Again, our children deserve no less. So one of the things that the leadership can do in the province of BC is to urge the provincial government to come to the table and to negotiate in a good way, in a good faith, in an honorable manner, to ensure that there is not discrimination against those children that are off reserve. So there's that matter. BC was also the first, if you recall, when Gordon Campbell was here, that they had publicly across Canada said they adopted Jordan's Principle. We don't see that. It's up to leadership, it's up to our chiefs to urge British Columbia to adopt Jordan's Principle in its full definition. So there's things that we need the political might of BC chiefs, and trust me, we do have that political might to urge Canada to have a just settlement. That's what we're working on. But the one thing too is to remember, in the resolution that we passed in Ottawa, it was about evidence-based, and then very clearly hearing from the chiefs that the First Nations Caring Society needed to be at the table. And trust me, we're committed to being at the table. And I don't care what recommendation is that, okay, Canada and the AFN will negotiate without the Caring Society there. The resolution doesn't speak to that. We are going to be at the table when it comes to compensation. We're going to be at the table when it comes to long-term reform. We're going to be at the table when it comes to Jordan's Principle, because we're not going to give up at the very end. We've been fighting this fight. We've gone back to court over 30 times and won every time. If you're going to be negotiating forestry, you're going to have the experts. You're going to have foresters there. If you're going to be negotiating fisheries, you're going to have biologists, marine biologists, all of the ones that need to be there. We are now negotiating the most important resource, our children. We have to make sure that when we're compensating justly and fairly. And how do we do that? We have evidence, we have research, and we're at the table. And we commit to that. Dr. Blackstock has dedicated her life to this. And so I want to make sure, just as an Indigenous woman, when we come to you with a final settlement agreement, that we have done the best we could. We have done everything. We have practiced our due diligence to come forward and say, look, this is what the best we could do, because we don't know what's going to happen down the road, but we can at least try to plan for that, so discrimination never occurs again. So there's two things I'm going to ask of the chiefs again, is that, to support, again, we have a resolution basically reiterating and reconfirming your stance that our children deserve the best evidence-based negotiations, and that they deserve the best compensation that we can get for them, and they deserve the best long-term reform that we can get for them. So there's that commitment. We also have to ensure, the chiefs in assembly, that you provide direction to the province to negotiate, the provincial government, Minister Dean, Premier Eby, to come to the table with experts to negotiate a fair and just settlement for the notice of civil claim that we provided in May, and to ensure that there's long-term reform in the province of BC. And I'm saying this because many chiefs, back in the chiefs, we had the meeting in November, December, the all chiefs meeting to talk about child and family, and many of the chiefs, I'm still getting calls, are scared because even though there has been legislative changes to the BC Act, there's still not the supports. I've always said this, we've always had the inherent right to take care of our children, we've always had the jurisdiction to take care of our children. What we haven't had are the resources to breathe life into our own laws. So as leadership, that's what we must make sure. We must hold the provincial government to task. We already have the federal government, we're going to court, but we have to make sure that our off-reserve members are awarded the same justice. And our children deserve no less. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much. As you were all speaking, I was reminded of the Yukon slogan, together today for our children tomorrow, but really together today for our children of the past, of the present, and of the future. Thank you for all of your hard work. Really appreciate that. I'll ask you just to stay, because we do have a resolution on the resolution number 9, CHRT on First Nations Child and Family Services, Jordan's Principle, reform of the Indigenous Services Canada, and an agreement in principle for the final settlement agreement. Sorry, and we have moved by Chief Harvey McLeod. Yep, thank you. And seconded by Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling. Okay. Anybody seen him? It wasn't here. Oh, okay. Thought he was here. Okay. So he's not here, and he's not online. Nope. Can we look for another seconder? Mel? Or sorry, microphone 5. Would you please identify yourself?
Mel Accident, elected council, proxy for Gitsigukla.
Thank you. Okay, so I will do that. This is a long one, so prepare. Therefore, be it resolved that, number 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly reaffirm the BCAFN Resolution 32 2022 on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case on First Nations Children and Family Services, Child and Family Services, Jordan's Principle and a Reform of Indigenous Services Canada, and the related agreement in principle dated December 31st, 2021. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on Canada to 1, fund post-majority supports tailored to the specific needs of each child and young adult victim, including those affected by Canada's discriminatory approach to Jordan's Principle, up to the age of 26, who are eligible for compensation until such time that the community-based supports funded by Canada can adequately support all victims for the duration of the compensation period. 2, immediately place the minimum of $20 billion earmarked for compensation in an interest-bearing account held by an independent and reputable major financial institution, and immediately pay compensation to all victims of Canada's discrimination, including those eligible under the class action and under the CHRT orders. 3, ensure that the funding and the other mechanisms related to the long-term reform measures regarding children and child and family services enable FNCFS agencies and First Nations child and family service providers to deliver services based on the substantive equality, best interests of the child, and that it is culturally appropriate and takes into full account the distinct circumstances of their communities. 4, ensure that any interim and long-term reform measures, including the reformed CFS funding approach, does not reduce or disrupt current funding levels that are sufficiently flexible to respect First Nations authorized service providers to deliver children and family services at the level that protects and promotes the best interests of their children in keeping with the principles of sovereignty, inherent jurisdiction, and nation-to-nation building. 5, extend the timeframes for signing the FSA on long-term reform to ensure that the community-informed research via the IFSD studies is completed and the results thereof have been duly reviewed by First Nations technicians in BC and integrated into the final text of the FSA or phased FSA that will be presented to the First Nations in Assembly for approval. If the IFSD research is ready to, at different times, work with the parties on the phased approach for the completion of the long-term reform. 6, increase funding commitments above the currently allotted 19, is it a point or is it 19, okay, 19, you can tell I have a little bit of dyslexia, so pardon me, 19.807 billion over 5 years and beyond. That is needs-based to ensure substantive equality and best interests of the child and services that are culturally appropriate and reflective of the distinct needs and circumstances of individual First Nations communities. 7, fund the First Nations National Advisory Committee on First Nations Child and Family Services Program Reform, as well as the regional and other technical experts to inform the FSA. 8, ensure BC Chiefs are provided with all available options and related supporting financial resources and materials so that the First Nations in BC can exercise free, prior, and informed consent on long-term reforms. 9, develop legislative protections to ensure that First Nations in BC have sufficient liability coverage over the services they provide. And 10, continue funding capital at actual cost for First Nations, FNCFS agencies, and First Nations service providers in BC pursuant to 2021 CHRT 41 until otherwise ordered by the tribunal. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the Assembly of First Nations to A, support compensation for victims covered by the proposed FSA and for those already legally entitled to the $40,000 plus interest under the CHRT compensation orders. B, support the principles on which the long-term reform FSA is built, including taking a trauma-informed approach, employing objective and non-evasive criteria, and ensuring a First Nations-driven and culturally informed approach to compensating individuals. C, continue to support the representative plaintiffs and all victims of Canada's discrimination by ensuring that compensation is paid as quickly as possible to all who can be immediately identified, and to continue to work efficiently to compensate those who may need more time. D, disclose to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly any fees or benefits paid to any person or organization, including legal counsel, within the AFN or acting on behalf of the AFN rising from a compensation to children, youth, and victims. E, advocate that the parties of the long-term Reform FSA develop evidence and policy-based options for the long-term reform of Jordan's Principle that will include mechanisms to enable and support self-determination, and to return the First Nations in Assembly for review and approval. F, ensure that the solutions for long-term reform of child and family services and Jordan's Principles are not finalized in an FSA until the community-informed research via the IFSD studies is complete. Solutions for long-term approach for children and family services in Jordan's Principle can be dealt with separately, and a phased approach must be considered in line with the timing of the community-based research. 4, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the Assembly of First Nations to A, return to the First Nations in Assembly to provide regular progress reports and seek direction on any outstanding implementation issues. B, return to the First Nations in Assembly to seek approval of the FSA on long-term reform. C, ensure that the FSA does not detract from the right of the parties to the current complaint before the CHRT from seeking orders from the tribunal to ensure that all First Nations children, youth, family will be free from discrimination and its reoccurrence for generations to come. And D, immediately seek an opt-out period for a minimum of 12 months following the announcement of a revised compensation FSA for claimants to determine whether they will participate in the class action. Okay, so we'll move to the mover. Microphone 12.
It's been a long day, yesterday as well. There's so much that we need to do for our communities. One is bring community back together, and more importantly, rejoin our families. We are suffering in so many different ways. And one is bringing our families back together again. We are disjointed in so many different ways because of so many different reasons. And looking at what's happening in my community, for example, because of the atrocities that we faced as individuals, it's going to take some time to rebuild and have our families rejoined together. The separation is huge. And yes, we need support to do that. And at the same time, some renewed energy and enlightenment and encouragement from all levels of governments, and insights on what happened to us. My family is is no different than other families. Disjoined, and it's difficult to bring our family back together again, never mind the atrocities of losing our children outside of the community. So I encourage us to continue doing the hard work, and there is still a lot of hard work in front of us, to give light and hope to family that they can come home. I've been involved in a few court cases bringing children home, and it was tough. It was really tough. And the two little children that I brought home, they called me Uncle Chief, first family that they've had back home. So we got a lot of work to do. And it sounds complicated, and it sounds very complicated, but we have to do it. And I think we got the energy in the room to do that, to fight for our children and fight for our family so that we can have unity in family and unity in community, so that we can take our rightful place in this country. I know that our crowd has gotten a little thin, and I've asked our team just to ensure that we have quorum left. There's a lot of leaders that had to leave earlier this morning or this afternoon to make their way back home, and I just want to ensure that we have quorum so that we can do the work that we need to get done, and I hope we have quorum so that we can deal with this resolution. So with that, White Limit.
Thank you, Chief. Unfortunately, we don't have quorum at the moment, but if we regain quorum, we can move on with this resolution. So for now, we'll just go ahead with proceeding with our updates in the meantime. So I don't know if people know of anybody that's left the room or is coming back shortly, but please keep the AFN staff informed, and we'll try to monitor this in the next little while. But we will proceed with, first off, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for all of the hard work that you've done, and Regional Chief has, thank you for you. Okay. So, finally, Mr. Len, where are you? Where did he go now? Probably one of our most patient speakers today, Len Joe.
Madam Chair?
That's online, yes? Online.
Hi, it's Cheryl Kasmer, proxy for Chief Jackson. I know that we're not going to be able to deal with the resolution, but I did want to make a few comments about the discussion that just happened on CHRT and compensation and long-term reform, if I could do so.
We'll listen to your points.
Okay,
Thank you.
First of all, I just really want to thank and acknowledge the work that's been put into this initiative. I know that it's been a long time in coming, and many people have dedicated a good part of their life towards trying to make change, systemic shifts and change in the area of child and family, and wanting to make things better for our kids. So I want to thank Regional Chief Woodhouse for her leadership on this file, as well as acknowledge and thank Dr. Cindy Blackstock and Mary T.G. for their work at the table as well. I see that the deadline that is being proposed is quickly approaching us, March 31st. I know that there's some concerns about whether that's going to be a hard deadline or if there's going to be any movement on that within the next short period of time from Canada. I think nonetheless, I think that we really need to look towards identifying some timelines in the near future for ourselves and stick to it. I think that if we continue to keep extending the timelines, we really don't, there's just the concern about whether the funding is going to remain. And although that's not really a concern for me, I know it's a concern for others. My biggest concern, of course, is a change in government. And I think that we need to work within the timelines that are available to us in order to be able to meet in order to finalize these agreements, get compensation into the communities, get compensation to the victims, and start working on the reform that's necessary for child welfare in our respective communities. I just worry that, it seems that every time we come together, we're looking at requesting for an extension to the deadline, and we're really not putting our feet to the fire when it comes to needing to finalize these agreements. I know that Honorable Sinclair, is no longer moderating due to health problems, health issues. And so I'm just wondering, I guess the question is there somebody else that's been brought on board to try to make sure that the parties, focus on the task at hand, not saying that you're not, but I know that there are differences, and those differences sometimes impact the progress that's required to advance this very important file. Everyone that's working on this file is fully dedicated to wanting to have a better place for our kids. Everybody involved wants to make sure that our kids remain the top priority. And so I'm not suggesting anything other than that. But I really think that we need to, at some point in time, put aside our differences and start looking at the solutions that need to come to light in order for us to do what we say we want to do, make a better place for our children, have a better future for our children. And I don't want to wait too much longer. I know that there's still information that we're waiting for, like the work from the Fiscal Institute and whatnot. But I think we really need to continue to proceed as quickly as we can, but without jeopardizing, I guess, the interests of BC First Nations. So I just wanted to share that, because when I'm looking at the resolution, even though we're not going to be able to deal with the resolution, I'm seeing things in there that I hadn't seen before. And so I'm wondering, where did those issues come from, and who was part of the discussion about putting forward some of those points in the resolution. I mean, I'm a lead for Child and Family for the First Nations Leadership Council, and some of those points I haven't even seen before. So that's a bit concerning to me. And secondly, I think that I'm trying to speak fast because I know we're needing to move on, but I'm trying to make sure that I capture all of these points, because I think that it's really important for us to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for our kids. I just want to make sure that everybody's working together. I just want to make sure we come up with the best agreement, but I just really am concerned about the number of extensions that we're continuing to seek. We just need to, put our minds together, negotiate the best agreement that we can, and get on with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. So we will have hear from the regional chief, then we'll go to microphone 17, and then we'll move to microphone 1 for the forestry presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and Cheryl, as part of the tripartite working group with it's the only TWG that's in this country with the province of BC and Canada. Considering the conditions that we're in right now with the provincial government, the next 18 months, that there will be an election and quite possibly a federal election. So certainly time constraints, I take that into, I think we all have to take that into consideration in terms of how best to move forward with with this file. Some of the, looking at the resolution itself, it's reiterating some of the past resolutions were put into that, reaffirming some of what was already committed to. But nevertheless, I think we really got to think about it this table, and also at the executive and to the national chief. I'm looking here. National chief will be here till 3 o'clock. If you want to say hello to her, or if you want to have a private meeting, there is a room in the back here. So before she leaves, but look into AFN Legal, the Child Family Caring Society, and also ourselves, just to comment to Cheryl, our tripartite working group. And you hit the nail on the head that we are possibly under time constraints here, considering that there will be a provincial election and quite possibly a federal election that we need to be cognizant of. And if it requires political intervention, then look into not only the FNLC, but also the executive and to the national chief to intervene to make sure that that ultimately that we get the best agreement for the sake of our children. And certainly I certainly hope that we had more time, but nevertheless there are some time constraints here. So thank you, and thank you, National Chief, for being here in the AFN and Child Family Care, Cindy, and all those on this very important matter. So thank you, Masi.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Microphone 17.
Saicho Tio Hwazen Odisni First and foremost, Derek Donald, Lake Bavy Nation, I really want to put my hands up to those that just presented in the child and family piece here. I want to apologize to those presenters that we're not able to pass this resolution today. I mean, we're all here for our First Nations, and it disappoints me that I have to go back up north and report that no, this resolution didn't pass because of the quorum that's not here. I really want to thank the chiefs that are still sitting around the table, giving up their time and energy to ensure that what issues and concerns we have in regards to everything that was presented to us this past 2 days, that you take in that and bring it back to your community. To the ones that just presented, Mary, Cindy, and your team, I really apologize that we are not going to be passing this resolution. We're here under oath to make sure that each and every one of our communities, wherever we live in, wherever First Nations we come from, that we're providing them with the best updates, what has been presented to us here. And I'm worried right now that we're not even going to pass a lot of these resolutions that is on the table right now. What Regional Chief just mentioned is correct. The timelines that are attached to those is very important. Again, I want to thank those that are still here. They're still committed to making sure that changes do happen in our First Nations, in our communities, in our homelands. And thanks again to those that have presented as well. My apologies to you all that we're not going to pass this resolution and other resolutions that are going to come up. That's just what I wanted to mention. And Cheryl and Chief Regional Chief Terry TG nailed it on the heads right now. There are time constraints, and we're worried that we're not going to meet those. I would say,
Thank you, Chief. Just to note, we are short 6 chiefs, and we do have time on our agenda at 3 o'clock where we were going to finalize and finish up some of the other resolutions. As you remember from yesterday, we tabled Resolution 6. So we do have time to deal with that. So I don't know if any chiefs have anybody they can reach out to that can join to increase our quorum. We're short by 6 chiefs. So we will proceed with forestry with Len, who's been very patient. Then we will move on to Minister Whiteside, and then we will go to emergency management. Len, microphone 1, please.
My name is Shuk Lenny Joe from the Shakin Indian Band, and I'm the First Nations Forestry Council CEO. Grateful to be here today in Musqueam. It was a great surprise to see an old friend of mine who lives here in Musqueam walking his dog, and so it's nice to have these relationships all across this land and bumping into old friends. I don't mind waiting. I'm more grateful to have the ear of leadership and be able to share some of the things that I do in the role that I have taken on. It was great this morning to have one-on-ones and hear direct impacts that forestry is having to our communities. Also, it was great to have to listen to the ministers and actually have some discussions with them. With that, I'm also going to be meeting with Minister Cullen and Minister Ralston. I think it was April 6th, and also had a discussion with Minister Rankin, and we'll be having further discussions with them as well. I've been now in this position for I'm moving on to my 7th month actually, and probably have had this has definitely been one of the most challenging positions that I've had because of where we are with the province's decisions and to actually acknowledge our rights and title to the land. One of the things that I've been hearing, and when you're in the room, I was just in a new physical framework discussion yesterday, and when you're hearing directors who work directly under the ministers talking about, well, this is yours, these are your trees, this is your water, and it's and with that, basically in recorded sessions of saying that, it's been something that I had not witnessed in my 30 years of working in forestry. We're actually under, there's so many moving parts right now in the last few years, or the last few months, so it feels like years actually, but it's been the last few months is really working on this, this legislative reform, and also just noting that we at the Forestry Council are, we don't represent the First Nations, and we're being very clear about that, and we're creating this environment so that there is good G to G that can happen with your nations and the province. But also through that, we are gaining a lot of experience, and we have a lot of information that we can share, and we'll work on having that available. We've had our first big conference, was a 2-day forum in Kamloops, and that was the first time that we actually had the province come and ask what we wanted. And so it was a very different forum if you'd been to many of them before. And then we heard it again at the cabinet and leadership gathering in November. We just started 3 regional sessions. Last week we were in Campbell River, and we had a 2-day session there. Next week we'll be in Williams Lake, and 2 weeks after that, at the end of the month, we'll be in Prince George. And these regional sessions are things that carry on the discussions and go into a little more depth at specific levels of the region where we're located in the province. And I'm really, if you want to get yourselves or community members to attend these, you can register online at our Forestry Council site, or you can just go right out to our booth that we have outside here and let Christiana and Isa know, and we'll get you on and get you into the room. They are really good discussions. Most of the things we hear is that we don't get when we go to the table, the right people are not there, the decision makers are not there. But I can assure you at these meetings, these are the decision makers. And so it does feel like a little different environment of that. My last bullet there, I talk about capacity and how can we get these into the room. I'm hearing how many discussions that are happening around this table today, and the importance of each and every one of them, and so we really need to look at the capacity that we have. But in reality, it's not just capacity, but it's the readiness of us to be able to move and go forward on these next steps and have the decisions. And it's not the Forestry Council. The Forestry Council's job is to get all our 204 plus First Nations, and especially the key rural ones that are directly impacted by forestry, into forestry and to these tables. We have a number of engagements that we're working on, and so these are just, this is the list of 5 that I thought are the key ones. The new fiscal framework, that discussion of what is shared revenue, what is capacity and readiness to actually co-govern and co-decision make, and also what does that look like on where we'll go forward. Old growth and forest landscape plannings, of course, have hit the news with the $25 million that's being put forward under the old growth. There's also the deferrals and other issues that are hitting the news because they are important, and we're working on that. And the Forestry Council again does not have a position on that. Our position is that it goes to each and every First Nation who's holding that responsibility for the land and the communities. And so with that, moving forward, there is discussions on fire, not only fire of getting our prescribed and cultural burns back on the land, and we had that discussion just at the UBCIC a couple of weeks ago, where there's legislative reform under Bill 21 and Bill 23, but there's also regulatory reform that is happening just under the Forest Practices Act to have amendments made so that we can effectively get on the ground. Wildfire, of course, is a huge discussion with just what we've witnessed these last few years and what we think is going to happen in the present and the near future. And so there's discussions of this wildfire land-based recovery strategy and how do we create standard operating procedures and agreements to handle fire when it happens, and how we're going to hit the ground to address that, not only for community safety, but environmental and our social values and cultural values. There's this other one also, is BC Timber Sales, defining a new relationship. I attended a meeting yesterday as well with them, and the discussion is the recognition that the environment is changing. They do also recognize and acknowledge that the resolution in 2018 to dissolve BC Timber Sales has not left the table, and of course that is initiated dialogue of where can we go from here and how do we move forward. In February 15th, we did have that announcement of, again, the 8-point plan, and through that, the big ones that hit close to us is the forest landscape planning under old growth of 25 million, and so the discussion of that another additional 50 First Nation bands will participate in 8 pilot projects throughout the province on forest landscape planning, and I've seen that hit the news and the discussions that where people are saying that this process does not hold jurisdiction in our territory, and it can't dictate of what we're doing for forest landscape plans in the future. And definitely we concur with that. And so I think there's some misworded intentions out there that actually, when forest landscape plans replace the current forest plans, they will actually have the say and be directed by each and every First Nations that are involved with forest landscape planning. And of course, we'll be there to have that capacity. But right now, under pilot projects, that's why there's 50 First Nations that are being. I don't know the process of how it's being approached, but I'm believing that there are probably high value areas or certain levels of engagement that are already taking place and currently happening on the ground with the province and the individual First Nations. We'll take a look to see how much access we can have under the other funding pots that are there, like the $180 million BC Manufacturing Jobs Fund. But with this, there is support on that for $2.4 million for the First Nations Forestry Council. And for the first time in the history of our organization since 2005, to actually get that number and multi-year commitment for operations is great. And then as we move on to different opportunities or different highlighted areas of concern, additional funding will be there, and we'll work with the nations to see where that goes. We are on the ground a lot right now. Again, legislative reform and key discussions. Forestry is not just is not just governance. Forestry for us also is operational, and how do we make that work? So again, First Nations woodland licenses, issues with BC Timber Sales, what we heard this morning of 10-year purchase agreements, and also take back, and there's a whole bunch of processes that are happening on the ground right now that we're involved in. Right now at the Forestry Council, we see that there's a number of meetings that go out to the nations to ask if you can be there and attend. And we're starting to see the fatigue, and we're starting to see it's an overwhelming process with what is being asked in forestry. So we want to take a look and reflect on how we can be there to address the gaps and to be more effective and efficient with this process as we go along. I've got a note here that NRCan just recently, the Forestry Council is coming to the table with the First Nations Energy and Mining Council to work collaboratively with NRCan on developing what we call a regional table. And this regional table will have a number of initiatives coming from the feds on how we can, oh, we're on lunch. There we go. On the feds, with the feds on how we can move forward. And so forestry is just one of those aspects, but you'll hear more as we go. And just to let you know that there will be more information coming out to your communities showing a save the date for May 2nd for a virtual event that will start this program. Lastly, we'll be going down with some of the Leadership Council to Portland, Oregon at the end of this month for International Mass Timber Conference, and we'll be sitting with Minister Jagrup Brar, Minister of State and Trade for BC, to attend an industry roundtable, and also we're working with their intertribal confederacy group on talking about forestry and trade. Number of things that we're doing again is we're preparing for June 28th to 30th. We'll be at UBC for our annual conference, and so I've got a thing at the end of here. I'll squeeze through these though. Is that there's a number of things that are happening at the BC timber sales, and if I had more time I'd go through this, but I know that it's a key component for an economic return for our forest operations, but more so there's a governance and a level of governance and the resolution that was put across the floor about what we're going to do with BCTS. And so not just a business-to-business partnership, but it'll be even more, and that'll be your decision. I'll slide through these two slides. These were just the regional table slides, and we can go over them more at another time, and we'll start seeing this, and you may hear from the First Nations Energy and Mining Council. But with the forestry sector of this national table, they just hitting the highlight of a lot of the things that we're working on already in BC. I didn't want to leave this out because the Forestry Council gets the shiniest point on us is what we're doing for legislative reform and bringing this new environment of relationships with the province on operations and governance. But also one of our key programs, and that's why the ladies are out in the hall, is that BC is going to require 10,000 new jobs by 2027, and so the Forestry Council works with the province on that, and we've taken on the commitment of growing that and having 2,000 jobs. We have the workforce strategy, our scholarship programs, and a number of different programs that are there. And I do believe that we got to put some energy and effort into our youth, and really start passing and having that responsibility passed on to them. When I go into the room, I always talk about, and this is the one thing, and I thought I'd put a slide on, is the discussions and decisions are starting at, they are at the nation level, and it's a ground up approach that we're bringing into the room. And also, we're in an environment of collective decision making. I think for us to go forward, there has to be a level of trust. And so I work on a trust equation. I share it is credibility plus reliability plus intimacy divided by self-orientation. In order for the Forestry Council that go into these rooms, we need to have the trust of leadership. We need to have the trust right down to the communities and organizations of who we represent. But also, we're working on for each and every nation to have develop that to on mutual relationships with the province and ourselves. Lastly, again, our forestry conferences will be June 28th and 29th in Vancouver. On June 30th, we will also be hosting a golf tournament, and it's actually raised. It's a golf tournament that one of our forestry students puts on, so that we can actually, the funds that we raise from that actually creates the funding for 1 or 2 more jobs that we pass on to our students. And so this Navigating a Changing World is a little different conference in the sense that we get to highlight what is happening, and it's a little more of information and discussions that are a little different than some of the hard work that we do and the hard the environment that we're in when we have business to do. So our forestry conference is hopefully somewhat attractive in saying that forestry is a great lifestyle. It's part of our lifestyles in our communities, and it's who we are. So with that, I have no resolutions to make, other than we are very approachable, and with the funding that we've got, we're hiring a new policy analyst and also some more supporting foresters for our organization, so that, again, we can be in more places at once. Cookshamp, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on. We're still not quite, we're getting closer to quorum, but we're not there yet. So if anybody has anybody else they can text and get on to Zoom, that would be fantastic. But we'll move on to Minister Whiteside. I understand has a 3 p.m. hard stop. So we'll move her up here, and not sure if there'll be time for questions, but we'll see. You can sit down. You can sit whatever you want. Up to you. I'm happy to.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I will do my best to stay to answer questions should you have any at the end of my presentation, and I'll also try to be respectful of your time and move through my comments as quickly as I can. First, just let me thank you so much for the invitation to join you today at the 19th Annual Special Chiefs Assembly to address First Nations leadership in BC, and it's always an honor to join you on Musqueam territory, and thank you to the Musqueam Nation for hosting today. I also wanted to acknowledge and thank Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Dr. Robert Joseph, the Knowledge Keepers, for the opening blessing and welcome that holds this space. It's a deep honor for me to have a chance to come and address you as the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and speak about our government's response to the toxic drug supply and the overdose crisis. And I want to start by acknowledging the devastating impact that the toxic drug crisis is having in many of your communities. And I know this, of course, this past week we saw another report from the coroner noting that the toll that this crisis has taken. I and our government stand with you in your grief over the loss of family and community members, each one of whom we know is a cherished loved one. We know that First Nations people are disproportionately impacted by this public health emergency, and that is due to colonialism, to systemic racism, to intergenerational trauma. And I recognize and acknowledge the deep harm inflicted on generations of First Nations people from past governments, policies, and practices. And I honor the commitment, your commitment to build strong, healthy communities in increasingly challenging times, and appreciate all of the leaders here who are doing such incredible work while at the same time also holding space for grieving. Our government takes these matters very seriously. They are a top priority for our government. And in engaging in this work, we take a distinctions-based approach and know that we have an obligation not only to work with political and advocacy organizations established by Indigenous peoples, but also directly with First Nations, the rights holders. And that door, all of those doors and all of those pathways are always open, whether it be through the BCAFN or directly through your communities. We do want to work together in the ways that will best meet your needs. So the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions is, of course, committed to the to lasting reconciliation. We are committed to working together in partnership, and we know that this work requires continued action and ongoing response. We enshrined our government, and I know you've heard from many, our Premier yesterday and many ministers, and you certainly are obviously well aware of our commitment enshrined in legislation to this relationship when in 2019 we enacted the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And since then, that has certainly guided our work. The Declaration Action Plan was launched nearly a year ago, and it includes collectively identified goals and outcomes that form the long-term vision for implementing the UN Declaration in BC. And the commitments in that plan build on our ongoing work and reflect the shared priorities, including for First Nations-led solutions in mental health and wellness. And this includes on actions 4.12 on addressing the disproportionate impacts of the overdose public health emergency on Indigenous peoples, and 4.13, increasing the availability and accessibility of culturally safe substance use services. We know that we must work together as we move forward and collectively implement solutions to this ongoing crisis, just as we have collectively identified these actions through the Declaration Action Plan. And I look forward to continuing to work with First Nations across BC on implementing these shared commitments. Across our ministry, there is considerable work underway to address the toxic drug crisis, to save lives, and to care for people. And of course, we know that there is more to be done. Today, I would like to share some of the work the ministry is engaged in, and then look forward to an opportunity to take questions. And I think the first thing I really want to say is that the work of our ministry is undertaken in partnership with nations, with service partners, with leadership organizations, across what is a continuum of care that includes prevention, harm reduction, treatment and recovery, aftercare, and I'll speak a little bit about the process for decriminalization. We know that we need more investments to successfully address the priorities in mental health and addictions to end the toxic drug crisis. And that's why I'm very pleased to share the news that our budget, 2023 budget, sets out more than $1 billion in new funding over the next 3 years to ensure that people experiencing mental health challenges or addiction can find and stay connected to the treatment and care that they need. Our budget accelerates our province's response to the illicit toxicity crisis across, again, the full continuum of care, with an additional $184 million to support enhanced prevention and early intervention services for child, youth, and young adults. We're providing safe prescription alternatives to toxic drugs to save lives, and we know how important it is to save lives, to keep people alive so that they can access the care and treatment that they need. We're expanding 2 mobile crisis response programs, our CAR programs, which bring together police and health workers, and our peer-assisted care teams, which are civilian-led. And we have funding to support the planning to create culturally safe and Indigenous-led peer-assisted care team models. The province has also allocated $24 million over 3 years to support the toxic drug poisoning emergency response, with an increased focus on addressing the impact of the emergency on First Nations people. And when it comes to the toxic drug supply crisis, we are doing everything that we can to prevent toxic drug poisonings, including the distribution of naloxone, and not just naloxone training, increasing nurse prescribing of opioid agonist treatment, including as well as a virtual First Nations virtual substance use policy and psychiatry service to help reach more people, especially in rural and remote areas. The First Nations Health Authority is working in collaboration with First Nations communities to expand access to evidence-based treatment for opioid use disorder through the Nurse Prescribing Initiative. We have expanded access to overdose prevention services in communities that have been hardest hit by the drug poisoning crisis, going from 1 site in 2016 to 41 today, including 15 sites offering inhalation services. And what I will say about these services is that we have heard from the coroner, we have heard from communities how incredibly important these services are. They have literally saved thousands of lives. The FNHA is establishing new overdose prevention services in Fraser, Salish, and Vancouver Island in communities that are taking bold leadership to take care of their members. And this work is being done in partnership with First Nations, with Indigenous partners, with health system partners, and First Nations people with lived experience. Each overdose prevention site provides for harm reduction and cultural-based services, including elder and cultural support, stations for witnessed substance use, and has nurses on staff to respond in the case of an overdose. There are harm reduction supplies available, anti-stigma education, and referrals to health, social services, and culturally safe addiction treatment. We're also working very hard to separate people from the toxic drug supply, and that is critical work. Since 2020, our government has been creating new drug policy in Canada that will save lives by supporting access to a prescribed, safer supply. And the FNHA has been consulting with communities about these initiatives. In 2021, the government invested $26.6 million over 3 years to support our health authorities in providing access to prescribed safer supply and to support our fulsome monitoring and evaluation of the policy's implementation. And as I noted earlier, our Budget 2023 also provides additional funding for safe prescription alternatives to help reduce the harmful effects of the toxic drug supply and to, again, keep people alive so that we can connect them to the supports and treatments that they need. In working with the FNHA, we're also providing harm reduction grants to communities. And these grants flow directly to First Nations communities and Indigenous-led organizations to provide community-based, nation-driven harm reduction initiatives. In 2021, 106 applications were received, and 89 grants totaling $4.8 million were funded. And those grants went to 74 First Nations communities and First Nations health service organizations. And the kinds of initiatives that these grants funded were things like expanding the reach of harm reduction activities, including via social and mobile outreach, supporting gatherings to support culturally safe ways to share stories and experiences of mental wellness, of collective trauma, substance use, and grief experienced by family, friends, and community. Bringing harm reduction teachings and services to communities to support connection to culture and to traditional lands. And increasing community capacity, including hiring Indigenous people with lived and living experience. And we know, of course, that there is so much more to do to address the toxic drug crisis, and my ministry continues to work closely with nations and our Indigenous partners to address the disproportionate rates of illicit drug toxicity overdose and deaths among First Nations populations. And an important part of this, of course, is the treatment and recovery piece. And we've heard from you, from your communities, from your nations about the significant gaps in the treatment and recovery continuum of care, and that to be sustainable and successful, treatment, recovery, and aftercare for Indigenous people really needs to be grounded in culture and in traditional ways of healing. And I will say to you that what I have learned after 3 months on this file, following two years as the Minister of Education, is that culture saves lives and community saves lives. And that message resounds with me every single day. And I repeat it every opportunity that I get, because I think that is such a critical foundation of all of the work that we're doing together. And it reflects really the fact that you are in the best position to determine what services are best for your communities. Serving Indigenous people is also an important priority for, yes, Kiefer, I do need a glass of water, please. I've got a bit of a bug in my throat. Is an important priority for all publicly funded treatment and recovery services. And, you know, since 2017, our government has implemented over, thanks, Corey, 360 newly funded treatment and recovery beds across the province. And this includes facilities such as the new Coastal Sage Healing House in Victoria, a community bed-based treatment service that focuses on providing culturally safe and trauma-informed services for women. And our budget 2023 will continue to build a provincial and integrated system of treatment and recovery services by adding an additional 195 treatment beds. And one of the pieces that we're working on is with Providence Healthcare. They're building a model for a seamless continuum of care that will assist, an individual when they are in crisis. It will bring them into a process of stabilization through detox and withdrawal management, and then connect them directly to treatment. And the objective of that is to minimize the places where we lose people, where there's a transfer to another kind of service or a referral to another kind of service, and there's an opportunity for folks we lose them along the way. So it's an effort to try to keep people on a seamless path. That will be very important. We are looking at to scale that up in other communities across the province. And of course, we're also looking at how we address the important and specialized care when it comes to people who have concurrent disorders, and how we can try to build up models of care and places that are spread across the province so that people don't have to travel so far and live so far away from their communities to receive that care. And at every step along the way, we need to look at how we embed the wise practices and cultural safety into the design of these new services. That principle is at the center of this work. Supporting the delivery of First Nations-led services, including traditional practices, is key to enabling healing and supporting self-determination. And that is why we have also committed an additional $35 million in one-time funding to the First Nations Health Authority to complete the renovation and construction of 8 treatment centers. I want to, just before I finish, just spend a moment talking about addressing youth and children, because I've had many conversations with many nations and partners and Indigenous organizations about the importance of children and youth over my time in education. I want to first acknowledge the grief and the trauma associated with the uncovering of unmarked burials on former residential school sites, and the ongoing intergenerational trauma that creates in community. And it's part of why it is so important that we focus on delivering and providing upstream investments for children and youth. And so that is a big part of the work that we are doing in expanding integrated child and youth teams, which bring together schools, our healthcare system, our child welfare system, and the child and youth mental health focus there, to wrap supports around children and to go to where they're at, so that they don't have to struggle to find the right door, so that for the child or youth, any door that they're going to go through will be the right door. And a critical part of ICY teams will be working with local nations and First Nations service providers to design services that are culturally safe for school-age and Indigenous youth. We are also expanding our foundry services across the province, and have committed to adding 123 new substance use and treatment withdrawal management beds for youth aged 12 to 24, of which 43 have prioritized access for Indigenous youth, which is helping to fill a long-standing gap in treatment services. We've also undertaken an historic expansion of youth substance use services across the province to help youth and their families thrive. We have added 33 new and expanded substance use programs supported by about 130 new healthcare workers that are geared specifically for young people. And all of these investments will help to enhance our work to increase services and supports for young people, including culturally safe wraparound services. I just want to say before I close again, just one thing about decriminalization, and I know that we've had many conversations, you've had many conversations with the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, both my predecessor, Minister Malcolmson, and also staff in the ministry about this project. And I wanted just to be clear about the objectives of decriminalization. The exemption that we received from the federal government was called for by police, by public health, by frontline providers, by municipal partners, really aimed at needing to address the fear and the stigma that is associated with drug use and that prevents some people from reaching out to get help. That's really what this is about. It has a very narrow purpose and a very narrow application. But it does really seek to change up that relationship between frontline police officers who are engaging with people who may be carrying small amounts of drugs for personal use, so that interaction is not about a criminal matter. That interaction becomes an opportunity to provide information to that individual to connect them to care and support, and one in which they need not fear that they will be arrested or that they will be charged or that they will have their drugs confiscated. Because frankly, in the context of the drug poisoning crisis we are in, we cannot afford the risk of having someone have their drugs confiscated and then have to go procure another supply, which may not be a safe supply. That may be a supply that kills them. And I have heard from frontline doctors about the risks of that and the dangers of that in the context that we are in right now. And that is why we are working so hard with our partners to ensure that this project of decriminalization is focused on its intended outcomes, which is around fear and stigma, and that it does everything we need it to do to try to, again, be one more tool to try to protect people in the context of an unrelenting poisoned supply of drugs. So just in conclusion, I again want to thank you for the opportunity to come and meet with you in this capacity. I'm so grateful for all of the work that your communities are doing, and really grateful for the opportunity for my ministry to work and walk alongside you in this work to try to save lives and care for people as best we can in the context of the toxic drug poisoning crisis, and to connect people to care and support and treatment that they need. And I just, want to say that I think there isn't anything as important as recognizing the importance of this work being led by communities, by Indigenous people, by First Nations, because again, culture saves lives. And that's the commitment that we make to you, to continue to walk with you along this path. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there. And Corey, I'm happy to take a couple of questions. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Minister. We do have a question online. Is there anybody with a question in the room? Okay, microphone 26 and microphone 11. And that's probably, according to the Minister's time, 3 questions. Okay, we'll have you ask the questions and then we'll have the Minister give an opportunity to respond. So online, Chief Sapan, please, and then microphone 26.
Antla and Jawa Squash, Lee Spahan, Cook Bivid Selectcoop, Chief Lee Spahan Co-Order Band. Thank you for taking the time to attend this meeting with the BCAFN Minister Whiteside. Always greatly appreciated. Something to think about in the future is, with you and your colleague ministers in the provincial government, giving the chiefs more time to listen to questions, because in the last 2 days we've been cut off of our questions. I feel very disrespected when we're not allowed. We take time to attend these meetings, but yet we're not allowed to ask our questions. And To me, it's almost like, well, why do I bother attending a meeting like this when I can't even ask a question? So I really appreciate getting to ask my questions. I'm really glad that you talked about funding for treatment centers. And, I really hope that the First Nations Health Authority builds more treatment centers. We've been asking for this for quite a long time. In past meetings with the former mayor of Merritt, the Nicola Chiefs, we talked about this, and they were in support of treatment centers. But yet we didn't know who to call to the table to meet with and to go after funding. And there should be funding coming from both the federal and provincial government in regards to those treatment centers. And I'm glad that there's some money there. So I hope we can get one made in the Nicola Valley. I just want to let you know that, it was just put on global news last night that the Nicola Valley Hospital was going to be closed from 8 a.m. this morning until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And not only with troubling news like that, it's further distance to travel to Kamloops or Kelowna when there's an emergency, whether it has to do with mental health or addictions. So maybe just putting a bug in your ear to talk with your colleagues. And, I brought this up at the last UBCIC about what is the province going to be doing about this, because it's not only happening in the Nicola Valley, it's happening throughout the province of British Columbia. And all the money that the province is dishing out, our hospitals are still closing. And that is totally unacceptable. You last talked about decriminalization and understanding what the province thought about that. But my question to you is, why didn't the province come and talk with First Nations in BC before that was even put through as legislation? Because I just heard a story the other day. My cousin, who is an entrepreneur and owns a business in Merritt, is very frustrated because she has drug addicts right outside her door doing drugs. And then they get high and they come into her store and start harassing customers. Has the province even thought about that before that legislation went through? And if you don't know this, in the past, the city of Vancouver and other cities down in the Lower Mainland have been buying tickets for homeless people to come to Merritt, and we've seen an increase in homeless people showing up that are addicted to drugs. And that's unacceptable, because we're starting to see bigger tent camps here in the city and more dealings with drug dealers coming and staying on reserves that are non-Indigenous and selling to our members on reserve. Coldwater's been on the news in the last 3 to 6 months with shootouts, and we just had a house fire just recently because of drug dealers on the reserve. So there's a lot to talk about on mental health and addictions. And, I hope I get to have a meeting with you, even if it is virtually, so we can discuss more of the concerns and issues that are happening here in the Nicola Valley and on Coldwater Reserve. Gukjam, thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, Chief. I will move to microphone 26 and then microphone 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for coming to meet with us today. My name is Chief Linda Price from Mulgatcha First Nation. The reason that I wanted to bring this issue up is because it's related to mental health and wellness. Our UFN community have lost many band members as a result of opioids and addictions to alcohol, and as a result of seizures. And so when I became chief again in 2019, I addressed these issues with the Liquor Control and Licensing and Cannabis Regulation Branch in Victoria and spoke to the Deputy General Manager. And we brought these issues up. We were very concerned that there were 2 stores in our small community of Anaheim Lake, McLean's Trading and Anaheim Lake Trading, that both carried liquor licenses, and they're only about 2 blocks away from each other. So there's a real concern about that for our small community. And so when we addressed it, they said that the reason was because one store was under the Rural Agency Store Program. And I guess since then legislation has been changed, and now they're under the Liquor Control Licensing Regulation Branch. But I guess to make it quick here, because I know we're very busy, I really believe that in order to address these issues in a holistic way, like you have to look at things holistically. You have to look at what's going on in the community on the ground. And when we see our UFN members struggling with alcohol addictions, and there's 2 liquor stores in such a small community, and basically what happened here was one of the stores sold to a new owner, and the old license was, I guess, grandfathered into the sale, but this is not right. I mean, I think you need to have a really good look at all of that because it's all relevant, okay? And so I just thought I would share that information with you because we worked as the chief and council in our community to address this matter. We went to the, authorities, et cetera, that were regulating, and they could do nothing. And so I'm just saying that, these are the types of things that are tying our hands from doing the good work that you want us to do. It's the regulations, it's the legislation, and all of that. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and thank you for this time, I would say.
Microphone 11, and then we'll take one last question from online, Martin Louis.
Yeah, you. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, well, thanks, Minister. Yeah, some really good information here today. Before I begin, again, I'd like to acknowledge the Musqueam people and their lands, and for us being here today to carry out this business. Your presentation reminded me of the work that was done in 1992. The Royal Commission, when Erasmus went to every town, every province here in Canada, and the number 1 common denominator with First Nations was residential school. We don't have to go through the stats. We all know the stats. So that's the our little village isn't is where we have a lot of problems around alcoholism, around drug addiction. We're not unique in any way there, but it's encouraging to hear that there's a lot of money for treatment centers. I've lost 3 nephews that have gone to treatment centers and have come out because it's a family disease. They walk back into the family unit, and there's not enough safe houses. And one of my nephews 20 years ago came out of the Alert Bay Treatment Center and went into his house of origin, and just couldn't handle it. He needed a safe place to go, and I think some dollars can be arranged for safe houses for our people that are coming out of treatment centers. And one of the solutions that we've done with the Quixonoquamis is that we built 2 cultural houses in one of our remote areas, and a place called Bond Sound. You know, it's working really well. It's, you know, we bring our youth out there. You know, we teach our language, our songs, our legends, and show them the land that they belong to. And it's helping. But, you know, there's, you know, every place in every First Nation in BC should have one of those. Because it's, you know, if it's a pilot project, if BC wants to look at it, and it's something that's really encouraging. You know, it gives presence to the land where our young people come from. We give them an in-depth genealogy of who they are, where they come from, etc. Right? So they've, you know, they have a sense of pride of who they are. You know, and the other thing that's, you know, is evident with us, we got 95% unemployment rate. So, you know, we need to close that you know, that word that you hear all the time, that socio-economic gap. You know, because our elders born prior to the Indian Act, you know, all of them had a tremendous work ethic. You know, around, and they had a tremendous amount of self-esteem. So, you know, we need to look at that. And, you know, I mean, addiction is, you know, we definitely encouraging what I'm hearing around the dollars and cents that are coming down the pipeline. But, you know, where every day, I mean, we've heard chiefs here that talk about how much work we have been doing. Every week we're losing someone. Yeah. It's unreal, and you know, where the grief that all our nations have to endure, you know, is. You know, we definitely need help, and it's encouraging. But I thought I would point out the safe houses for our young kids that are coming out of treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to online. Chief Louis.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a question or anything like that. It's just a comment. Just listening to everybody and the concerns in every community. Before I get going here, I'd like to thank Musqueam too, and AFN to host this very important day for everybody. But whatever is going on with addiction, alcoholism, and whatever happens in our community on a daily basis, we all try to fix these problems through policies that was written somewhere out of our communities. And it's more, to me, whatever is going on, it's more a jurisdictional issue, because we have a small community. Maybe there's about 200 people on our community, and the rest are off reserve. But on the community, we have about 7 dealers. And they're actually not dealers. We know who they are. We try to bring the RCMP in. We tried in a lot of different ways to try to get help to fix this issue. And they're only users that are out there. They take drugs to use drugs. That's all they do in our community. And I've been trying with the RCMP, been trying with the health, and nothing is working. Reason why I say it's jurisdictional problem, because anytime I ask the RCMP to come in to help, they said, oh, we have to go to Prince George and see if they can help us to try to, we just can watch them. We can't do anything to them. Yet we're losing people on the community to drugs. A lot of them end up on the streets because of using. And you look at all the legislation that's been changed in the last few years, and a lot of our traditional way can be able to work, but you can't make it happen because it doesn't fit into any of the programs that's out there. And when you try it on your own, you're alone. You have to spend your own money. If you made some money in your businesses that you have to spend your own money to make a difference. Spending your own money for which is earmarked for the community members. So a lot of our problem is jurisdictional. Because, and I just want to bring that out there, and I know I can feel the people that are speaking and the problems that's out there in the Indian world. And the last speaker is right. Things has to be done our way to make it happen, but in our way, we don't have that jurisdictional authority to say, well, we're going to try it this way. And if we're going to be doing that, then the program changes to another way of how consultation is worded to actually allow somebody else to do something for you. So if this issue is going to be resolved, it has to be done through policing, through some changes in the health of how communities look after themselves, not how people can look after us. And that's the biggest problem. We're going to the state of dependency that we can't turn back. And another program only makes it worse. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll go to the minister. Microphone 2.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for your comments and your reflections and your questions. It is so important and helpful to hear directly about the challenges you're experiencing in your communities. And if I can just maybe make a couple of general comments to start in response. I think when we're dealing with the issue of substance use disorder, that is really a disease of sort of the heart and the mind. It's not sort of hips and knees. There's not one surgery that we can perform that will fix it, or a vaccine that will just that will cure it. It's obviously much more complex than that, and it's why we really need to be working from a basis of community-led solutions, Indigenous-led solutions, because Indigenous people understand what is needed, understand how to have the cultural framework and supports for people to recover from those traumas that cause addiction. And so that that really requires for sure a shift in perspective in our healthcare systems, in our relationship, in how we engage in building out the kinds of programs and solutions and facilities that are necessary to support connecting people to the care and support that they need. I will just say that Chief Spahan, thanks very much for your comments, and I understand that there is the challenges, particularly in more rural and remote areas of the province, are particularly acute. And there's no question that when it comes to the health, human resources, the people that we need to support our healthcare system, that we, are working hard to ensure that we're doing the recruiting and the training to sustain all of our services. And importantly, and an important part of the work that we will be doing with all of you in some of the resources that are allocated in the budget, is providing supports for, addictions training for Indigenous healthcare workers in community, to make sure that that folks in community who are doing this work have the training and supports they need to be able to do this work, and also that we can identify, recruit, and train more Indigenous healthcare workers, First Nations healthcare workers in community. That's a critical part of being able to provide culturally appropriate and culturally safe care. So thank you for your comments there. Chief Price, we absolutely have to listen to what's happening in community, and we have to identify what those barriers are, whether they're jurisdiction or regulatory, so that we can have solutions, again, that are led by the community. So thank you for raising that piece with me. Chief Johnson, I'm sorry for the loss of your nephews. I can't imagine losing 3 in one family. And your point about the First Nations treatment centers is really critical, because we do have to address the supports for people once they may have been through a program and they get out of that program. Well, what then? What do they do then? Where do they go then? And that aftercare piece is so important, and important that it is that we try to make it seamless, as we are doing with in this work with Providence Healthcare. So the work that we're doing with the First Nations Health Authority on the healing centers, that is there's federal money there, there's provincial money there, and these projects have been in the works for some time. And I had recent conversations with the First Nations Health Authority to look at how we can expedite our work, because we need to have these facilities built and open as soon as we can. We need to work with the nations and with the FNHA to make sure that that we're advancing those projects quickly. So this is not the last you'll sort of hear about those particular projects that have already been identified, because I'm hoping that we can work together to expedite those centers where there are already commitments. And then in the provincial budget, there are other resources, funding to respond to the call that we heard from nations during the First Nations Leadership Gathering last December with respect to the need for Indigenous-led, land-based healing approaches in different communities. And so that is, again, a process that we will be coming to nations through and the FNHA to build how we identify those and support those projects. And Chief Louis, I can appreciate the challenges of a small community and the circle that you've identified that we have to disrupt. And that's really what we need to do. We need to disrupt that circle, that cycle of addiction, so that we can connect people to the support that they need. And I, of course, will look forward to an opportunity to meet with any nation, talk with any nation about solutions that you have, issues that you have, or ways in which we can better support the work that needs to be done on the ground. There's clearly an enormous amount to do, but much more tools and resources available now to be able to do that work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I do acknowledge that there is a question online, but we're going to have to move ahead with our next agenda item. Thank you very much. And Terry's got something. We'll chat soon. Absolutely. Okay, great. And part of that is because we have quorum. So thank you for, calling whoever you had to call and getting it done and ensuring that we're able to attend back to the important work. Noting that we're going back to Resolution 9, the CHRT on First Nations Child and Family Services, Jordan's Principle, Reform on Indigenous Services Canada, and the Agreement in Principle in the final settlement agreement. Noting that I've already read the therefore be it resolved, and also we have I got a confirmation from the mover and the seconder. The mover did speak at last, so I'll move to the seconder, microphone 5.
Thank you, Malaxadan Gitsagukla proxy. I just wanted to take this time to thank Cindy Blackstock, Mary TG, and team for their presentation today. I support their initiatives and the work that they do because our community and our nation have benefited from the hard work that they've put forth in helping our community and nation in the work that they're doing, and that's just that's what I wanted to share today. Unfortunately, I think I missed them. Two of them are here, but yeah, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank for the hard work. It is important work, and it is very beneficial work for our communities to allow us the opportunity to provide supports to our children and families. Thank you.
Open for discussion? Yes. Confirm, question? Okay. So we'll go to a vote then. Those in favor?
Madam Chair?
Yes? Sorry, I am not able to see online. I apologize. Online voice?
Yes,
Is that
it's
correct?
Cheryl Casmer, proxy.
Thank you.
Hi, in the resolution, there is a section that speaks to when the long-term reform agreement is completed, that it comes back to chiefs. I'd also like to make sure that in there it includes the compensation agreement as well.
Do you highlight the number, please? Which number?
I'm only going based on what I see in front of me. I think it's number 4.
Roman numeral 4?
Let me see. Go to
Must be.
Roman
Sure.
4. Let's see. I think it was that one. Can you go back to 4 just quickly? Ensure any, including reformed funding approach. No, that's not it. Maybe keep on going.
You said report back is the part.
Yeah, it's just
okay. Let's
well,
see.
it's there's already the commitment in the language to report back on the long-term reform. And I think that it also needs to include what's going on around the compensation. We want to have a report back on that as well. Okay.
Okay. Microphone 6.
Hi, Cheryl. Proxy Mary TG for TACLA. It would be 4, the very last of BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Assembly of First Nations 2-4. It would be B. Return to the First Nations and Assembly to seek approval of the final settlement agreement on long-term reform and compensation. So it would be the addition of and compensation, final settlement agreement.
Thanks, Mary. That's where that's what I was trying to find. Thank you.
So 4B, we got 4B up there and compensation. Okay. Any other discussion? Question? You got it up there? Okay. Before the question? Yeah. Okay. So I was told somebody had their hand up before the question. Terry Wallace? Walkus. Online?
Sorry, I was just scrolling through and accidentally pushed the hand.
So you're okay to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So question. So we've got the question in there. Those in favor? Okay. Any objections? Abstentions? Good. You're good? Okay. Resolution passed. Thank you. Good job, Sid. Hands up to all of you for making sure that happens. So now we'll go back to Resolution 6, which we tabled from yesterday. And I'm not sure if the mover and the seconder are online. I recognize that the seconder is present at microphone 10. The mover, I believe he's online. Okay. I don't need to reread this. We read it in. Oh, he's not online. Okay, okay. So what we will do at this moment is we've got Resolution 6. We'll try to contact the mover. I believe he yesterday indicated he was in Ottawa, so we'll probably need to follow through on that. And we will move to emergency management update. Wayne, who's also another one of our very patient, where is he? Oh, there you are. Thank you, Wayne. Please come up. Please come up. You want to sit down? Okay. All right. Microphone 1, please.
Great. I'd like to thank the Musqueam community for having me and BCAFN for having me speak in regards to emergency management. So I'll get my presentation up here. Perfect. Thank you. So our vision and mission with Finesse is safe and healthy First Nation communities. We achieve our vision through emergency planning, training, response, and recovery, training, education, prevention, forest fuel, and wildfire management, leadership and collaborative relationships. One of the areas, we heard Lenny with the Forestry Council, and one of the areas that we're working towards together is looking at how we can provide more wildfire risk reduction around communities, which is a big piece of moving forward with making communities safer in the province. Of course, our other mitigation piece is our Fire Smart program, which is around homes and home fire safety in regards to wildfire. So one of the areas we look at in our emergency preparedness for communities is reaching out to Finesse, and we can help with the Fire Smart and the mitigation programs. We got fundings available through a few different sources. The Community Resilience Investment Program, which is a provincial program, on reserve fuel treatment funding, which is from Indigenous Services Canada. And those programs can be, if you access Finesse through their mitigation department, we can help your community write those proposals to get that funding into your community. So it's a really important piece. And of course, one of the areas that we actually got some funding from Indigenous Services Canada is wildfire equipment to start some communities on protecting their own communities with and having the ability with wildfire equipment. One of the other areas that there's a conference I wanted to share with the chiefs in May, and I think it's in North Vancouver actually, and it's based on Wildfire Resilience and Training Summit. It's a partners program in regards to how to work with Fire Smart and also how to be more wildfire resilience in your community. So it's a really good conference. We heard about fires in communities. One of the other areas we support communities is helping reestablish their fire departments. Fire departments started in the 1980s, and a lot of communities have struggles with their departments, so we're trying to get communities up and running and also to make those departments more hybrid model, so they don't only respond to structural, but they respond to wildfire as well. So that increases your capabilities. We provide disaster risk reduction training and preparedness opportunities. If you go on Finesse's website, we offer online training weekly for your emergency program coordinators or whoever is looking after that program. We also do recovery in ESS. I think the atmospheric rivers, we did everything from hauling hay to communities for horses to bringing food supplies to different communities that didn't have them. So it's really a big piece that we take pride in working on. Training, like I said, we participate in training. We'll do training in community or we'll do training online. So as organizations, we welcome out to your community and support you with online training, which is really an easier way to access our training, or we will come in person. One of the other areas that we actually are, this is an area that we've really increased, is our GIS capabilities. So we're actually able to measure risk in communities so that we can determine the risk between fuel mitigation work that needs done or the overall risk to the community, so we can design an emergency plan based around your community's risk. So that's another real key component on making your community more resilient. I'm going a little quick because, but we have our new website up, and if you want to access it, it's www.finesse.bc.ca, and it's really easy to maneuver. So if you want to see all our programs and what's available, it's a really good way to do that. Also, another little update too is our disaster risk reduction plan that we're doing with, we got Dan George's company doing that. So our regional sessions have been completed. It's to set a regional emergency strategy up for risk reduction for FNLC. And one of the really exciting parts that I found is when they did the surveys, we actually did a youth survey and got 85 responses on their concerns with emergency management. So you can see the interest of youth now in protecting their own communities is really starting to evolve, because they're realizing the risk from wildfire and all, we had the atmospheric rivers, the heat waves. We need to be better prepared as nations to protect ourselves. Because if we count on the province to do that for us or other entities, they're not going to. We have some really good examples of a lot of communities now that are supporting that initiative to do their own response on their own communities in regards to wildfire in different areas. I know Kupke Drainey and Skeetchison, they're one of our examples of how they've turned their community around to be more self-resilient, to response, preparedness, and still looking at ways to improve that as well, Chief. So really good initiatives, but the whole, I look at our bilateral agreement with the province and how we sit now with emergency management. We have to look at a different agreement to give communities more access to funding and support so they can be more self-resilient in emergency management, instead of looking at the province to guide what we should be doing in emergency management. So anyways, in closing, since I'm going pretty fast here, but in closing, I really want you to really take a look at our website, because the importance of us being prepared before this wildfire season or flooding season with the snow that we've actually received at the end of the year is really important. So we really need to work on keeping our communities safe and taking advantage of the programs we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think I'm a bit comforted by the fact that you're under stress able to respond quickly, which I think we'd all like to have in emergency situations. So thank you for that, and thank you for your patience, and Regional Chief has something for you. And please look at his website should you have further questions. I was told Kasalem is online, correct?
Yes, I'm
Yep.
here.
Okay, so as you know, this is a, oh, thank you. It's like, where'd she go? We do have the second, so we have the mover online, and we have the seconder at microphone 10. Yesterday, we allowed them time to speak. We began the discussions as well, and the resolution, the therefore be it all, was also read into the meeting. So I'm going to just move to discussion. If there is any more discussion, please raise your hand. Oh, but they have them already on? Oh, you want me to reread it? Yes, we did amend those yesterday. Do you want me to reread them? Okay. So you should all have the extra sheet. So I will reread it. Therefore be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly supports a renewal of a 10-year funding agreement for the necessary community health services, care, and benefits for approximately 200,000 First Nations people in British Columbia. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief and staff to communicate to the First Nations Health Council, federal and provincial government, that an arm's-length health governance review is not needed. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the BCAFN to engage and participate or support for arm's length health governance review called for in BCAFN Resolution 2021-02 and 2022-23, and rescinds the actions called for in those resolutions. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the BCAFN to advise First Nations to utilize BC First Nations health governance structures, established engagement pathway to provide feedback and direction to their elected representatives on the First Nations Health Authority. So you can see on the screen where some of the amended changes were made. The track changes are visible there. I'm assuming everybody, including those online, can see that as well. Discussion. Microphone 16.
Thank you. I know it's late. It's 3:30. Wamish Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor. So yesterday we received a briefing note. Number 2 had Rule 53. The draft resolution does not conflict with past resolutions. If there's a conflict, that proposed change is clearly stated as an intent or purpose of the draft resolution, which I think number 3 is hoping to achieve. But not having that other resolution, I don't know what's actually being removed from it. It says, and rescinds the actions called for. I don't know if I've been a part of a resolution being rescinded or portions of it without it clearly outlining what those actions are. I'm a big fan of good governance, and I agree with some of the comments from both sides of the story that I've heard yesterday about this governance work belongs at the First Nations Health Authority or Health Council and our caucuses, but also recognizing that it was chiefs that helped create that organization, and I hear both sides. For me, I'm going to be honest, at the end of the day, I think this just needs to be resolved and figured out, especially if it may impact funding for our communities. I was a little disappointed to see letters going back and forth, even on the day that we made our announcement about residential schools, seeing different groups sending information back and forth and complaints, when really we're out here trying to serve our people and making sure that we improve the health and quality of life of our people. I just hope this can be resolved, and if this resolution is going to help resolve those issues so we can move beyond it and simply have our funding roll out to our communities and quit the back and forth, to be honest, then I'm supportive of it. But I have a really big issue with number 3. If we're going to start rescinding previous motions or sections, it needs to be very clear on what it is you're rescinding. To just say rescinds the actions called for in those resolutions and not having it, I'm not comfortable proceeding without knowing what those actions are that are being removed. So again, I'm not saying one side or the other, or one person's right or one group is wrong. I just think we need to move beyond this and help our communities out.
Thank you. Okay, we have a speaker online, Judith Sayers, please, and then microphone 26.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the time. I have been the chair of the Health Governance Committee since it was established under the resolution of 2021. And in 2021, the chiefs were very clear that they wanted to do a health governance review. This was something that was also recommended in the In Plain Sight report due to some of the issues that we had during COVID and the need to resolve jurisdiction of health, which of course we know lies in the rights holders. So the motion was passed. If we had had the cooperation of First Nations Health Authority and First Nations Health Council and the government of BC, we could have had this review done and ready for this agreement. In fact, that was the intent. But everybody, those 3 parties kind of fought against us, and no funding was available, made available to do this governance review. And so in fall of 2022, the motion was brought to stop the health governance, the Health Act, the health governance, the agreement being signed, the 10-year agreement being signed until this health governance review was put in place. And this was, at the 3 organizations. It wasn't just the BCAFN, it was at all 3. And people wanted this done. And, listening to people's frustrations at Gathering Wisdom week before last was really telling. We also had an online chiefs meeting in January, and we heard the same thing. So not everybody is happy with the structure. There are some that aren't. And so what this review is supposed to do is to look at the health structure, the health authority, the health council, the directors, the regional caucuses, what's working, what's not working. It's been 10 years. It's healthy to do a review. We're not in any way threatening to take apart the health authority. Just what can we do to make it better? You know, listening to the frustration of some of those First Nations at Gathering Wisdom, you can hear it. What are they going to do? Are they going to walk away from this agreement? We don't want to do that. We want unity. And I just don't understand the fear. What is the fear of doing a review of the governance structure? Health Council's evaluation is mainly around Directive 7, operating at a high standard. And what the chiefs want is looking at, and it was in their report, it was all about self-determination, community-based, nation-driven decision-making. But that didn't come into the Health Council review. And the Health Council has offered to work with us, but we have to change it quite a bit to include the governance structure. So I don't know if we can get there or not. Certainly we do. And, you know, we really do want to work together. It shouldn't be an us and them, the chiefs against the health authority. We're one and the same. We're trying to do things that are benefiting it. So I just really hope people will vote against this, and we can work on the health governance. Maybe we have to do it in the first year of the 10-year agreement. Or, you know, if we're worried about funding, but I'm sure we could also do a short-term funding agreement. The government's not going to not give us money to carry out health. That's just the bottom line. So, you know, there's been a lot of work in trying to achieve this health governance review. Let's make ourselves better. We are self-determining. Let's recognize the role of the chiefs and the First Nations in health. It's not just the Health Authority and Health Council that are running health. It is First Nations. So, sorry, I had so much more I wanted to say, but I don't want to take up a lot of time on Friday. But just encouraging you to vote against this. It's going to go ahead under the other two organizations. It's going to happen in some way, and it needs to happen. I just can't stress that enough, that we really need to ensure that communications are made better, structures are strengthened, the role of First Nations is secure as the rights and title holder. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Microphone 26, and then we'll go to online, Chief Hobart.
I guess the question, Chief Linda Price, Algatra First Nation. I guess the question is it the intent of this resolution to rescind or reverse the BCAFN Chiefs Resolution 2021-22 and Resolution 2022-23? And what I hear in the resolution is that that is the case. So it goes against Rule 53D, that it's in a conflict with an existing resolution. So I can't support this resolution. Chanalia.
Online, Chief Hobart.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I want to thank you, everyone, and I want to echo several speakers here. You know, Chief Ken Watts, one of my favorite speakers out there, and as well, Ms. Sayers, she's spot on. Through the Sayers, funding is not in peril here, and if we're hearing that message coming from the health authority, they need to stop. And I'll tell you, we already know that they're not going to pull away from the funding, and that's one of the levers that has been used to push us over the barrel. We don't do that to ourselves. That's not the way we should be working our governance, even our relationships. It's like that's where the us and them comes. All we're doing is asking for a review of our own. And you know, we've heard, well, I wasn't there. It wasn't about the chiefs. Nobody was speaking for the chiefs that weren't there. This is called, if you look at the resolution, it's Chiefs in Assembly. And so, you know, hindsight is 20/20. And what I say by that is, at some point we're going to get past this, and we're either going to know by this review that everything's in the order, or that things need to be fixed. So let's give this an independent review from the chiefs that asked for it, as part of that committee that helped put it together, I want to say I'm looking forward to the outcomes, and I'm going to be good either way. It's going to be a 2020 hindsight that's going to become revealed to 2020 foresight that we can build off. And I think that's where I said yesterday, we're setting a precedent if we start using leverages like, oh, there was 180 people voting at the resolution. They were voting for the money. They weren't voting for this portion of the resolution. This here is separate. I just want people to take that into consideration. This is totally separate, and it always should have been. One shouldn't have been leveraged against the other. The money was one thing, this is the other. We need to have this review, arm's length. Why not? And I'm just saying that this is a good time to do it. Right at the beginning of the 10 years, absolutely perfect time. And so I'm going to oppose this resolution. Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so online we have Kasalem. Chairperson Kasalem. Okay, he just dropped off. Okay, Kasalem just dropped off. I'm assuming he'll try to get back on. And Chief Thomas, you have had your hand up online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Don Tom, Sartlet First Nation.
Tom, sorry, Tom. I thought it said Chief Thomas. I was told Don.
Oh,
Okay.
that's okay. Better fire that person who told you that. Madam Chair, thank you for the time. And I did watch the discussion yesterday on the resolution. I agree that there is a place for healthy discussion, and there is a place where we can agree and disagree. And I think, for us as the chiefs who've been requesting independent review, and we've been working within the bounds of the Health Council and Health Authority, and it just simply hasn't happened. And we've run out of options, and it lands at these tables here. And I also want to remind the chiefs that it was the chiefs' bodies at these Union of BC Indian Chiefs, BC Assembly of First Nations, and First Nations Summit that created the Health Council and the Health Authority, putting 3 members per sub-regional group as representatives. And we've worked within the confines of available tools, and it just hasn't worked out, and it hasn't been satisfactory. It hasn't been, I think, being able to respond to us in a timely manner and providing information in a timely manner as well. And I do worry that resolutions that are in conflict with one another, I would hope that the individuals who are putting forward the motion and seconding, and Madam Chair, I would ask that you rule this out of order, and because it simply doesn't meet the requirements as stated by the briefing note. And I think parties of these resolutions perhaps need to come together to try and figure it out, because I do worry for the political bodies that we are able to simply put resolutions opposing one another without having those discussions that we need to by putting forward an opposing resolution. And I think that's where the fulsome discussions need to be had. So thank you for the opportunity. And I just know that there is work to be done. There is work that I think will be done in the next year. And I just have concerns about moving forward in the ability that we put forward opposing resolutions. So I just think that there's some work to be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Kasalem is back online. Kasalem?
Thank you. Just wanted to check, can you hear me?
Yes.
My internet connection's a little bit shoddy right now, so my apologies. Thank you for the chance to speak and hopefully respond to some of the comments that have been made and hopefully clarify, because I think that there's been some incorrect statements said so far with regards to this resolution. So dealing with the conflict, as mentioned earlier, and as the discussion came out of yesterday, there were two main elements that the board had identified with regards to this resolution for their recommendation that it be tabled. One was that there are elements that could prevent consensus, namely lack of clarity around the current status of the arm's length health governance review. B, lack of support for the notion that federal or provincial governments require the arm's length health governance review to be concluded prior to renewing the 10-year funding agreement. And C, lack of support for the idea that health funding would be at risk unless the arm's length health governance review is halted. And the second issue was the draft resolution is in conflict, and this is important. Draft resolution is in conflict with past resolutions, and while that conflict is noted in the draft resolution, the wording could more precisely disclose the position adopted by the Chiefs and Assembly in Resolution 0221 and 23, 2022, and that this resolution is intended to rescind or reverse those positions. We've attempted with staff to address those concerns. So we've removed section referencing the line that the health governance review is required prior to the 10-year funding agreement. Removed a line from the resolution, the idea that health funding would be at risk unless the health governance review is halted. And we've added a line to more clearly state that this resolution is intended to rescind or reverse the actions proposed in resolutions 2021-02 and 22-23. So we've attempted in good faith to revise the resolution based off the feedback to address the concerns that were raised. This resolution is clearly identifying a new path forward. I think it is totally within the rights of this assembly and the people and the members of this assembly to be able to vote on a resolution that changes direction. We're not duty bound to every resolution that is passed, especially when those resolutions did not have the full participation.
Chairperson Kasalem, if you can hear us, we can't hear you anymore. We see that you're still on.
Hi, sorry about that.
Okay, we can hear you again.
And I guess just the last point is the threat to funding, it isn't insinuated from just this resolution. It was the First Nations Leadership Council that had sent letters to the Health Council and to the federal minister demanding on behalf of rights and title holders that the 10-year agreement not be renewed until an arm's length health governance review had concluded. And as mentioned, as referenced or acknowledged by a previous speaker, while the intention was to have that done, started and completed within the last 2 years, that's not the case. That health governance review has not been able to secure funding from federal or provincial partners. It has not been supported by the First Nations Health Council. It has also not been supported by the other pillar of the First Nations Health Governance Structure, which is the First Nations Health Directors Association. So the health directors who lead and implement our programs and services have not issued any support for this third-party health governance review. And the Squamish Nation has been very clear and unequivocal in our support for the Health Council not supporting that arm's length health governance review for the simple reason that these bodies that we're at today were not, we created the Health Council and the health governance structure to separate politics and governance around health services. The attempts by a small group of people to create an intervention into another governing body that we as First Nations created is interference. And the Squamish Nation does not support that. And we do not support that. We've been very clear on that. But the challenge is that when these movements were being made over the last 2 years, Squamish was not present, Squamish was not aware, Squamish was not consulted. And other First Nations are like Squamish, and we are speaking up because we have an attempt by another group of First Nations to try and interfere in the rights and benefits that come to our people. So I support the intention of the discussion around governance reviews, identifying best practices, identifying room for improvement. I wholeheartedly agree with it. I've been at the forefront of doing that kind of work within my community, within many different arenas. But there is a health council, there are the health caucuses that have not been utilized. And as the proper process that we establish as First Nations leadership for resolving these matters, and it has not been utilized, unfortunately. And so I will fully support, and Squamish will fully support all of those requests, demands, expectations, ideas around governance review. And we can do that through the Health Council, and we can do that through the existing reviews that are already happening. And if we need more reviews, then let's do it. But it's important that we respect the structures that we created and the good governance principles that we created around this. And that is the reason why I have, in good faith, brought this resolution forward, because we don't feel that the Leadership Council or these political advocacy organizations should be interfering in the governance structure of another First Nations organization that we as First Nations leadership created. Thank you.
Just on a out of order, thank you, Chief Tom, earlier. I don't have the authority to call something out of order, but we do have one more person online, Chief Sapan, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just for the record, Cowater Indian Band opposes this resolution. I have had a chance to speak to a couple of my representatives at the health area where we have our meetings, and I don't feel comfortable supporting this resolution. So for the record, Chief Cowater Indian Band opposes this resolution. Cooksjam.
Thank you. My next I was going to go to the seconder. If the seconder has any comments that they'd like to make. Microphone 10.
Aiswail Swaswit Telsqui, Chief Proxy for Chiam First Nation. My name is Annie Silver. I just too wanted to echo that I support good governance and good government's review and assessments. I support a third-party independent review, but I believe in processes. And I believe that, you know, the chiefs have that right to have that say. But I don't feel that it should be connected to our funding. And I don't feel that, you know, that our nations and our health benefits should be put at risk over it. But I'm going to continue to remain the same. I'm going to support this resolution as a seconder. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion online? Any
Madam
more
Chair?
discussion? Whoa, yes, so, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Well, again, so I will just actually, so I did a call for online, but just as you were speaking, microphone 24, I was just about to call them. So I will go to microphone 24 first, and then I will go to online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. And again, I just want to acknowledge the Musqueam First Nation. I know earlier I recognized all three, but knowing that we're on the direct Musqueam First Nation, I wanted to acknowledge that. And I know for myself, I was one of the original movers of this here motion, so I know that I will be voting against this motion today. And hopefully I'm not late for my flight, so hopefully we can get to voting on that. Cooksjam. I just don't want to vote against my own motion that I put forward, the very first one. Cooksjam.
Online, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cheryl Kasmer, proxy for Chief Jackson. I just wanted to, I guess, share some information. Maybe I shouldn't be speaking as a proxy. Maybe I'll speak as a Leadership Council representative, if I may, who is one of the leads on the health file. because I think that there's some information that may be missing and that might be useful while this conversation is happening. And I'll try to be quick, given what I just heard from Chief Casmer needing to catch a flight. The Leadership Council and the First Nations Health Council, we have a protocol on the self-determinants of health. And that protocol was entered into by ceremony a number of years ago. And for whatever reason, we had not been able to come together or agree to come together in a fulsome, meaningful way for a number of years. We actually came together for the first time a few weeks ago as a Leadership Council and the Health Council. And that was at that point when Wade made the commitment that he was going to start attending Chiefs Assemblies to report out on work. And he had said to us, he didn't understand why the chair and the deputy chair didn't attend Chief Council meetings or Chiefs Assemblies meetings in the first place, and that he was making a commitment to make sure that he was going to do that. Also in that meeting, I think it's important to note that we had some very frank conversations amongst ourselves about the manner in which things were unfolding with this letter writing battle going back and forth and not coming together and having the discussion that was long overdue. And if we'd had that conversation years ago, we may not be in the situation that we're in now. So at that time, it was asked of us if the evaluation that's currently underway and is coming to conclusion, if that evaluation was going to meet the issues and concerns raised by the leadership who were calling for a review on governance structure. We had indicated to them then that that was not a decision that the Leadership Council could make, that they needed to ask that question of the title and rights holders and hope that they would do that at the Gathering Wisdom, of which I'm at a disadvantage because I was not in attendance at Gathering Wisdom. I was in fact in Ottawa at a Modern Treaties Forum that week. However, I did hear back, particularly from my nation reps who were in attendance, who did take to the stage and who did speak against and supported a governance review. They were speaking against the renewal of a 10-year agreement, but that's beside the point. In any event, when we had this conversation, we talked about the necessity for making sure that we had regular ongoing dialogue amongst ourselves, and that they needed to be the ones to seek the clarification about whether that evaluation was going to meet the needs. And from what we're hearing, it's not going far enough. When we raised this issue with Minister Dix as well, because we've been asking him as a Leadership Council to provide funding, he's been really hesitant in doing so. And he said the only way that he would do it is if the Leadership Council and the Health Council could come to some sort of an agreement. Health Council and the Leadership Council haven't had a chance to come together and have that conversation since we met with Minister Dix and since Gathering Wisdom. So I just wanted to let you know that that's still a conversation that needs to take place. Lastly, the funding is not going to be impacted. I don't know where that's coming from, and Leadership Council never asked for an interruption in funding whatsoever. What we did ask, though, is that there be consideration given to extending the existing agreement for a year while this evaluation process took place, so that there would be no disruption in service or programs or funding. So I just wanted to make that clear, because at no point in time did Leadership Council ask for that. So anyway, I just thought I would put this forward for your consideration, because I think that, I believe that there is a path forward that's going to meet the needs of everyone. Because I really don't like the situation of where we are on sides. Health has no room for sides. We have a health crisis in this country and in the world. And the most impacted and affected people are our own people, our people. And I know that everybody in that room wants nothing better than the highest quality of care and service of health for our people. In order to do that, though, we need a process where leadership's voices can be heard, and we're hearing that it's not happening. So what we need to do is figure out a way forward. I don't necessarily know if this resolution is going to allow that to do that, or if we even consider and Kilsalem, I have the utmost respect for you, potentially tabling the resolution until such time that the Leadership Council and the Health Council can come back together again and finalize a path forward in terms of this evaluation that's being requested. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'm noting that there are no more questions online and there's no more indication of wanting to discuss in person. Also comments about planes being missing planes, and as well we're over time. We also still have a fisheries update to hear from and 3 more resolutions after this one. What would you like? Okay. Anyone else? Questions been called by one member? It's by a second member? It's my understanding you need 2 people, and 2/3 of the people in the room are online to call questions. So, okay, so question's been called. So we, was that? Okay. So we'll go to the vote. Those in favor? Okay, so if people in the room, if you're in favor, please raise your lanyard. If you're online, you need to put your hand up or wave at the screen. Tell me when to ask for the next one.
Sorry, Chair, I might have missed it because of just cutting out. How do we vote online?
Either you can put your hand up, the little hand, or just wave or thumbs up. There's 2 people looking at the screens right now, so if your camera is on, they will see you with a thumbs up or nothing.
And this is for in favor?
Sorry?
Right now,
So yes,
this is
we're
a
right
call for
now
those
in favor, yes, please.
My apologies, thank you.
Objections? Again, please hold up your lanyards or wave online, please. Sorry, against. Pardon me. It's the end of the day. We all have already realized that. Objections? So, oh my gosh, I did it again. Keep them up, please. Keep them up, please. And Jordan, if you'd like to make your way up. Good. I think they're done in the room. They're done in the room now. We're good? Abstentions? Yeah. Abstentions? So none in the room. Check online, please. Oh, one in the back. One abstention in the back. So we have 5 for, 39 against, and 2 abstained. So the resolution didn't pass. Okay, so we will proceed. We've got Jordan up front now with the fisheries update, and then we will continue with resolution 12, then 10, then 11, then our closing. Thank you. We didn't think James was going to be able to join online, but apparently he is online now. So James, Jordan was suggesting that perhaps you go first.
Yes, can I do a quick sound check? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I want to thank you for the invitation to present. It's an honor for me to be here. My name is James McDonald. I am the new fisheries director for AFN at the fisheries sector. And yes, I started on February 6th, so I'm new to the role, but not new to the fisheries, the fisheries world, I guess. I've been following along your assembly here, and I realize you're sort of pressed or constrained for time. So I had an update that I was going to go through, but perhaps instead of doing that, I will just give you a quick high-level overview of what we're planning for the upcoming calendar year. So I work with three policy analysts in our small fishery sector, and we receive mandates through resolution that are passed by the Chiefs in Assembly in July and September, and through special Chiefs Assemblies that occur as well. And we're looking to implement those resolutions that have passed over the years. And there's an opportunity, I think, for an open net pen farming resolution that was discussed in December, but never reached the floor, the assembly at that time. So there's an opportunity for that resolution to come to the floor for the upcoming the upcoming assembly in Ottawa, April 3rd to 6th. And the focus of that assembly is going to be on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the associated National Action Plan. And we're going to focus on how that relates to fisheries and the inherent rights that First Nations wish to have recognized through those processes. And we have a National Fisheries Committee meeting slated for 10 a.m. on April 3rd. So we're interested in exploring all of those themes and supporting the nations to the best of our ability through that process. And yeah, so like I said, I didn't want to spend too much time because given where you're at in your agenda, I just wanted to introduce myself and say that we're very much looking forward to working with the BCAFN and the First Nation Fisheries Council. I've met Jordan Point a few times, and he's certainly a capable and knowledgeable person, and we're looking to support him and his team however we can. There's clear linkages between the FNFC and AFN, and we're looking to, like I said, support that as much as we can. And lastly, I will just say that Regional Chief Terry TG is one of the three co-chairs on the National Fisheries Committee, and I'm very much looking forward to working with him and his leadership on that front. So I will hang out a little bit longer, and if anybody has any questions for me, or if you want to get in touch with me, I'd be happy to supply you with my contact information or support you however I can. Madam Chair.
Trying to sort out the resolutions. Yes, microphone 2, please go.
I don't find me disrespectful for not acknowledging the territory. I was elected here to the council 27 years ago, so sometimes I get a bit casual in my own community here, but happy to be here and present to you folks today. Good to see familiar faces, and bring good thoughts in my mind and good feelings in the heart for what we're doing here today. I know you had a long day, and I've been asked to provide a really condensed overview. I know it's late on a Friday afternoon, and so I think the update that I was asked to prepare has been passed around the room. I think that what I'll do is I'll try and hit some of the highlights and leave lots of room for you folks to raise questions rather than me talking at you. I'd rather you identified concerns or questions. So I'll start at the top of page 1. You can see we've just started the new term for the First Nations Fisheries Council regional delegates, and the council members are listed there for your edification. There are some areas and regions still in progress as nations sort out between themselves who is best for the region to work within their communities and bring their issues to the regional perspective. So I'll move down to the next item very quickly. In response to United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People and the provincial version, the DRIPA Act, our policy and fisheries management unit has provided an update here that indicates we've started to really convene policy forum discussion to identify First Nations priority interests on matters of broad concern that we can utilize. Government at both scales is saying, how do we inform and update UNDRIP legislation, DRIPA legislation, inform it with Indigenous knowledge. So our business model is to convene the nations and ask them to identify their priority issues. You can see in the first 5 bullets, it's not exhaustive, but those are the top 5 priorities that have been identified by the nations at our most recent policy forum. UNDRIP implementation through shared decision making. First Nations want to be at the table in a meaningful way. Number 2 is ensuring food security and protection and restoration of salmon and key species for First Nations. Number 3, establishing water security and protection of fish habitat. Number 4 was the guardians and environmental stewardship and economic or moderate livelihood fisheries development. There were a number of other key themes, up to 18 other themes that were raised at our February 21st forum. We're going to have another forum in March 21st in Richmond. So mark that on your calendar. Feel free to visit our webpage to identify. It'll be at the Richmond Sheraton on March 21st. We're going to continue to refine this discussion, so when we're approached by government in terms of how do we inform UNDRIP pieces of legislation, best practices, policies, regulations, all of those things were guided by what the nations have identified to us as their clear priorities. At the bottom of the page, of page 1, you'll notice there's a header called Mass Marking, Mark Selective Fishery Concerns. Everybody knows that salmon are in decline, Pacific salmon are in decline. Fisheries were closed last year. This is something that has been raised by the recreational fishery, which is to begin a mass marking of hatchery-raised fish to allow for them to create opportunities for a recreational fishery to proceed. When other fisheries are closed, they're going to be looking for these marked fish for a marked selective fishery. You can see the briefing if you flip to page 2. Some of our technical team has indicated that DFO has left technical reasoning behind on this marked selective fishery and become a politically driven process and agenda for recreational fisheries. We're suggesting that it probably will require some political support from the nations, from the leadership organizations, to provide some supporting material, should people be interested to learn more about that. The biggest concern for marked selective fishery as a management tool, it has the potential to drastically change BC salmon fisheries and further impact and infringe on First Nations priority access. We already have enough people that are arguing and fighting for time for fisheries. Am I on a good time? Okay. The PSC update is, that's of course the international negotiations with the United States. You can see the underlined part of the bulletin. As part of our ongoing support for the First Nations caucus, we have 36 Indigenous people that participate in the Canadian caucus. One of the things that we're really trying to do is to begin succession planning to develop a strategic plan and succession plan which includes changing the relationship between the First Nations caucus and DFO from being advisors to Canada to one that is directly bringing forward First Nations interests to the PSC table. So much like the US tribes, they sit at the table as sovereign people and not participating on behalf of the US. We're trying to encourage our First Nations participants that they should not necessarily be just sitting there as part of the Canadian caucus, but to be supporting nations directly as an independent First Nations caucus. So feel free again to contact us if you want to learn more about that. Again, there are 36 First Nation participants from BC that sit at the First Nations caucus of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The aquaculture direction. One of the things that we've recently gone through was Minister Murray reaffirmed a decision not to renew licenses for 15 of the Discovery Island fish farms. The FNFC has been working through its Aquaculture Coordinating Committee to develop a First Nations transition plan blueprint that summarizes feedback that we've garnered from First Nations in BC to inform the development of this transition plan. Some of the key themes that are emerging from these engagements are taking a whole of the salmon life cycle approach that's required to protect and rebuild Pacific salmon, that we incorporate respect for First Nations governance and self-determination, that a whole of BC aquaculture sector approach, not just finfish, but overall all of aquaculture is considered in this conversation, and support for First Nations investments. The FNFC walks a tightrope in terms of how we proceed with this. There are many nations that see economic development opportunities through aquaculture. There are many nations that see the danger and the risk in aquaculture ventures, but aquaculture is not all about salmon farming. There's many nations that are deriving revenues and income from things like seaweed aquaculture or shellfish aquaculture. So we have to be mindful of the different types of aquaculture that we're talking about, whether they're freshwater, whether they're shellfish, or whether they're plant-based. We need to be mindful of that. So it's a nuanced conversation. We've continued to hear from many nations about the broad interest in aquaculture, where different types of aquacultures can be sustainable and supportive of First Nations food security and economic objectives. And we see that as part of the inherent right to self-governing nations. That's not our role. Our role is to convene the nations and elicit what their aspirations are and turn that into coherent messages to leadership and to government. Moving very quickly into our intergovernmental relations. Some of you may have witnessed the announcement earlier this week on the watershed security initiative that we're working with BC Province on. We're also working with the province and the federal government. You'll recall that the province wanted to develop a strategy on salmon restoration, and then DFO came out with a strategic approach on Pacific salmon. And what we've heard from the nations is, why are we building multiple plans? Why aren't we working on one plan that we can all work together? So we're really pushing for a trilateral accord with all three levels of government. And to do this, we've started to launch a Save Our Salmon campaign. We recognize that government often funds what government wants to fund, and we need to raise money and raise resources to do the things that we want to do that aren't necessarily part of the government's agenda. So our Save Our Salmon Coalition is finding willing partners, the Lower Fraser Fisheries Alliance, the Upper Fraser Conservation Alliance, and other partners have started to join with us to say, yes, we're all committed to saving salmon. Let's figure out how we can do that without getting bogged down into other issues. So it's really about focusing directly on Pacific salmon and how do we address the decline and move towards what are the restoration projects, what are the fish and fish habitat projects that we can do to help restore Pacific salmon. So connected to that, we see as part of that conversation is the need for water security. and protecting our water and our habitats, the watersheds around the province. So we've started to work on a strategic provincial scale water table. We are identifying a process where we sit at the table with the province to begin to define a long-term strategy for watershed security and sustainability, including the development of a watershed security fund. We announced on Monday that we've managed to get the province to commit to an investment of $100 million to support watershed security. First Nations will be at the table as part of a First Nations caucus, helping to lead that conversation and develop that strategy and oversee that fund in the long term. We're also working with the province on investments for specific activities towards salmon restoration projects and salmon recovery projects. So that is in the announcement, in the page number 3, where you read about the First Nations Water Caucus and Water Table. That's the activity that we've been working on. We're working with the province on the intentions paper and that $100 million initiative. How the money gets granted to the water table is something that we're still in negotiations about, and we're still looking for, if you see in the briefing, there are some vacant regions that we're still looking for members to participate, and we are looking to fill those positions. So if your region hasn't been identified a delegate to sit at the table, we're interested in filling vacancies, particularly from the northeast and northwest watersheds in the province, and also in the Mid-Fraser. So if you're interested in putting your name forward as a caucus delegate, please reach out to the Fisheries Council. And last but not least, we are moving forward with the federal government on fish and fish habitat protection provisions as part of the continuing ongoing update to the Fisheries Act restoration of lost protections that began in 2018 and the review of the Fisheries Act. I had a number of things that we probably could be talking about, including guardians and a BC pilot for guardians in BC, but in the interest of time, I'll stop there.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Really appreciate it. We are now at 4:26. It's a Friday night. People are talking about missing their flights, and I believe some people have actually already left. So in the interest in time, and Jordan, thank you for that information. I know that you definitely would be willing to entertain questions and comments if people want to contact you, or they can contact you through the BCAFN. Just because I know people need to get on the road that will, and you were here to provide an information update. So I will continue on now with what we need to get done. So we have resolutions. We have still a fair number of resolutions, but what I'm going to propose is that we go to resolution 11, then we will do resolution 13 and 15 because those are on-time resolutions. Some of the other ones, 10, 12, and 14, were also on-time resolutions, but I'm going to propose that because they are mirror resolutions, that they will be omnibus together, and we'll do that at the end with the additional late resolution that I think you have probably been given. But for now, we'll start with resolution 11. Sorry, make sure I got the right one. 11. So resolution 11, support for the development of a discussion paper related to emergency management service agreement. There is no mover or seconder for this. Anybody willing to do that? Anybody willing to move it? Thank you. Microphone 12, please identify.
Harvey McLeod, Upper Nickel Band.
Thank you. Seconder. Online or in the room? Microphone 26. Identify, please.
Thank you. Chief Linda Price, Algach First Nation. I'm second. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief to work with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council to develop an emergency management service agreement discussion paper by the fall of 2023 for the Chiefs in Assembly to review and discuss during the fall assemblies. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief and the BCAFN staff to ensure the discussion paper is consistent with A, Sendai Framework, 2015 to 2030, B, BC First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan 2022, C, Section 35, Inherent and Treaty Rights, D, Inclusion of First Nation rights holders, E, Related initiatives by First Nations related to emergency management, and 3, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief to work with the FNLC to advocate Canada and BC to secure the resourcing and terms for options for new emergency management services agreement to be presented at the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly by the spring of 2024. So I'll open the floor to discussion. Seeing none. All right, we will move to a vote. Those in favor? Okay, online. You're good. Those against? Okay, abstentions? That resolution passed. Resolution 13. Oh, there we go. Resolution 13 is support for Tashot First Nation Alberni Indian Residential School. It calls for truth and justice. And we've got the mover in the room. Is there a seconder? Microphone 13, identify, please.
Chief Dalton Silver, Samath, I'll second, thank you.
Thank you. Therefore be it resolved that 1, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly thereby support the Tashot First Nation in their calls for truth and justice attached, stemming from their research and scanning of the Alberni Indian Residential School to help ensure truth, justice, and accountability. 2, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby recommend that the Regional Chiefs support the Tashot leadership and the Tashot First Nation to ensure that the Province of BC, the Government of Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, faiths, churches not only meet with the Tashot, but implement all of their Alberni Indian Residential School 26 calls for truth and justice. 3, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief to advocate for the Tashot First Nations calls for truth and justice at the National AFN level, including the Executive National Chiefs Office and the Chiefs in Assembly. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby call upon all applicable parties to implement Tashot First Nations calls for truth and justice. We do have two people online, but I will go to the mover first, please. Sorry, pardon me, microphone 16.
Thank you, Wamish Kenwat, Selected Chief Counselor here at Tashot. Thank you to a seconder for joining in the support and work that we're doing as Tashot. And I will share, just to make sure we're clear, in the whereas, it discusses this is without prejudice to nations' title and rights or other actions they may take. You can see in the E and F at the end. Yeah, just to put that clarity out. What other nations do in their research and their calls for justice, that's entirely up to them. This is what we're doing as caretakers, community of Tashot, having the Alberni Indian Residential School in our territory. This was through extensive work with survivors. I wanted to share that. This isn't just a council initiative. We meet with survivors monthly. And these 26 calls for truth and justice come from them. These are the actions that what they wanted to see. And I'll close with this in the words of a survivor. There is no reconciliation without truth. And if there's no accountability and justice from all of this work, then what was the point in all of it? And so I want to share that with all of you and just pray for all of you that may be survivors yourself and your family members in this difficult work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Microphone 13. And then we'll go online.
I'm good, Madam Chair. I'm just happy to support this and really commend Wamish and the people there for the work they've done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Online, Chief Martin Louis. Chief Louis. Okay, while we look for that. Oh, hello, Chief
you hear
Louis, we
me?
can hear you.
Hi.
Yes, can hear you now.
Yes, I'm just in support of that because our community is going through a lot of, because of the Jack Residential School. We need a lot of support, and actually this resolution is something that we need to in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Hobart, online. No. Chief Hobart, online.
Yeah, sorry, steel hand, sorry.
We can't hear you. Oh, you're driving.
I said,
A stale hand. Oh, it's a stale. Oh, I understand. It doesn't take me long at the end of a Friday to clue in. So, Chief Hobart, from our perspective, from what we're hearing you coming in and out, we heard stale hand. That was all. Are you okay? Yes or no? Am I okay to go move on, or do you want to speak?
no, I said that was steel hand, sorry.
Okay, so I'm assuming we will move on then. Any other discussion? No? Oh, okay. Microphone 11.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks, though. I support it. Please move on. Sorry. It was a stale hand from when I was voting. Sorry.
Thank you. Microphone 11.
Yeah, Chief Rick Johnson, Quixon, Kwamis. Yeah, we definitely support it. Also, there's a residential school in Alert Bay, the St. Michael's Residential School, and you know, they haven't done any of the digging there yet. But I mean, they're going to find lots there, and you know, my community, and when we discuss this, it's when they find our young ones buried there. You know, there's got to be a big push for it to be designated as crime scenes, because, institutions and people have to be held accountable. So I don't know if this is part of the resolution or not, but I mean, if it is, then I support the resolution, because it just gets worse and worse, as we dig deeper around the cultural genocide this Canadian government has imposed upon First Nations here, not only in BC, but Canada. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any other points of discussion? Nope. Okay, I think we'll move to the vote. Those in favor? Thank you. Good. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Good to go. Thank you. Resolution 13 is passed. Now we'll move to Resolution 15. Supporting First Nations to access safe, affordable, reliable, and low-carbon transportation. Moved by Chief Harlan, Deputy Chief Harlan, pardon me. He was not here earlier. I do not. But he's not online. Okay. And then I know Chief Sapan is online. So anybody willing to move? Anybody willing to move draft resolution 15?
Hi, Chief Don Tom, Charlotte First Nation, happy to move.
Okay, thank you. You got that? Okay, and Chief Sapan, seconded? Are you online? You've been very efficient at being online all day. Are you there, Chief? Oh, he's not there anymore. Okay. He must have got hungry like the rest of us. Anybody willing to second the motion? Thank you. Microphone 12, identify.
Harvey McLeod, Chief, Upper Nicola.
Thank you. Okay, Resolution 15. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly demands that any transportation-related plan developed by Canada and BC must be done so in cooperation with First Nations in BC, and must recognize and uphold First Nations' inherent and constitutionally protected Indigenous title, rights, and treaty rights. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN to advocate for the full recognition and implementation of First Nations' inherent constitutionally protected treaty and human rights connected to transportation, in particular as they relate to addressing issues of equity, safety and accessibility, low carbon transportation, transportation that supports resilience in the face of a climate crisis, and the First Nations title and self-determination. And number 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN to 1, assess gaps and opportunities that restrict and assist First Nations in BC to access equitable, safe, reliable, and affordable low-carbon and active transportation and transportation services within and between communities, and provide recommendations for legislation, policy, and program reform to advance these goals. And 2, develop a First Nations low-carbon transportation planning guide to support First Nations in developing strategies and plans to address their transportation needs and priorities. And that is the end of Resolution 15. Discussion? Online? No? Okay, discussion in the room? Good? All right. All right, we'll move to vote. Those in favor? Great. Those opposed? Abstentions? Nope. Good. Okay, resolution has passed. So now we'll move to what we're calling the mirror resolutions, which are Resolution 10, Resolution 12, and Resolution 14. Mirrored resolutions, meaning that you've seen them and they've been passed at the summit and or at the union. There is one late resolution that we're proposing to make up the omnibus bill. So omnibus 10, 12, 14, and the late resolution number 1, which I believe you have. Right, everybody has that. And all of the movers and seconders have been contacted about this, correct? Okay, except for Chief James Hobart, who was seconding the late resolution 1. Is there another seconder in the room for the late resolution 1? And I don't have that title in front of me. You were seconding it? Okay, we'll just get that. Alcohol regulation, funding, and jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Sorry, that's right. Okay, so Chief Linda Price, you were seconding it, so we need a mover. Because James...
Chief Hobart is here.
Oh, you're here now, okay.
Yep, sorry.
No more stale hands, you're alive now, okay. So are you still consenting to move Resolution 1, late Resolution 1, alcohol regulation, funding, and jurisdiction?
Madam Chair, I move.
Thank you, and have it put in with the omnibus bill for the 4 resolutions, 10, 12, 14, and late resolution 1. Agreed?
Yes.
Seconder?
Agreed.
Okay, discussion? No. Omnibus, there we go. We're going to start to drive this bus. Vote, those in favor? Great. Opposed? Abstentions? Nope, Okay,
I didn't get my hand up. Mine's a vote yes. Chief James.
Thank you. Okay, so those are the resolutions. They have passed. And what we have at the end now is closing comments from Regional Chief Terry Chigi and then the closing prayer. And you call them up, okay? Good. You just call.
Thank you, Deneza Tsekuza Skiza, Chiefs, Registered Chiefs. I just want to thank you for your patience, for being here all today in person and online, and certainly a lot of work that has been done over the last couple of days. As I think about my last 6 months here, before we get to September, I'm coming to the end of my second term as the regional chief. And certainly it's been an honor and a privilege to represent British Columbia and represent all of you in this room and all our citizens here in British Columbia. I'd be remiss to not acknowledge our knowledge keepers, Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph, for starting us off in a good way today and yesterday, and my BCAFN Board of Directors, Chief Harvey McLeod, Chief Jerry Jack, Cookby, Roseanne Casmer, Chief Linda Price, and Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling, for all the support that they've given me during the last several months. My staff, all here, Chief of Staff, Vanessa Westrom, Claytley Tanay, and all my senior policy advisors and everybody behind me. None of this work could be done without them. When I first started 6 years ago, I only had really 2 or 3 employees and started building this team that certainly has done a lot of work, brought in a lot of resources to represent and really uphold what we are concerned about here in British Columbia. And as we've seen, and the last several months, the highest priority for myself has been to develop an action plan for the United Nations Declaration Act. That is my portfolio. I certainly hope to see you here on March 29th when we come together again to talk about that action plan and make sure it certainly represents our views from British Columbia and our priorities moving forward. I'd also want to thank you all. When I started yesterday in my opening comments talking about my health, it's really important to take care of our health, and just want to thank you for all the prayers, the well wishes, and get well comments and everything else. And certainly I wanted just to take these couple of days here and then take the next few weeks easy to carry on with this healing journey. And a part of that healing journey is when you guys go home, when everybody goes home, to your loved ones, to your partners, to your spouse, to your children, grandchildren, et cetera, is how important family is, and acknowledge my wife and my children and how they've really taken care of me the last several weeks. So with that, certainly it is my intention to do as much as I can in these last 6 months. And really, I think the work, there's too much to be done here. And certainly, I think I am really going to put my name forward once again to seek another 3 years to really represent, I think, the best place in this country, British Columbia. It's everything that is happening is here. You look everywhere around the world. You look everywhere in this country, and who's leading it is much of what we've done here. And I've seen Chief Roger William here, Tilicoteen, Calder case, all the Sparrow case, all these seismic changes. Blueberry case more recently that made substantial change, was born out of British Columbia, and here's the only jurisdiction too, as well as provincially and federally, that the United Nations Declaration Act is law. So we're very, very fortunate to be in this place we call British Columbia and make seismic moves for not just for ourselves here in BC, but for the rest of Canada, and perhaps for the rest of Indigenous peoples around the world. Certainly, I think I just want to lastly thank our chair. I want to give her a hand for navigating us the last couple of days, and she got through, you know, even with additions to the agenda. And as a token of my appreciation, I do have a gift for her. And thank you all. I call upon Dr. Point to come up to say a closing prayer as we all go home to our loved ones. And it's really good to see you all. I think it's in the physical form, you know. Far too often the last couple of years we haven't seen each other enough. I thank you all. Masicho.
To Iatalatal Regional Chief, and to those that are here and online, to the staff, as Regional Chief mentioned, as we began in prayer, we're going to end in prayer. And special blessings again to each one of you for your health. And the elders told us, when you travel, you call your spirit. So for those that are traveling home, call your spirit home. And this song was one of the first songs identified by our elders. It was one of the first songs that came back to the Stalo people. And it is a traveling song. Special blessings, accept all the blessings that come your way. Know that everything you do comes back to you. What you're standing on is your work, your strength to eat. Oh, eria, oh, ho, eria, ho, ho, eria, ho, ho, eria, ho, ho, eria, oh, ho, eria, ho, ho, eria, ho, ho, eria, ho, oh, it's it all, it's all high tips, yeah. Special